ahead of the Hungarian. Going to purchase, having to work hard. I think she's on the tail of, or she could be second out, but either way. And through goes Julie Hark now to lead. Going to purchase, have to come round, get to her side, which she's doing. She's doing all the right things.
Trying to take the initiative into the first turn. It's still 300 meters or so to go to that turn around the little island there, or before the island. And the idea for them is to have some kind of initiative there into the first turn, not being squeezed in the turning boys or by fellow competitors.
So Julia Hart, maybe a bit of a surprise to see taking this out. Going to purchase, settled now on her left. She'll be relieved she's not on the second washout anymore. But Hungary really looking strong. One to the right of Julia Hart and one tucked in the V. Nice and relaxed. Looks like it's Poland. Maja Kozlowska on the far side in the red headband. On this side, in the blue shirt, it's Czech Republic, Eliska Vedlachova. And we come back now to the start line of the senior women's C1. In the centre of the field here, Zanet Lakatos, first in the World Championships last year. Has to be the favourite. But it's not gonna have, she's not going to have it all her own way. Boat 540. Ludmila Babak, she was junior world champion last year, one of the few paddlers to break the Hungarian dominance in any of the races. She beat Hungary into second and third place last year in the junior world championships. So just getting aligning them now in number order. Common knowledge that a lot of athletes are innumerate, so they have to be guided into place, but it all seems well now. And there's your start list. 537, Zanet Lakatos, probably the favourite. Ludmila Babak, 540, junior world champion last year. They're away. It's Lakatos who's taking it out. Pauline Martin. Or Julie Caloret, sorry, from France, this side of the course. Making her way across to Lakatos. But on screen now, we're back to the junior women big group still, Stefan, in the junior women.
It is. It's still Julie Hacke. And Julie Hacke was third, had a bronze medal in the European Championships in Bochum last year. So she was already one of the top European junior paddlers as a first-year junior. She finished seventh in Györ, and now she is here in top of this race, where she belongs, obviously.
So in shot now, all the main players in the women's C1. That's Lakatos in the white boat. In the red boat to her left is the French girl, Julie Caloret. To her right, from Ukraine, junior world champion, Ludmila Babak. And in the white boat, blue strip, closest to us from Japan, is Megumi Subota. Good to see the Japanese here, Stefan. We don't see them very often at the Marathon World Championships.
Absolutely so, and we will meet them a little bit closer later on.
And now it's happened at the front. You very rarely see the Hungarian girls happy with a big group. And it's boat, excuse me, 67. That's Naomi Pup. She took it from the start, and she is now pretty much going to tear this field apart. It's down to 4. Got Guy to purchase, sitting nice and comfortably to the left. Julia Hark tucked in the back. It's the first time we've seen her at the front of these races, Stefan. It's normally second group back. Hungarians normally take it out too fast for her. Czech Republic hanging on desperately there.
But it is interesting to see that both the Hungarian paddlers are there, and we have seen that so many times they can help each other, and they don't like the big groups. They really want the high speed there.
Beautiful rearrangement of the group, Stefan,
Yeah.
there. We saw a Hungarian really nicely tucked into the V. Jula Hart was too slow getting round to the left-hand side. She let the gap open up, so she had to climb a wave she didn't need to climb. But it's Kaita Purchase now leading that group. Group of 5, a bit uncomfortable, Stefan. Somebody's going to pay. I think maybe the Czech.
Yeah.
But on the line now, the junior women's C1. Centre of the field, 137 there, Giada Bragato, probably the athlete of choice for this one. 3rd in the World Championships 2 years ago. 2 to her right is Anastasia Yamudinova. She was 5th. That's both 139. But there's another Ukrainian in there as well. So Ukraine won this race last year. A lot of boats on the line there.
And it's 12 boats on the start line here. It's the same number of boats as in C1 men junior. So this is quite equal now, and it's very nice to see the junior C1 women growing so fast. Thanks to the International Canoe Federation Development Program run by Santosh Shaba, very successfully over the world.
What's disturbing for me, Stefan, as a commentator, is there's a lot more boats on the line than I've got on my list. So perhaps I haven't got the most up-to-date start list, despite my efforts this morning, but we will get you the information as and when we can. So the C1 Women's Juniors just about to start. So if you can't see it clearly on your screen, there's like a little fence that comes up. And when the starter presses the go button, that fence just disappears down into the water. And off they go. So 2 Hungarians, Molnar and Bragato, pretty much together. 2 Ukrainians on the far side, Yelenova and Chetverikova. But we'll bring you an updated name list on that as soon as we can. But even watching them in shot there, beautiful picture of one of the main portage officials there. Discussing the fineries of the carpeting on the portage. C1's not quite so willing to form up into groups as the K1's. Steering obviously slightly more complicated without a rudder. Paddling in the rough water is also not so easy in these boats as it is in the kayaks. So a lot of them preferring to have their own bit of clean water. Just looks like a giant sprint race from here. But they're making their way up to the top, and soon they'll cross over about the 500-meter mark with the women's K1 who are coming back, and it looks like from here, there we go on shot now, it looks like that top group's reformed. It seems to be only the Hungarians that are taking it on fast enough to drop the others. Purchase now leading still as she was when we last saw them. That big group of 8. Looks like the second South African has joined that group. That's Christy McKenzie in the green shirt at the back of that group. To the right, we've got Poland. And as they come towards us, we'll be able to give you name checks on everyone. The Polish athlete will be Kozlowska, Maja Kozlowska. Looks like Germany leading now. One of the Hungarians tucked neatly in the V at the back. That's your ideal position. If you can stay there. Second Hungarian content, it seems to be sat second watch out. If you kids watching at home, second washout is not the best place to be. Maybe Purchase is leading, so maybe I'm running the Hungarian down unnecessarily. As they come down to finish the first lap, there's no portage, remember, on the first lap. So it's straight past us. This is the stage on all the subsequent laps where they'll be turning to the right now to come into the portage. A little bit of bumping and barging there. And off goes the Hungarian again. This could break it up a little bit. You find out here who can cope with the speed. That's 67. It's Naomi Pup. She's been pretty much doing the damage from the start. Purchase sitting beautifully with her. No stress there. Julia Hark is going to try and come around Purchase by the look of it. She should move up to squeeze Purchase back into the V. It should all be very clean, all very organised. Purchase needs to drop back. Now she's dropping back. She could have done that sooner, saved herself a lot of effort. I'm really impressed with Julie Hart, Stefan. I mean, we haven't seen her racing at this level before.
Exactly so. Very nice for Germany to have one paddler in the top group already in the first race.
Victoria Nagy, the second Hungarian European champion, she seems to be struggling just a little bit. It definitely looks like Pup is the stronger of the two Hungarians. But again, Pup has just strung that group out. She seems to be able to do damage at will. See Nagy on the inside of that group going around the turn, and the Czech Republic, Redlichova, is going to be the one who fights it around the turn. Let's quick scan back for the C1 at the top turn. That'll be the senior women's C1 top turn. You've got France and Ukraine just gone out of your shot. Japan following up. But I think that wasn't the front of the race. Meanwhile, it's slowing down at the front of the junior women's K1 opposite us, while we watch the C1s in the distance. Looks like a Hungarian in shot now. New Zealand, 56 there. That's Rochelle Austin. Great to see people travelling all the way from New Zealand to come to these events. I think only juniors this year. And these are some of the tail enders in the junior women's K1 coming around the bottom turn. But the front of that junior women's race is Julia Hark. They keep forcing her to the front. .73 there is Maja Kozlowska from Poland. She's just leading the chase, which is some 20, 30 metres behind the main group. Lean Smulders there from Belgium, and Rochelle Austin. They're just coming opposite the finish line now. They're about the fifth group, probably a minute or so, maybe a minute and a half down on the leaders. Rochelle Austin looks like she's got enough drink in that backpack for a 3-day event, Stefan. Nobody can need that much drink, surely, over a 5-lap short race.
But it's hot here today, and some of the paddlers prefer to carry their drinks all around the course, while the main body of the paddlers uses drink bags that they got from the team leaders. in the portages. So they have one when they start around their neck, carrying a couple of deciliters of drinking, and then get rid of the old one when they come to the first portage and get a new one in the feeding area of the portage. While others does not want to be dependent on supporters in the portage and choose to carry their drinks all around the course.
What sort of stuff would they be drinking, Stefan? Has life changed since our day when we just had a bit of carbohydrate powder in water? Has anything changed in the...
I think a bit. It started to change in the end of our career to be less carbohydrate and more other type of nutritions, minerals and vitamins to get the body system going a little bit better. So I think it depends a little bit on the weather. When it's hot, it's usually less carbohydrates and more liquid, and when it's cold, the opposite. Just because they need to adapt to how the body reacts to the heat and the long distance.
Well, maybe it's a bit primitive in our day, but I mean, I remember having so much carbohydrate before breakfast, I could get diabetes before 10 o'clock on the morning of the race.
Yeah, it was like that, at least in the beginning there, but because scientists told us that carbohydrates was the only thing to use, but that was not entirely true. So it has developed. It's changing, of course.
What does that tell you about scientists, Stefan?
I think it tells that scientists are very, very focused and very good at what they are doing, but they are doing science on one single part of a big spectrum of things that you need to manage when you're an athlete or a trainer. So the cooperation between skillful trainers, top athletes, and scientists is what really counts for this.
So onto the C1 then on screen. Looks like the first two, 137, 138. That's Brigato, third in the World Championships last year. She's there as expected. And Eugénie Dorange from France. The French seem to be able to produce a good number of very competent C1 paddlers in the women's. Pauline Martin is in the senior field, having got junior European and world medals in the past. But these two, it seems, I'm trying to find them on the actual course in front of us, but it seems these two are away and clear. And that, to me, looks like that's Lakatos. This is the senior women's C1 now. That's Lakatos being chased down by, I think, Julie Caleray from France and Ludmila Babak, junior world champion last year. Looks like she's in with a good chance of a medal this year. And from Japan, Megumi Subota, tapping along behind. So the only one I'm a little unsure of there is which French athlete it is. It could be Pauline Martin or it could be Caleray. I think it's Caleray, but hey, Stefan, I've been known to be wrong many times since I've had this job. So my credibility is low. I appreciate that, but
it's
we're
part
working
of
on
the
it.
job to be wrong sometimes, yeah.
But that's pretty processional at this stage, which isn't unusual for a new event, is it, Stefan? I mean, the women's racing and the junior women's especially used to be like this. Now we see it as a big pack as the race has developed. So maybe processional for the next few years before the groups form, which we've seen in the men's C1. We've commented on the last couple of events.
Yes, but we saw both in the European Championships and at the World Cup in Portugal a month ago, quite big groups formed also in C1 women. So I think this development is more from the eagerness of them to create a gap for themselves early on in the race and securing some medals. It's the World Championships, and they really want to secure the medals as early as possible. So we see they are passing here now on their first lap. It's no portage at the first lap. They are finalizing now their very first lap. And it is Lakatos 5:37, white boat and white shirt, Hungary. That one also Gjö that is in the lead in this race. It's quite a different race from that one in Gjö. In Gjö it was Windling River. Here it's quite a simple, straightforward regatta course.
So second there in the red boat is in fact Caleray from France. She's followed closely by Babak from Ukraine, and the camera angle was deceptive earlier. The Japanese athlete Tsubota is quite a long way behind those three, maybe 20 seconds behind the third Babak there.
But quite unexpected that Japan is on the fourth position here. I met the Japanese athletes yesterday, and they told me they were here more to learn and get medals, and all of them, of course, focused on the Olympics in Tokyo within 4 years.
So in shot now is Pauline Martin from France, a little bit disappointing, second at the European Championships. And she's with the two Spanish athletes, that's Patricia Coco and Rachel Rodriguez. Now she was fourth at the World Championships last year, so she's not having a good day. So it's Rodriguez, or was, back to the junior women rather, and looks like the break has been made now to the first four. Stefan, can you explain to me, in what world is it clever to sit on the outside of that group instead of in the V-wash there?
Never. But we see that very often in younger categories. It comes from sprint when they do this quite often. The sprint, long distance sprint races are just 3 or 5 kilometers or so, and they are running on a 500 meter course and are really eager not to get stuck in the diamond wash. Why they are choosing to be on the outside.
But where she is on the outside to where she could be, I mean, she could say what? I would guess 30%.
Yes,
of her energy.
absolutely.
30%, maybe even more. And have the security that if something happens, you're right in the middle of it all, rather than being stuck on the edge.
And here is Japan, Tsuboda on the screen, 5:38. Gumi Tsubota from Japan.
One of the trailing groups. The junior women's K1, Harriet Quigley from Great Britain just tacking on the edge of that group. From Bradford-on-Avon Canoe Club, probably most famous in recent years for Ed McKeever, who won the Olympic 200 in London. But having already gone through junior world championship marathons when he was this age.
And Quigley was the fourth in the World Cup in Portugal earlier this summer.
So this is the junior C1. So it's Hungary, France, Ukraine. Then in the background there, you've got Hungary in fourth place. And then Poland out on the right in the headscarf. They love the headscarf in Poland, Stefan. It's almost national dress, especially if you're a C1 paddler.
Yeah, they often use it. Yeah. So it's Chiara Bragato from Hungary, and it's Jean Dorange from France, and Anastasia Yemelyanova from Ukraine. Ukraine in their light blue and yellow dresses. France entirely white, and Hungary with some signs on their white shirt.
So Purchase now leading. She was, I think, when we last saw them. Still, Jula Hark is on the outside wash. If I could, Stefan, I'd go out there and slap her. There's just no excuse for that, guys. You need to get in the V-wash. If you don't like the V-wash, then you have to learn to like the V-wash. It's not a debate.
It's really part of marathon to be there and stay there and paddle and resting comfortable on that wash. Especially when they are 4 in the group, which is an objective for any paddler to try to create. A group of 4.
So for those people out there watching, we apologise for the shaky audio that you seem to be experiencing. We're just the monkeys speaking into the microphones. We'll pass your information back to the people that count. One of the comments is that we sound like Daleks. To be fair, most kids dream of sounding like a Dalek, so I don't think that's too bad. Thanks, Teresa. Spaniard in shot, 64 there, Nora Ray, 3rd at the European Championships. She's not having the race she would have wanted, it seems. That's 62 in shot. Lean Smulders from Belgium. And we just got, and here we are somewhere in the junior women's C1. That's 131. Maja Sadek from Poland. Just behind 144, Julia Dunkel from, oh no, it could be Vanessa Tot from Croatia. I haven't got a full list of the C1s, so apologies for that. But there in shot, there's the procession of junior women's C1 around the turn, about 10-15 metres between each of them. And while you look at them, just turning into the portage for the first time is the lead group. The junior women's K1 is back to 5 in that group. So someone's done well to close the gap. And it looks like it's still the Czech Republic hanging in there. As the junior women come into the portage for the first time, if anyone's listening to me. So I'll try and talk you through it. Here we go. So it's purchased to the left of the landing stage. On the right is the Hungarian, and she's been held off a little bit by Jula Hack. Czech Republic out well at the back there. A little bit slow out for the second Hungarian on this side.
It's quite a long portage. It's 150 meters or so to run. Simple one, but quite long, and that's tough. It's high speed into the portage, it's high speed over, and just 50 meters or so on the other side of the portage is a turn. So this is really challenging.
I'm loving the fact that Purchase has got the presence of mind to put the boat on her shoulder. She's confident. It's easier to run with it on your shoulder.
You spare the rudder, and yeah, she's a skillful marathoner.
So as they get in just below us, first away is going to be Hungary. From South Africa, from Germany, second Hungarian, and the Czech Republic, having made all that effort to close back up, is going to lose an awful lot of ground here. That's Eliska Bedlachova. She's going to lose way too much time coming out that portage to catch up again, I think. I think for her, days of that front group are over.
Yeah, it was a decisive portage for her. Now they are 4 in that top group. The situation they are longing for.
Through the portage.
But Noemi Poop is really going hard now, followed by Kieta Purchase.
As we see shots of the portage, these two both coming in to get a feed change. Or to be strangled, depends how you look at it. So 57 there. Arancha, Toledo. Lucky to get away with that with her head still on, Stefan. I think her crew maybe need a bit of training. But on the far side, Julia Harker is now struggling to keep in touch with the first 3.
If we can have the camera on the top group now, it will be very nice.
As we look down on the portage here, some slicker than others. Comes the group with the Belgian Smulders and Quigley. Italian is Canamola from Italy. Looks like she's not enjoying the running section too much. Some people are built for running, Stefan. Others always struggle.
It's a lot. It has a lot to do with practice as well. You need to especially practice portaging and to run with the boat in a comfortable way. And it's encouraging to see that so many is carrying their boat, not dragging it on the ground. That is a proper way to do it.
So that's New Zealand, Rochelle Austin.
And the top group is now down to 4, exactly as expected. Julia Hake had some problems a couple of 100 meters, but managed to get back into the top group once again.
So far, for her previous ability, she's done the best out of these girls. Just to be there, clinging on to that group, is very impressive for her. There we go. We saw her interviewed before the race. It's Jenny Bos from the Netherlands. You see her drink bag round her neck there. And behind her from Argentina, it's going to be Maria Carver. I know the ICF are very proud of the global appeal of this event now. And this is going to be Sarah Lockwood from New Zealand and Jessica Loff from Sweden. Behind them from Poland, I think it's Marta Pavlek, boat 66. Yep, that's Marta Pavlek from Poland. So here we go, back up to C1s. That's Pauline Martin and Sofia Kisban from Hungary. They're not at the front of that race by any stretch, but it's hard from the shots we're getting to tell you exactly where they are, so apologies for that. But it's Kisban taking it up from Martin of France. Okay, good news from the people out there telling us the commentary is much better now. I guess that's the quality of it rather than the content, but we're working on the content also. As long as the quality's up there, we're happy. So there's Lakatos from Hungary, she's at the front of the senior women's C1. She's been at the front from the start, and it would look to be a fair gap back to whoever's next. This isn't whoever's next, obviously. This is a shot of the Argentinian in the junior women's K1. That's going to be Victoria De Monte, I think. No, it's not, sorry. That's Maria Carver from Argentina. She's just coming down to the turn. Actually, she's missed the portage, so she's either retiring or she's made a hideous mistake. I think retiring, judging by the look of that. It's a long way to come for one lap, Stefan.
Yeah. But we can sum up the intermediate results from the K1 Women Junior at their first portage. In the lead, Hungary, Pup, followed by Purchase, South Africa, and third, Julia Hacke, Germany, fourth, Nagy, Hungary, fifth, Betlashova from Czech Republic, sixth, Kozlowska, Poland, seventh, Sørensen from Denmark, eighth, Toledo from Spain, and Sørensen was 1 minute behind together with Kozlowska, and then another 30 seconds behind was Toledo. Toledo 1 minute 25 seconds behind. Ninth, Espedal from Norway, 1 minute 27 seconds behind the leading Hungarian. She was together also with Australia's Jones, at 11th position, 1:31 seconds behind. So it's one distinctive leading group with Pup, Purchase, Hake and Nagy, and then 11 seconds or a little bit more now, down to Betlashova from Czech Republic, who was left alone after the portage. Followed by Kozlowska from Poland and Sørensen from Denmark. I think they are together now on 6th and 7th position. So that's the situation in the women K1, or was at the portage here.
Rachel Rodriguez in the women's C1, out there on her own. Pretty desperate day for her. She was 4th last year at the World Championships, and today it really looks like she's not in contention at all. It's very hard to know what happens then, Stefan. I mean, she could be ill, she could have had a bad year's training, maybe a year plagued by injury, but it's tough to come out on a race where you'd expect to get a medal and be trawling around somewhere in no man's land. A lot of support on the live feed for Kaita Purchase. She, of course, is in the front 4 of the junior women's race, where, of course, she was last year and finished in that unenviable 4th position. Does look this year like she's got a bit more strength, and at the moment, at least, it looks good for a medal for her. So, coming through the portage, probably about 50, 60 meters ahead of her nearest rival is Lakatos from Hungary. Zanet Lakatos, already world champion from last year. It's hard to see what can stop that repeating this year. Very efficient paddler, very tidy. what looks, at least to me as a non-canoe paddler, like a good technique. And she's a tiny girl, Stefan. She's got to be, I don't know, meters. I do the whole English thing. I was going to come out with feet and inches there, Stefan, but no one in the world would understand me. So if, let's just say she's shorter than the average. Ludmila Babak, junior world champion last year. Running quite well through the portage. And in between her and Lakatos was the French athlete, Julie Calleray. That looks a laboured old run. It is a long run here. And if running's not your speciality, it's pretty bleak. Carpet or no carpet, Stefan? A run's a run. I'm sure they appreciate the carpeting, but I'm sure they'd appreciate a short portage an awful lot more.
But it's part of the challenge to be able to have the ability to run fast and paddle fast directly after.
So looking up to the top turn, got Junior Women's K1, Spain, Norway, Australia, and fourth place over the portage in the Women's C1 from Japan, Subota. Just grabbing the boat by the front, dragging it along. It's not so bad doing that when the portage is carpeted, but remember, kids at home, when your portage isn't carpeted, this is not a good idea. Parents don't like paying for boats every 6 weeks, apparently. So Subota clearly struggling.
But then in the C1s, it's a bit easier to drag the boat like this because they have no rudder to protect. For K1, it's a different story.
You can tell when someone's struggling, Stefan, when they put in as early as humanly possible on the pontoon. She couldn't have put her boat in any sooner. That's someone who hates running right there.
It's always faster to run as long as possible on the pontoon.
So second Hungarian athlete, we had Lakatos leading. This is Sofia Kisban. She was with, and still is, with Pauline Martin from France. Both running seemingly pretty well.
She is on 5th position, 2 minutes 52 seconds behind the leading Hungarian.
And I would say both these are going to catch the Japanese athlete who's currently in 4th. And this is Rachel Rodriguez. She's coming up. Possibly she could close back to a medal winning position. But it's a big ask from here. To do that, they'd have to catch Babak from Ukraine.
She did a very good second half of the race back in Győr, where she finished 4th. So it might not be over for her yet.
You could see her getting back to maybe 4th place from here, but 3rd is a long, long way in front. Probably looking 4 minutes, maybe even more. Probably a little bit disappointing for Spain. Spain obviously one of the main marathon countries, along with South Africa, Hungary.
Especially in Canadian category, they are really strong.
And she's being followed up by a teammate. That's Patricia Coco.
So the top 8 in ladies C1 is Lakatos in the lead. 23 seconds after her is Kailerets from France, and then Babak from Ukraine 43 seconds behind. Subota 2 minutes behind. Kispan, the second Hungarian, 2 minutes 52 seconds. And then Pauline Martin 2 minutes 55 seconds. Rodriguez 3 minutes 53 seconds, and Coco from Spain 4 minutes 32 after the flying Lakatos, the world champion from last year, approaching another gold medal here today.
That's Hanna Michova from Slovakia. Coming through, and then it's a steady trail of C1s from there, but half of those at least are going to be caught by the lead group of junior women's K1. That's down to 4. They're just picking up the tail enders of the C1, which is a frustration and a bit of a stress to you in that position, Stefan. You're coming into a portage, they've got about a minute. You can just see them in the distance. In your shot there, a minute to the portage. They've got 4 C1s in front of them.
This is leading junior Hungary.
This is the lead in the junior women's C1 now.
It's Bragato, Giada Bragato from Hungary, I think. That is in the lead. 182, yes. Bragato, Giada Bragato from Hungary, who was third in gear and won the European Championships in Bohemia, both these results in 2015. Now leading, born 1999, so we can see her all in this category also next year, actually.
Okay, and as we see her finish her portage coming in at the start of the portage, hopefully we can see that on camera, is the junior women's K1. There's one C1 in their way getting out on the left. Here we go. So it's Hungary and Hungary, one on the left, one on the right. Okay, to purchase on the right hand side of the landing stage. Looks very controlled. Julie Hark should probably have got out sooner. She's going to lose a bit of ground now. And it's going to be tough for Julie Hark. She lost a bit of ground on the last portage, and it's not going to be any different this time. So it's Hungary, Hungary, and South Africa. It's very tough in Julie's position here. If she runs hard enough to catch up, then when she gets in, it'll be too hard to paddle. She's got to measure this gap and run as hard as she dare.
She's doing a good run, but is it good enough? I don't think so. It's Nagi, it's Poop, and it's Purchase. Nagi and Poop and Purchase, and still Purchase is carrying her boat very easily on the shoulder, running relaxed. Out here, and Julia Hake is running to the end of the pontoon. That's the right decision here, and but she now has to try to close that gap, a gap of about 30 meters or so. And Noemi Poop saw that and is setting the speed now around this turn, trying to get down to 3 in the top group.
You can just see them. Oh, we can't see them anymore. We're back to the C1s, but it looks to me, Stefan, like Julie Huck has got her work cut out there. That's going to be a big gap.
Yeah, and they are going quite fast now. If we can have the camera on the leading group of the junior K1, it would be appreciated from us.
Through the portage there, you see some of the girls carrying a little bit of water in the boat. You see the boat tip down at either end. First it runs to the front, then the back. Just struggling to carry. Spain, Australia, and Czech Republic coming in to the portage now. While opposite us, it's 3 away. Julie Hack is not going to close that gap. Naomi Pup looks the strongest, and Victoria Nagy looks to be struggling in that front group of 2. Kaita Purchase comfortable. To me, looks most comfortable on the portages, but it's Victoria Nagy who looks like the one who's struggling in that front 3. Meanwhile, through the portage, a few of the tail enders. There's a little bit of pain on some of those faces. Norway there. Runa Espedal particularly looks like she's suffering. 78 was Brianna Jones from Australia.
The gap continue to increase. I think Julia Hacke has now given up all attempt to close the gap. She will focus on keeping her fourth position.
Harriet Quigley running through there with the Belgian and the Slovakian.
So the top 10 from the portage is now Pup, Hungary, followed by Purchase and Nagy, as we saw, and then Julia Hacke. And then 50 seconds behind them is Betlachova from Czech Republic, who seems to have got new strength and are now started the hunt for the fourth position. She has discovered that Julia Hacke, recognized that Julia Hacke is alone there. 50 seconds behind, the flying three in top. And then on sixth position is Kozlowska from Poland, 1 minute to 29 seconds behind, together with Sørensen from Denmark, 1:30 behind. And then another gap of 30 seconds to Toledo from Spain and Koterova from Czech Republic on 8th and 9th position. 10th is Espedal from Norway, also in the same group. And just after them, 11th position, Jones from Australia. Then following Belgium, plus 3 minutes 18 seconds behind on 12th position. 13th is Kigley. 14th is Konečná from Slovakia. 15th is Smulders from Belgium, and 16th is Huet from France. 17th is Carnemolia from Italy.
Coming through the portage now, Jessica Loff from Sweden, Rochelle Austin, New Zealand, and Jenny Boss, who I think's made quite up a lot of ground on this group. I think she was behind this group on the previous lap. She's doing well. We heard from her earlier. She's here to put in a good performance. She knew she wasn't up the sharp end, but it looks like she's having a decent day out on the water.
She is on 20th position now, both 5 minutes behind the top guys. And Jessica Lööf from Sweden is just in front of her on 19th position. Austin from New Zealand is on 18th.
Meanwhile, in front of us in commentary, the second retirement from Argentina. They're not having the best day. As we come into the portage now.
It was Victoria Damonte from Argentina that gave up her attempt here today.
Sarah Lockwood from New Zealand.
And we are apologizing for not having all the cameras in shape this morning. Some technical problems from all the cameras out there on the course.
So Sarah Lockwood runs past the growing fan club. You can hear the hullabaloo from the stands there, all 12 of them, creating uproar. So the stands will fill later in the weekend for some of the bigger races, but for now, just friends and family. But I assure you, by the end of the weekend, for the senior races, they'll be dancing on the ceiling in those stands. As the excitement grows. Lakatos, front end. Senior Women's C1, untroubled. By anyone, as far as we can see. Everyone's up the top end of the course now. There's not a lot of action down here. So all peaceful for the moment. So in front of you there, you can see where it says penalty on the white sign. If anyone has a rule infringement, they'll be pulled over into that grassy section for the appropriate length of time, whether it's 15 or 30 seconds, depends how serious the offence was. But in shot now, boat 543. It's Pauline Martin from France. Not the best day for her. And for the moment, at least on screen, it's a little bit uneventful. All three races, it seems, are up the top end of the course. And in shot now, she was in 4th place. Not sure if she still is. From Japan, Megumi Tsubota. Little choppy strokes there, not the big, long, powerful strokes of Zakatos up the front. It's more like she's paddling with a spatula than a canoe paddle, just little dabs. But she's going well. But I think to hold on to her 4th place is going to be a big ask for her. They're going to be the next race through the portage. We can just see them in the distance here. Lakatos has got a big gap ahead of the French girl, Calaret. But in the meantime, up to the top turn. Hungary and South Africa. A little bit of unwillingness to do their share there. But that's Nagy taking the lead now. Jula Hark in the background. It's a long trip from here for her, watching the 3 medals in front of her, hoping against hope really that one of these girls will fall off this group. But there's no one there you can see, Stefan, who's going to drop out of that 3, is there?
No. They are all experienced in Hungary. They have a lot of marathon races, so these youngsters are already experienced. And Kieta Purchase, she does river racing, river marathons in South Africa, and also surf ski, lots of surf ski racing. And that develops the tactical skill of paddlers. She's actually coming from swimming, having been doing canoeing only for 3 years or so, coming from swimming, but she really wanted a more challenging sport to train, not only back and forth in a swimming pool. She said she liked a lot to be out there in the nature and do the long sessions, both at her home waters in the Blue Lagoon in Durban, together with Lee McGregor, her trainer, but also on surf skis all over the world. So actually she won the under-23 surf ski world championships last year on Tahiti.
So Bragato there, leader of the junior race. Prior to that, we saw a head-on shot of the 4 leaders in the senior women's C1. So as we watch Bragato, into the portage now comes Lakatos. Nice and clean away, get the front of the boat up, and then you're free to run. This all looks fairly straightforward from now on for these girls. Obviously in commentary here, we've lost touch of how many laps they've done, but we rely on Jim Rossiter down on the commentary downstairs to tell us that. We just got to be able to communicate with him. But Lakatos running through as she runs pretty much underneath us in the commentary box. Her nearest rival has just got out of her boat on the far pontoon. That's Caleray from France.
Finalizing her third lap is also the second position in ladies K1. And that is France, Julie Kailerets.
Getting pretty hot out there now, Stefan. Sun's been up, fairly cloudless. Some very light covering. It's going to get warmer and warmer through the day. The heat will become significant.
It's about 28 already. It's only 10 in the morning now here in Germany. The other days we had a little wind in the afternoons, but around 30 centigrades.
So it's Harriet Quigley there, Anita Konechna from Slovakia, and Joke Plas from Belgium. Those three working together and just overtaking.
And they are down there at 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th position, something like that.
Here's fourth in the senior women's C1. Still moving well, and actually I thought she'd struggle to hold this fourth, but the two behind her, which is Pauline Martin and I can't remember who's with her, I think the second Hungarian is actually with Pauline Martin back there, have not made any ground on her.
No, she's going fast to border Japan.
She just, on the last portrait, she looked like she enjoyed herself so little, Stefan. I couldn't see her being motivated to do the next lap to get back to it. Maybe not amphibious. She's a lot better on the water than the land. I mean, she's not a natural amphibian, this one. But she's sticking to the task.
And doing well. She told me previously in the week that she is training quite a lot alone back in Japan.
It takes a special kind of athlete to train on their own, Stefan.
Yeah.
I mean, that was never me, that's for sure. So much easier with a group and a group environment.
She's very determined to get to the top of the world racing, both in marathon and sprint. So Boda from Japan. Of course, encouraging to have the Olympic Games in Japan within 4 years.
So she's off and away. She's leaving this end of the portage, and this is at the other end of the portage now. 134. That's Sengi Molnar from Hungary, and she's coming in just behind Pauline Martin of France. Actually, I lied to you there. That was Zengi Molnar. She's in the junior women's. This is the senior women's here. It just happened that we got a shot of a Hungarian just as another Hungarian was coming into the portage. So Pauline Martin from France, 543. And with her is Sophia Kisban. That's her there in shot, 541. Kisban going in to get a squirt of blue liquid and to be taken out by a support crew. Always a joy. It seems like a simple job giving your athletes a drink at the portage, Stefan, but when they're moving, and they move quite fast, even the slower runners, to get a drink into the mouth, especially if you're trying to do it from a bottle, squirty bottle, is almost impossible. Meanwhile, here come the big guns. It's Hungary, South Africa. We've got Nagy on this side, Pup already up and running. Kaita Purchase, boat on her shoulder.
Very
So
nice
tidy. In fact, Nagy is taking that same option this time. She's also got the boat on her shoulder. All coming in for a drink, it looks like. But it's Nagy who's suffering. Lee McGregor, a little bit more professional on the drink hand over there than the previous competitor. Pup looking strong at the front. Purchase not hurried at all by the fact that there's a little gap opened up. But Nagy looks to be the one, as she was on the last lap, who's just about hanging in there at the moment. Meanwhile, Rodriguez from Spain in the C1, continuing her torrid day. And it's 2 away in the junior women's K1. And Nagy just 3 or 4 lengths behind. It's a big 3 or 4 lengths though. As Jula Hark comes over the portage, she might see a bit of light at the end of her tunnel if Nagy can't close the gap.
She's doing well, Julia Hake. She has really
Unbelievably well, Stefan. She's what, 30 seconds behind, if that?
32.6 to be precise over the portage, and that's very well done. She was a lot longer behind on the previous lap.
That's unbelievably good, Stefan. Those,
yeah.
To be keeping pace with those front 3 girls.
But we have seen them using appropriate tactics, and no one wants to do the hard job, and that's the opportunity for Hake. She, of course, knows that and sees that. But they are all 3 well together now again, the 2 Hungarians and Kieta.
Denmark and Poland running through the portage. A little bit of a shout there from Polish athlete who's either smiling or grimacing. It's always hard to tell. We'll assume it's a smile because everyone's enjoying themselves, right, Stefan?
Yeah.
Behind her, Denmark.
So we have Pup in top, and then the Purchase and Nagy all well together. And then Julia Hake 30 seconds behind. Betlachova from Czech Republic 1 minute 16 behind. And on 6th position is Kozlowskova, Poland, 1 minute 57 seconds behind. And 7th is Sørensen from Denmark, together with Kozlowskova, 1 minute 58. That's the top 7 of the women K1 after 14.4 kilometers.
And while all that's been happening, Bragato from Hungary still leading the junior women's C1, but not far behind her now is Eugénie Derange from France. So Bragato's in her boat now, and the French girl is running down. She is just 2 or 3 lengths behind her. That's 1:38, Derange from France, and that is turning into a race now, Stefan.
Absolutely so.
So we thought that was over, but it's not over yet. Meanwhile, 53 there, Espedal from Norway. Toledo from Spain. Second South African, junior K1 there, coming through.
And the C1 women junior have done 10 kilometers out of 14.4. So still 4 kilometers to go, while all of them actually have about 4 or 5 kilometers more to go.
So that's Christy McKenzie, boat on the shoulder, running well. behind her, a couple of the C1s before Harriet Quigley, Belgian and the Slovakian. Crowd are getting quite vocal out there now, Stefan. You can hear them from here.
So the C1 women junior, Bragato in top, Dorange 20.4 seconds behind, Muskovic 1:21, 1 minute 21 behind. On third position, fourth is Shetverekova from Ukraine, 2:02 behind. And now, as we just saw, the fifth position Molnar from Hungary, 2:05 behind the top Bragato. And the C1 women is Lakatos, just in front of Kailarets. And then Babak from Ukraine, 1 minute 21 seconds behind. And then Tsubota, Japan, 3 minutes. Martin, France, 4:34 behind. Kispan, Hungary, 4:52 behind. Seventh position, Rodriguez from Spain, 6:29 behind. And 8 Slovakian, Mikiecheva, 8 minutes behind.
Just coming through the porters there, Rochelle Austin and Jessica Loff. They've been together for the last couple of laps now. And Jenny Boss, who was with them, I think, on the last portage, slowly dropping back.
And Austin and Loff is 18th and 19th position.
Poland 141, just dragging her boat up. She's going to whack the tail of it on the fence.
The K1 women had done 14.4 kilometers when they do their portage here, 14.4 out of 19. So still 5 kilometers to go.
You can see from that caption why I didn't try to pronounce this Polish girl's name as she came through. We'll settle for Poland for her for now. Nikolina Milic from Serbia coming through. And paddling on her own there. From New Zealand, Sarah Lockwood, been on her own for most of the time. Tape on the shoulders, Stefan, all that physio tape, does that do anything?
So when they are injured, they try to tape up their muscles a bit there. Maybe it helps.
Okay, a little bit hectic getting out of the boat. You see her push the boat away from the landing stage there. Dangerous game. You've got to stay in contact with your boat all the time. But she's running well. Coming through for a drink stop. She'll be running directly under us in the commentary box any minute, just to give you some idea of where we are. So we're directly above her now, looking down. She's going to get in just behind the Croatian C1, 144.
She's on 21st position, Lockwood, New Zealand.
That's Marta Pavlovek from Poland, I think, just behind her. So as the junior women come back here, the next portage is their last portage, everything to play for. There's 3 in that front group.
And there is Pavelek from Poland, who is departing the portage now on 22nd position. Julie Kaileretz from France was on the screen just
So here we go.
for a short while, but here we go. Here's the ladies K1. And when they come back here once again, it is the final portage for them.
So Naomi Pupp looks to be the strongest of the 3 to me, Stefan.
Yeah. It will be a decisive portage. The final portage will be really, really tough. After this portage, it's only a 1,000 meter mortar paddle. We go straight up to the 500 meter start on the regatta course here, take a turn there and back to the finish line. So no one is willing to do hard work now for the kilometer they have to go into the final portage. How do you think they think there now?
It's very hard to say, Stefan. I mean, coming in at this stage of the race, before you know it's all going to kick off, I think that's when you feel you're most tired. It's a psychological thing. You wonder what's going to happen. Nothing's really happening at the moment. When it kicks off, then you'll see who's got some energy left. For me, Naomi Pupp is the best technical paddler of the 3. She also looks the strongest. Nagy looks to be struggling a little bit, might not come out of the final portage with the other 2, I'm thinking, and then may not be able to close the gap. So for me, maybe Pupp and then Purchase and then Nagy. But it's whether Pupp would run from the portage and leave her friend behind or not. It's always hard to tell. Hungarians typically work together. Well, that's been my experience of them at least.
Absolutely so, at least until the final portage.
Yeah.
But in the portage, it will be competition. I don't think Kieta has shown herself. She has not shown all her cards yet. Watch her now. She's going very experienced back there, just trying to save some strength, wash hanging into the portage.
It's difficult to tell from the shot how far away from the portage they are. It looks to me like about...
None of them look especially exhausted. Watching their faces here. Just going smooth and nice. You can see the second Hungarian there. She's going a little bit wider just to avoid Purchase to get...
They're both very much looking at Purchase the whole time. They're both just keep an eye on her all the time, especially Nagy in second Hungarian, just out of shot now. She keeps just checking back, see how she's doing. Now, I can't see why Purchase would have dropped back to that wash rather than the side wash. It doesn't... Maybe she thought that Nagy was going to take the lead, but you can see... Oh, we can't see anything now, because we're back to some middle fielders. It's a shame we couldn't stick with that front group. It'd be really nice to see how that pans out in that last run down to the portage, which is about 5-6 700 meters to the final portage for those three. Meanwhile, at the portage, Lakatos up and away, nice and simple. Still untroubled by anyone. Still France trailing her, and her again trailed by the Ukrainian Babak. So the front three have been the front three for, well, the whole race really. Nothing's changed in that race. Very processional, but Lakatos at the front of that procession.
Sanette Lakatos from Hungary, going for her second gold medal. She was the first gold medalist in C1 women that was running the first time last year in Győr on her home waters of Hungary. She has now done 14.1 kilometers out of 19. So still one big lap for her to go until her final portage.
Here comes Calleray just emptying her boat out. Being tracked by the camera there. Great to have such good cameras at this event, Stefan. I mean,
we hope to get them all working to the afternoon session, so we can follow also what's going on up there at the upper turn a little bit better than this session.
So the junior women's K1, just to keep you informed out there in internet land, are about 300 meters from their final portage. Purchase is on the right-hand side of the group now. It's being led by one of the Hungarians. Purchase on the right, the other Hungarian on the left. Can't see who's who from here, but they are coming into the final portage. Speed looks to be pretty high.
It is really Purchase that has started to challenge them. She's going quite hard now on the inner side. You can see her green shirt there. She's looking sidewards to her fellow competitors, and she's setting the speed now.
Would be great if the cameras could go to the junior women coming into the final portage.
Can we have the camera on them now? Would be lovely, because this is decisive. A decisive moment of the junior women K1 race. Can we have the camera there, please?
Okay, we'll try and talk you through. From here, it's Hungary leading.
It's not. It's Kyoto Purchase. Kyoto Purchase is setting the speed from the inside. Now the Hungarians replies. They are side by side
here
now.
We go. We're on screen now. So Pup on the right-hand side of your picture, Purchase on the left, Nagy in the centre of the three. It looks like Pup is going to be the first into the portage. She's a stronger paddler. Purchase struggling there for pure speed.
And the Hungarians are choosing
so Nagy in a position to hold Purchase off. She could make life hard for her here. It's going to be tough. Purchase has to go around the back maybe. Yep, she's going to duck around the back of her now. Good paddling from Purchase there. One Hungarian out and away. That's Pup first out from the portage. Nagy slow out of her boat, and Purchase, boat on her shoulder already. But it's Pup from Nagy, from Purchase. Pup's going to be hard to beat from here. And Purchase, I think, can close Nagy down and maybe overtake her on the run.
All three of them, same gap. Purchase is now running really, really fast to try to close the gap, but it's Pup that is the strongest here. It's Pup approaching the end of the portage, running very, very fast. She has been in top all race, all from the start, from the first portage. It's Pup, and it's Noemi, and it's Purchase.
Victoria Nagy, that's the best portage she's done. She's going to come out second. Pup is up and away. And Purchase, that's going to be a little bit heartbreaking for the South African fans there. You would have had guessed that she would come out second, but Nagy is going to try and close down Pup, and it looks like she's paddling very strongly to do that. And Purchase really not making an impression at the moment. She's lost some 10 meters on Nagy, who's 15 down on Pup in first position. And that is going to be very interesting over the next couple of minutes. But it looks like 1, 2, 3. Hungary 1, Hungary 2, and South Africa 3.
It's Pup, it's Nagy, and it's Purchase. Pup is flying now. She's increasing the gap to Nagy. Nagy is increasing the gap to Purchase. Purchase seems to have given up the hunt for a silver medal now. It's Pup in the lead, and it's I think it's done now. I think it's done. It's Pup, it's Nagy, and it's Purchase.
Stefan, I'm saying nothing, mate. I've said it's done before, and I just look foolish in the end. But it certainly looks good for Hungary at the moment. Nobody's going to touch Pup at the front there. It's just whether Nagy tries to catch and then fails. Maybe she can be picked off by Purchase, but you have to feel for Purchase at this stage. Just in pure paddling ability, the technical ability of the Hungarians is too great. If we can see the boats at some stage when they're moving, you see the boats lift when the Hungarians pull. And Purchase just doesn't really have that. The boat just runs in a monotonous single speed through the pool, and there's just not the power going down that the Hungarians can generate.
Often see that from surf ski paddlers and river marathon paddlers. It's a total different story to paddle on such waters. But it looks like Nagy is successively closing the gap to Pup. Now it's a lot less meters now. I think it's 3 boat lengths or so. Pup before Nagy.
Meanwhile, through the portage, we've got Maja Kozlowska running reasonably well, but nowhere near the sharp end of this race now. There's Kozlowska running down the portage. Glass window on the right of your screen there, the little angled window, that's the little box we're in. Oh, we got a lovely view from here.
And it's Kozlowska that is in 6th position. The top 7 now is Pup, Nagy, Purchase, Hake, Betlachova from Czech Republic, Kozlowska, Poland, and Sørensen from Denmark on 7th. The top group is approaching the final turn, the short turn up there, and still Pup. She has been able to increase the gap once again now. Pup, and it's Nagy, 20 meters behind or so, and then Purchase another 40, 50 meters behind.
See Espedal from Norway running through the portage there. Just looking at the facial expressions, I'm guessing she doesn't enjoy portaging too much. Put a boat outside the other boat getting in, that's a wise move. And then coming down, this is just about to enter the portage. We've got Australia. Rochelle, no, sorry, that's 78 rather, is Brianna Jones. I know she's got some fans watching at home.
And now the top group has 300 meters more to go. With
Belgium.
Pup in the lead, and Nagy second, and Purchase on the bronze position still. And on the screen now is Spain on the 11th position. Belgium it is. And we hope the camera can move to the first world champion that is finishing now, 150 meters more to go. And it is Pup. Pup with 100 meters more to go. Please, can we have the cameras on Pup instead?
So we've got 50 meters maybe to go. This Pup from Hungary is going to win the Junior Women's K1 You can just see her on the water to the left of your shot. That's Pup coming through behind her, just 5 or 6 lengths down. She'll come into shot around now. There she is on the left. Victoria Nagy, also from Hungary. So as Pup crosses the line.
And the world champion 2016, the junior women world champion is Noemi Pup from Hungary, and second is Victoria Nagy from Hungary, repeating the double gold from last year, and third position is the bronze medalist is Kieta Purchase from South Africa, finalizing her race here. Kieta Purchase, South Africa, bronze medalist, Victoria Nagy, Hungary, silver, and Noemi Pup, gold medalist and junior world champion this beautiful morning here in Regatta Stadium, Brandenburg. Really sorry that we didn't get the right camera views on them. Oh, it was a good race. And now finalizing on the fourth position is Julia Hacke. Julia Hacke that had a 7th position last year in Goa, and now finishing 4th. Julia Hacke from Germany. There she is on the screen, Julia Hacke from Germany. I think she's quite pleased on her day here today.
So tough day out on the water, Stefan. Hopefully, as the weekend goes on, we'll be able to arrange what we see and what we don't see a little bit better. I know there's quite a lot of people out there who think we're seeing rather too much portaging and not enough paddling. That's partly due to what cameras are available this morning, and partly due to a learning process on the part of the local directors. But we promise we're working on it, and we will get better as the weekend goes on.
Absolutely so. We are as disappointed as you out there that we couldn't follow the full race. Too much portaging and too less out there on the race.
So as more junior women finish the race now, got Kozlowska from Poland just crossing the line there. The junior women C1, they've started their final lap. It's still Bragato from Dorange. And Jenny Boss getting into her boat there for her final short lap. I'll just try and fill you in on the detail as best I can. Crossing the line there, Runa Espedal from Norway. And coming in to finish now, Harriet Quigley from Bradford-on-Avon, club with a great tradition in marathon paddling. Just closing down the paddler from Belgium, Plas, as they finish. Got about 50 meters to go. Behind Quigley from Slovenia is, I've lost my, Slovakia rather, Anita Konieczna. And behind her, 68 is Christy McKenzie from South Africa, just crossing the line now. And the next person to finish will be from Australia, Brianna Jones. I know she's got a good fan club back home watching this. So across the line comes Brianna Jones. So for Debbie Barnett and her crowd of fans of Ivanhoe Northcote Canoe Club back in Australia, she's done you proud today. And next across the line will be the winner in the Junior Women's C1. It's going to be Giada Bragato from Hungary, their second gold from 2. Just a few strokes left to go now, about 50 meters. Come into your shot around now, hopefully. There she is, there's the front of her boat. Giada Bragato from Hungary, junior world champion. Fantastic race from her. Led start to finish. Huey from France was the K1 behind her, followed by Lean Smulders from Belgium. Next across is Canamola from Italy, and the next one across from France, second in the Junior Women's C1, Eugénie Derange from France. Her second place silver medal in the Junior Women's C1.
Congrats.
And crossing the line now, 56. That's Rochelle Austin, all the way from New Zealand. 2 athletes representing New Zealand in this race today. It's good to see people making the effort to come that far. And now the next boat across the line, third place, the Junior Women's C1. Is Nikolina Rajuskovic from Serbia. Across the line now. One, 3, 4 in shot there. Zengi Molnar from Hungary, outside the medals, which when you're a canoe paddler and you're from Hungary is probably a little bit of a disappointment to you. But she's stepping it up for the last 100 meters. That's fourth place for Hungary. And just behind her from Ukraine is Chitverikova, Anastasia Chitverikova from Ukraine. And behind her, Maja Sadek from Poland. Jenny Boss from the Netherlands, just across the line in the junior women's K1. And into the portage for the final time now. Lakatos. Here we go, her final portage. She's about 40, 50 seconds ahead of the French athlete. Calleray. There's someone not in a hurry there. That's Vanessa Tot from Croatia. In the junior women's C1. Not sure what's happening down at the finish line there, but Alan Laws has got it all under control. Can't beat a bit of organisation. So as Lakatos rather puts in at this end of the portage for her final portage, out at the other end gets Calleray. It's pretty much the same as they have been for the last couple of laps. The gap has remained unchanged. Meanwhile, across the line, 139, Anastasia Yemelinova from Ukraine. Fifth last year in the juniors, not so good this year. Hasn't been such a good race for her. Crossing the line now, boat 66, Marta Pawelek from Poland, and she's followed by Sarah Lockwood, the second of the New Zealand athletes. And that might be the end of the junior women's K1 race.
The Serbian team manager, please. Team manager from Serbia, could you please report to the finishing tower? Team manager from Serbia, please report to the finishing tower to see you.
There's a call for the Serbian team leader to go to the finishing tower, so there could be a little bit of controversy out there. I think their only athlete out there this morning was Nikolina Mijuskovic in the junior C1. But we'll see what happens with that. Across the line now, 141. Paulina Grezkovic from Poland. And it's just the tail enders of the junior women's C1 coming in. And we got half a lap, just over half a lap until the winner of the women's C1 comes in. So across the line there, 1-4-3, Nikolina Milic from Serbia. Beautiful shot there. Some of the portage officials checking through their binoculars. Not sure what they're looking for at the moment, but there's still people out on the water. Coming through the portage now in 4th place. Just underneath us, 538, Tsubota of Japan. She's some 4 minutes down on the leader. Zakatos, who's got about 350 meters left now till she retains her title. We appreciate all your frustration out there for this morning's efforts. We're changing what we can. We'll have a bit of a debriefing after this session, I'm sure. But keep sending in your messages, good and bad. We're thick-skinned, aren't we, Stefan? We can take a bit of criticism.
Absolutely so. That's not the problem. And once again, apologizing for the non-functional camera work, partly, but it will be better. It doesn't help you all that was interested in this race, of course, but we hope the camera crew will learn and the technology will work for this afternoon session. But now we have another world champion on the course.
Not on screen, obviously.
Not
but
on the
course.
screen, yeah, but on the course. If
So you watch boat 542
we can
randomly
have the
paddling up the
camera on the world champ that is approaching the finish line now.
Who's still not on screen, but just 20 meters from the line. Lakatos from Hungary is going to be senior world champion. Here we go.
Lakatos, Sanet Lakatos winning
shot.
her second gold medal for Hungary in K1 women, C1 women, having done 19 kilometers and is now for second time the world champ in C1 women marathon.
So last year we commented, Stefan, on how the Hungarians beat the whole world in medals. And already they're one higher than they were this time last year. They only got 2 from 3 on the first session last year, and this year 3 from 3 in terms of wins, and that is fairly impressive. Through the portage now.
On the silver position into the finish line on the silver position now is Julie Cailleret from France, winning silver medal to France. Julie Cailleret from France taking a silver medal, and she's so pleased with that, as it seems. Really well done from Julie Cailleret from France.
And just crossing the line, I think it's the final competitor there in the junior. Just coming in to finish inside that buoy. That's Vanessa Tot from Croatia.
And with 100 meter or so more to go, it is the bronze medalist in ladies C1. It's not this one because it is Ukraine. Ludmila Babak that has another 100 meter to go. It's not she on the screen, unfortunately, but Ludmila Babak, Ukraine, are winning the bronze medal in C1 women. There she is, Ludmila Babak.
Junior world champion last year, the only one to break the Hungarian dominance in the morning session last year. She's third this year in the senior. That's not a bad move up, Stefan, from junior medalist to senior medalist in 1 year.
It's amazing, fantastic. Ludmila Babak from Ukraine.
So keep your comments coming in, guys, on the Facebook page. We got comments asking if it isn't better to do our practice on the first day rather do it the year before. Unfortunately, funds and cameras and all the rest of it don't come cheap, and to get camera teams to smaller events is not really very possible for us. We're not at that level yet, so we tend to do, or it tends to be historically in the 2 years I've been doing this at least, that the Friday morning tends to be a little bit of a learning curve. Seems the same this year. Again, we apologize, but hopefully things get better. In the commentary here, we only get the same pictures you get. We do get a little bit of a view out the window, so we do try and keep you informed if something more exciting is happening than what you've got on screen. We're giving it our best shot, but we've only got the same pictures you've got. The quality of the racing this morning, especially in the junior women's K1, was very, very high. Hungary and South Africa taking the medals. Hungary then going on to win the junior and the senior women's C1. So 3 from 3 for Hungary. Not a bad start to the day. 4th place here in the senior women's C1 from Japan. Megumi Subota. She's got about 300 meters to go. Pretty good job from her. Just a few athletes now left out on the course.
And coming down to take 4th place from Japan is Megumi Tsutopa.
So 4th place across the line there. As the tail enders still running through the portage.
portage. From Slovakia, it's Anna Mikalova.
Five, 4, 1 in shot there. Sophia Kisban. I think in 5th position, and just behind her, Pauline Martin from France in 6th.
And Sophie Kisban from Hungary finishing in the C1 race.
Pauline Martin there, 5-4-3. Tough day for her. I'm pretty sure she would have been expecting more from today, but sometimes things just don't work out.
And Pauline Martin from France. So as the last competitors finish in their first session, just a reminder that the next start is 11:30. Just time to go and get yourself a coffee and bring me a beer.
So as one Spanish athlete comes in for a final portage, she'll run, maybe catch up on the water. Coming in for a finish, Rachel Rodriguez from Spain. Very dire day for her, and there she is on the water, just coming across the finish line, while her compatriot runs her final portage. That's Patricia Coco. Not the easiest day for either of them by the looks of it.
Afterwards, we had a camera.
Because we need, that's the most important, we can't miss that. And then, I mean, Brian is there. He can direct.
Yeah, he was telling me that it's going to be last round now, but then it was already the first finish, and we were like, oh, okay, we're on the quarters, but they're already finished. And then after that, when we saw the first two goals went through the line, and then we swapped, and then we had to become
Because I don't know how we work. Usually, it's not about camera to produce images all the time.
yes, that's what I do. It's not all of them are professional cameras. I can only work with people that some of them are not. And I have to tell them, look for pictures, look for pictures. And they're told to do so.
Told to produce art all the time. Then I think you need to communicate very well with Brian and also listen to the others.
Yeah, we try, but the thing is, like, we're sitting upstairs in their rooms. There's people coming in, camera guys talking to me, you're talking, it's a lot of talking. I try to listen to you, but it's not that I'm only focused on your expression. I try to do so, and other people who sit there do as well, but still we still need to run all the things. We don't have the full equipped TV broadcast team.
Three things there. One is following the topic. It's never wrong to follow the topic.
Yeah.
Topic.
Yeah, but I thought that look at something super next to each other and because I only see the pictures on the preview screen and I can't say in which position. He knows who's in top.
That's the first. The second, when they are okay, beside the cover, top works all the way around.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, like, the camera is not really set where I wanted it to be, so it's a little bit behind the curve, so it can only touch the but it's not, I want them to be in front of the curve, so you see them coming,
If we could go back to the same one again.
Okay, you want to present or we go back online for whatever?
Yeah, it's a frustration for me as well. The budget, the production, local achievement. We've had so many events, and then we don't concentrate this point. But even this year's been so many events going on.
What do ICF want from David?
Campos on, stroke by stroke, he's going past him, and he's gone past him like he's standing still.
What a race! What a race!
Be calm, Gegen, be calm, be calm, be calm. The Hungarians are away.
South Africans are away, side by side.
Hungary going on, there's stress going on. It's bad for you and you feel rough.
This is fantastic! It will be Hungary! It will be Hungary! It will be winning this! Hungary's coming back!
It's Hungary all the way!
Hungary!
Oh my word!
Wow!
Oh
What a race! What a race! Oh!
Every moment of this. Look at that. That's going to be tears. It's going to be laughing. As we talk about that time, Reece Clark running.
Gold medalist Hank McGregor, South Africa!
It's in your hands. You can make it better, same as we can make it better. Love your sport, stick to what you know, and do what you love doing.
Welcome back to the World Canoe Marathon Championships in Brandenburg here, 2016. It's wonderful conditions. We have already this morning experienced 3 great races, and now we are looking forward to K1 women under 23 and K1 men junior. Ivan, what do you think?
In the women's under 23, it's really hard to look past Van der Kisley for a winner. I mean, we saw her race in the Europeans. She also raced in the senior K1 and did very well in that too. She was second. There are some people who can match her. Maybe Jenna Ward is the obvious choice. She was third at the World Championships last year in this race. Caroline Messuages from Spain. Outsider Sam Reece-Clark, medalist in Oklahoma a couple of years back. And then there's another second Hungarian in there, Sara Mihalik, and we've already seen it's hard to write off a Hungarian here this morning. 3 golds from 3 races so far. But we did get to talk to Van der Kisley yesterday, an interview with her, so we can hear from her now and hear what she has to say.
Absolutely so. Let's go to Van der
I'm Van der Kisley, I'm from Hungary.
or we can talk to you in the meantime. What do you think, Stefan? Looks like we can't get hold of Van der Kisley's interview straight off, so I'll open it out to you, Stefan.
I'm Van der Kisley,
here we
I'm
go.
from Hungary. I'm doing K1 under 23 and senior. The course is windy, but I hope it will be good. Yeah, the hardest competitor in under 23, I think the South African's Jenna Ward. She's very strong, and the other Hungarian girl, Shara Mihalik. So, and the Danish girls, so I think it will be a hard race. And in seniors, Renata Chai, of course, she's a legend, and Kristina Bedux, Anna Koziskova, Jenny Egan, so both of will be the hard race.
So that was Van der Kisley, for me, Stefan, the probable winner of this race.
Yes, absolutely so, and her expectation were, as we heard, very high, and it should be. She won last year as well. We have also Jenna Ward from South Africa, and we have already seen Kieta Purchase doing very well here this morning, winning a bronze medal for South Africa. And Jenna Ward had a bronze already last year, so I think she will be one of the main contestants.
It was a tough race again for her last year. It was a gutsy performance, and for me, the South Africans have all the endurance in the world. They're probably some of the toughest competitors out here. Seems as a team, the females in the South African team just lack speed. The speed it takes to change washes quickly, the speed it takes to overtake at the end, just get in a comfortable position. It seems like an expensive way of racing, the way they race.
We will be back to that for sure over the long distance. But we also have the C1 men junior starting now within a couple of minutes. And also there we have some main contenders.
Yep, we do. First at the European Championships in Pontevedra earlier this year from Portugal was Sergio Maciel. That's probably a surprise winner. We expect to see the Hungarians winning that. But no, Balas Adolf from Hungary was only third in that event, but maybe he stepped it up between now or then and now. Second Hungarian, Benedek Nemeth, who we didn't see there. And then, of course, there's David Janik from the Czech Republic, who was fourth at the World Championships last time, but only managed eighth at the Europeans.
And we have some athletes there to learn as well. And I met one of them, Shisato Okada from Japan. So let's go to him and hear what he has to say of his expectation for this race. Shisato Okada,
My
Japan.
name is Sato Okada. I paddle K1 women under 23. This is my first marathon, so I don't know what score I will get, but I will do my best.
Yeah, this was one of the Japanese female paddlers, but I think what she said was appropriate also for this race. They are here to have fun and to learn, and that's important as well. And we will come back to the Japanese team later on. But now it's just a couple of minutes to the starts, and the athletes are lining up there, so we better follow that. So once again, welcome to this midday session of K1 men under 23 and the C1 men juniors. Maybe we have time for a short course description, Ivan.
Yep, maybe we can get the graphic on the screen, but it's a very, very simple course here. It's basically a 2,000 meter regatta course. They race up one side, turn at the end, and race back. So here we go from the start. See it on the graphic there, from the blue line at the start, 2,000 meters to a turn. Past a little island there, halfway. 1,500, 2,000, all the way back down that same 2,000. This graphic will show you, oh no, here we go, we've got the full graphic. So it's one lap without a portage. On the second lap and all the subsequent laps, they drop in now for a portage. Running across. Oh, they've stopped. They've stopped for a cup of tea. They've got out. Picnic. And that's where we are on that final red dash there in the blue building to the left. We're looking down on them as they get back onto the water. They do this portage on every lap except the final lap, which is just a short up to the 500 meters. Shows 1,000 there, but it's only 500 and back to the finish. Very short finish after the final portage, and we'll see that being very significant. But that's the course, and as we talk about the course, coming up to the line now is the women's under 23 K1. It's going to be a tough race. Jenna Ward, Vanda Kisley, Caroline Massages, Sam Rees-Clark, probably the main contenders. And you can see them coming up to the line as we speak. So we've got Jenna Ward right in the centre, white boat, green vest. Vanda Kisley 2 to her right, black boat, a white t-shirt. Between them, Alex Lane from Longridge Canoe Club. Massive group going there under Tom Daniels. He's doing a great job with Longridge. Not sure why the motorboat has to drive across the front of the line, but I'm sure there's a purpose for that, other than just to show off another official. You can't beat officialdom, that's for sure. I guess they're just checking that all the people are actually real people. Nobody's put in a mannequin. So, as the boat clears the line, on the far side in the yellow boat, Sam Rees-Clark. She's an outside call for a medal here. Hasn't done marathon for a while, but has got a good, strong marathon background. So that's the yellow boat on the far side. Right in the middle, Jenna Ward away well. 2 to her right, Vanda Kisley also away well. On this side, 154, Hermine Peters from Belgium. Also going well, but it's Kisley, Ward, Sam Rees-Clark, and between Kisley and Sam Rees-Clark is going to be, couldn't tell you actually, having a look at my sheet, but no, it's Kisley leading, Jenna Ward on her left, Sam Rees-Clark on her right. Right on the far side, on her own, with just a Spaniard to keep her company, is Sarah Mihalik, the second Hungarian. You can see them out on the far right. It's Tanya Alvarez just hanging on to Mihalik. But the centre group, Peters has got across there. Sam Rees-Clark, Jenna Ward, and the other Hungarian, Mihalik, actually comes across in the lead. It's going to be a tough change for them now. But Sam Rees-Clark, who's come out well from that. She's in the V. She's got a nice free ride. Jenna Ward taking it, toughing it out in 5th position there. Peters on the second wash. But it's the two Hungarians, the Spaniard and Sam Rees-Clark making up the front 4. So as they paddle off into the distance, C1s behind us are lining up. But that's fair speed. They've trailed out that group. It's 4, 5, maybe even 6 in the front group, but only 4 are secure there. The rest are still fighting for places. Very hard to see who those two coming out to the left are. It looks like the second South African +1. So that's Melanie van Niekerk, maybe on the far left of your picture. Just having my South African pronunciation corrected by Colin Simpkins, having a quiet word in my ear. So apologies to all the South African fans out there. But the group looks like it's all closing up. You've got Jenna Ward tucked somewhere in the back there. Sam Rees-Clark sitting pretty in the V-wash for now. As they go out of sight. It's very hard with the camera angles. It foreshortens everything. It's hard to tell exactly who's where distance-wise. I think it's quite a gap between the first and second group, but the first group seems to be of about 8 people as it stands. So that's about 1,000 meters they've gone so far. That island's about halfway up to the top turn. Meanwhile, on the line, we've got the junior men's C1, and the boats to watch in this, 108, 109, Balázs Adolf from Hungary, Sergio Maciel from Portugal. They're roughly in the centre of the field. Motorboat doing its thing across the front. Guys on the far end are still cursing the fact that they've got motorboat waves just before the start, but they should clear just in time. And off they go. So it's 2 Portuguese gone out to the front. Spaniard this side. Third up is Santiago. Sergio Santiago, he's going well. And on the far side, not sure who it is, in fact, on the far side, so I'm going to let you down there, but it's 2 Hungarians, 2 Portuguese, and you've got the Spaniard just coming in to try and ruin that party. That's fairly close quarters race in there, 2 Spaniards coming in. It's a little bit of an incident, but we won't be watching that. We'll go up and watch something else. So in the junior women's K1, it's Hungary, Spain, Great Britain sat in the V-wash. I'm loving that. That's a bit of Elmbridge coaching right there for Sam Rees-Clark. If you want to learn to sit in the V-wash, there is no better club to come to than Elmbridge Canoe Club in the UK. We take bookings, but charge fees. So Hungary from Hungary, Peters from Belgium, Sam Rees-Clark from Great Britain. On the far side from Spain is Alvarez, Jenna Ward in the back there, and on the left of your picture in the white boat, I'll get to it in a minute, but that's good racing right there. Peters from Belgium sitting on that second washout, doing Jenna Ward a favour. But for now, Mihalik, who took it from the start, Kisley, probable favourite for this race on her left. Got a bit of a swimmer there in the junior men's C1. One of the Spaniards after that incident. Shame we didn't see that, really. It was all panning out just as we moved on to the junior women's, but that's, I still can't see who he is. Apologies for that. So it's Emil Rosenkind, third at the European Championships, white boat, white shirt. She was the one I hadn't identified so far. So we got a top group, all the main contenders. Up goes the speed. As we come into the first turn, it's Mihalik who's doing the damage so far, and it's going to be tight for Rosenkind to get round this turn, and for Jenna Ward as well. If you're tucked in those V-washes round a turn, you really need to push up a little bit. You can't be caught with your tail, with the nose of your boat down by the tail of the boat in front of you. You will get squashed out. There we go. So it's Peters has just held up Jenna Ward around there. Sam Rees-Clark doing a beautiful job staying in the V-wash. But everyone looks like they're going to survive, except for Rosenkild, who's disappeared out of our picture. So it was just the closing in of the group that hurt Rosenkild there. And Mihalic is in no mood to be slowing down. So it's going to be a tough call for Rosenkild to pull this back on her own. And here goes Kisley. Group will change. Reese Clark needs to move in up on her. Dutifully done. Jenna Ward's going to be left picking up the pieces again. She needs to move across to the right of Sam Reese Clark and come into the V behind Mihalic. But she's sat out on the left for a bit. So Kisley takes up the lead. Peters from Belgium looking strong so far. Jenna Ward, she needs to drop back, which she's doing now. And she's going to come up. Had she done that much sooner, it would have saved climbing the wave she's going over now. See how far the nose of her boat came in the air? If she'd made that move as the group changed, there wouldn't have been a need to climb a wave. It's early days, but you don't need to be paying those sort of prices unless you have to. The trick is to see the moves as they happen, not respond after they happen. But here's the lead group in the junior men's C1. And it's Germany, Hungary, and Portugal. So that's going to be Maciel. It's Nemeth from Hungary, not Balas Adolf as we would have expected. And it looks like from Germany, Rosenthal, Timo Rosenthal. Meanwhile, Rosenkild has got the long haul. Well, whoa. I feel as sick as you do watching that. Towards the back end of the field there, 157 is Montana Murray from Australia. We've just been brought coffee and biscuits in the commentary team. And there's the front group. It looks like Rosenkild's done a great job to make it back to there. She needs to take a bit of relaxation. She's got a drink in her mouth already. She's done well to do that, to be calm enough to take a drink. But it's Kisley from Mihalic, Peters on the right of the screen, Sam Reese Clark tucked in the V, as she has been pretty much from the start. Alvarez, the Spaniard, Jenna Ward, South Africa, and that is the front group. Kisley looking strong, no surprises there. Rosenkild only just managing to keep contact with them. She's worked hard to catch up, and there's no real rest in place for her when she's there. So here's the front of the junior C1, Maciel from Portugal. It is Balas Adolf, sorry, I was wrong about the Hungarian there. It is Balas Adolf, third in the European Championships. He's still there at the front. And on the far side, Rosenthal from Germany, and then there was somebody just behind them out of shot. Through goes Adolf. And we've just been handed in reception, in commentary rather, some lovely little wafer biscuits with a chocolate centre. Very nice, Stefan. So they're off around the top turn. As the junior women come down towards us, they're about 1,000 metres from the end of their first lap. 3 C1s at the top turn. And it's Balas Adolf, Sergio Maciel, and on the outside there from Germany, Timo Rosenthal. Just behind them from Spain is the only Spaniard who hasn't had a swim so far today in this race, and then the second Hungarian, Nemeth. So still fairly close racing. Try and get a name check on the Spaniard for you. as and when we see the numbers. It's Balazadov and Maciel, first and third in the European Championships. The European Championships are a much better guide in the canoe paddling as to who's going to do well at the World Championships, Stefan. Very few of the good canoe paddlers come from outside Europe. So European Championships is a tougher competition in the canoes than it is in the kayaks. But here's junior women's K1 heading towards us. Great shot of some group racing there.
Quite a big group still. I think we will see this big group keep together at least until this turn, probably also after until the first portage, because this first lap has no portage.
All very strong paddlers in that front group. I have to excuse my ignorance, but I think Peters from Belgium's got a good sprint background. Haven't got much personal detail on her, but clearly a strong paddler. Spaniard there's taking the brunt of the hard work. That's Alvarez, second washout. Jenna Ward, Sam Rees-Clark tucked neatly in their respective V-washes. And Rosenkild, Emily Rosenkild, really would dearly love the shape of this group to change, I'm sure, so that she can find something a little bit more comfortable than where she's currently sitting.
Yeah, she was third last year. Emily Rosenkild from Skovshøvre in Denmark, training in Bagsværd. Bagsværd, where we had a World Championships back in 2013. This very talented Danish paddler, Emily Rosenkild.
Great shot of them there. Nice camera work this afternoon. I don't want any complaints from you out there in public land.
Much better now. A bit clearer instructions from me and from Brian Shepman, that is advising the camera crew up there from now on. Well done, guys.
So that's a great shot of that group coming into the turn. Kisley will leave just room for one boat on her left, which is all there is, but it'll be quite tough again for Rosenkild to get round on the inside. The group will just squeeze out a little bit more narrow going round the turn.
Tanya Alvarez on the far outside. Spain has a little bit longer road to go there, and I think she will have some trouble in the turn.
Just sped up now to go around the turn. Kisley, I say she leaves room for one. I mean, it's got to be a very thin one going around on the inside of that. Peters is doing well to stay there. Sam Rees-Clark's just being pushed back by Peters. Peters now on the half V between the two Hungarians, and it's all stringing out. There's a little bit of gap opened up. Sam Rees-Clark's in trouble. And it's Alvarez from Spain,
well yes,
who could get into the V.
Yes.
And this could be 4 away. Peters looking very strong there.
Good tactics from the Hungarians now. They are helping each other, going very, very strong.
Mihalic, she's put Peters on the second washout. If that was deliberate, it was a very clever move. But there go the two Hungarians. Peters going to struggle there. Second washout at this speed.
Jenna Ward see the risk now and is trying to get to the right-hand side, catching the V-wash from the flying three in top. Jenna Ward, South Africa, she will not give up this for free. And she got Samantha Rees-Clark on her left-hand side now, trying to keep up with the speed of Jenna. Jenna is really doing all she can now. Look how cleverly she's using the V-wash there, doing what she can to close the gap as soon as possible there.
It looks like it's only going to be Jenna Ward that closes these three down. Super impressed by the way Peters has sat on that wash at this speed.
We We have seen
But
her
here's
doing
the
that
nose-
before. She is a good sprinter, Peters, and she is strong in these kind of situations. We'll see if she can last for the long range of this race. They are actually doing 22.6 kilometers, these girls. Jenna Ward closed the gap as the camera switched to the top group of the C1 men, which was a right decision once again up there from the director of the cameras. Now we are following the C1 men approaching their first turn. There are still 500 meters to go there. Quite a big group there.
Yeah, we got Portugal, 2 Hungarians, Spaniard and a German. German looks like he's a little bit wash shy, doing a lot of work out on his own. Doesn't look too comfortable mixing it in the group. Portuguese on the lead wash there. He does look relaxed. It's Maciel, European champion. 2 Hungarians. The Spaniard, are still yet to get you the name of the Spaniard that's remaining upright in this race. The other one took a swim after that early incident.
Do you have any results?
So Hungary, Spain, Portugal and Germany. So I've been lying to you all along about Maciel being in this front group. It's actually Marco Apura from Portugal. We've just been filled in on the details by someone with some real knowledge. And he's a national marathon champion in Portugal. He's also a very good sprinter, apparently. So I take back everything I've said about Maciel. He's not in that front group.
It's Marco Apura who was doing C1 men seniors actually at the World Cup in Portugal a month ago, who also managed the final in C1 men juniors at the World Championships for sprint previously this year. Marco Apura with boat number 107.
So even your fantastic commentary team are fallible sometimes, making some schoolboy errors there, but we will iron that out as we go. So round the turn first, Hungary. You can see how much they struggle. The nose of their boats gets pushed out by the tail wash from the boat in front of them. You can just tuck your nose inside that plume of water off the back, then you get round the turn an awful lot easier. Or at least that's how it is in the K1s. So 106 there, Nemeth from 109. Is 109 is Maciel. So he is there. I didn't. I guess it goes from bad to worse for the commentary team. The Spaniard I had in that race is actually Maciel from Portugal. Yeah. So I've completely misled you. So we've got 2 Portuguese, 2 Hungarians. Maciel and Apura from Portugal, and Nemeth from Hungary, and Adolf from Hungary. And then the 5th person in that group, well, no longer in that group, was the German Timo Rosenthal. But now it's down to 4, with Rosenthal off the pace and not looking like he's going to be coming back for a while, or indeed ever.
But we are used to see this Canadian style races shift quite a lot. It's not the same thing to stay in groups in C1 paddling than it is in K1. So we'll see. It could shift, and Germany could have Timo Rosenthal once again up the front.
He's doing the right thing. He's moved out from behind the group. He's moved out to the side. Well, there'll be some big rolling waves. Oh, he's actually stopped paddling as I talk there. But the idea is good, even if he's not going to execute it well. He's come out with a bit of nice wave that will catch him back up to the group, maybe.
And it's very, very flat here today, very little wind and perfect conditions, around 28 centigrades, and no wind at all. And when it's no wind, the waves from the canoes and kayaks stays forever there. So it's a clever move to try to avoid them back from the top group. And it will be very interesting to have a report from the K1 ladies, and as I said, so they appear there.
Fantastic news for Great Britain team. Sarah Maurice Clark is back where she belongs in the V-Wash. I don't know how she did that. It would have been really nice to see, but Jenna Ward, she made it back. She was the most impressive of the ones who had to close the gap. But at the moment, it's Kisley sat on the wash of Mihalik, who's been at the front for an awful lot of this race. Peters sat on the second wash out.
Jenna
and it
Ward
looks like
is
she
on
just
the...
doesn't care about being sat on the second wash. That Peters looks strong to me.
Very strong. And Jenna Ward as well, on the right-hand side there. And we got company here from Colin Simpkins, the General Secretary of the South African Canoe Federation. What's your thought of Jenna Ward?
Well, Stefan, we know that in any marathon race there are decisive moments, and this bottom turn here was certainly one of those decisive moments when the Hungarians took it up and put everyone under pressure. Jenna had the foresight and the strength to manage to pull herself back. She also did the British paddler a favour by dragging her back up as well. And as usual, when they come to the turn, there's always a little bit of action. The Hungarians are having a go again at the top turn. Let's see who hangs on and let's see who falls off.
It's always tough going around, especially as on that one, the Belgian athlete Peters was 2 washes inside, so she has to get squeezed back. Stretches the group out. Now when it reforms, there's only one V-wash, and it depends which of the Hungarians leads. Either Jenna Ward will get it if Kisley leads, or Sarah Maurice Clark will get it if Mihalic continues to lead. So it's going to be tough for Sarah Maurice Clark. No, Kisley leads, so Jenna Ward gets the V. That could be curtains for Sarah Maurice Clark. She needs comfort, and there's no real rest even if she gets back from there.
And
So this could be down to 4.
And a very comfortable turn from Peters once again on the inner side, just riding smoothly around there. Very good, very well done.
I mean, she just dropped back in a relaxed way. There was no panic, no stress, and went straight back to the side when the course opened out again. But you can see how, for Sarah Maurice Clark, her race hinged on which of the 2 Hungarians led out of that turn, and for her it didn't fall well. And when you're on your limit, your life depends on those tiny little things. You can see she's still struggling. She's still fighting to get back. She's going to have to pick someone off the side if she wants to get comfortable. And wisely, maybe, she's gone up, or trying to go up the side of the Belgian.
Yeah,
it's always hard to decide which side to go up, Stefan.
Or 2 bad things. I think she chose to try to contest Peters. She knows that Kisley is almost impossible to contest there. Because she needs to do that, she needs to contest her to get a good wash there on this side.
Yeah, really, in Sam Maurice Clark's position here, you need that group to change shape.
Yes.
And you need it to change shape fairly quickly. She really has to come round, maybe take Peters out onto the V-wash, but it's still a long way round to do that. For the moment, she's happy sat on the half V at the back, but that's not comfortable enough to sit there for any length of time.
And it's really hard to do that to Peters as well. She's a good sprinter and quite
Here we
fast.
go. So she's going to give it a go. She's coming up to the side of Peters now. Doing everything right. She'll get level just in front of Peters and then move back. Jenna Ward's the one who needs to start thinking now, because her life's going to change fairly dramatically if Sam Maurice Clark gets round. Is it going to pan out? I don't think Sam Maurice Clark's coming past Peters, is she?
No.
Just come up to the side for now.
And Jenna is looking comfortable on the goal wash there. The diamond wash behind, just resting. They're doing a lot of tactic training in Durban, where she is training. When I visited this spring, it was a very big group training there and doing lots of tactics in Blue Lagoon with Lee McGregor as their main coach. Colin, why is so many paddlers joining up there in Durban, training in that group?
We've got fantastic weather all year round, and there's a great group of young kids. So, you know, what better can you have it?
Yeah, and a very engaged trainer as well, Lee McGregor, who devotes his life for the kids in his group. That's the way to do it.
So back to the C1 then. 107, Marco Apura leading this race from 2 Hungarians. That's Adolf and Nemeth, and then Maciel from Portugal. 109 there, making up the front 4.
Very comfortable around this turn.
So this race really looks like it's yet to really get going. These 4 have broken away. All 4 look reasonably comfortable at this stage. There's no stress in that group. Do we ever see a C1 in the V-wash? In your gold wash, Stefan? Do we ever see a C1 in the gold wash? No. Maybe one of the C1 paddlers out there in internet land can tell me why you never see a C1 in the V-wash or the diamond or the gold wash, whatever country you're from. Depends what you call it.
It might be that they don't like the rough water. It's a little bit more rough water sitting there.
Maybe it's just too hard to steer a boat without a rudder in that wash. But it'd be really good to hear from someone who actually knows what it's like to steer a C1. We'd appreciate your comments.
And we appreciate your comments all the way around, of course.
It looks like the second Hungarian struggling a little bit around the corner there. I think he'll just turn slightly sharper out of the turn and get back in connection with that group. 4 right-handed paddlers out of 4. That's got to be unusual. But yeah, that whole group stays together, fairly relaxed. And as we watch them, the under-23 women are about 150 meters away from their first portage. It would be great if we could flick to them now with the cameras, if we could watch the under-23 women. Oh, bingo, look at that. Life's getting better here in the commentary box. So it's Kisley leading from Mihalic. Peters on the right there. Sam-Maurice Clark stuck right out on the outside. She'll hope that this group shape will change at the portage. And tucked neatly in the back, Jenna Ward. For now, at least, taking Sam-Maurice Clark's position. Rosenkild and Alvarez in the background there. That gap's a huge gap. It's a lot more than it looks on your screen. You're looking at least 30 seconds back to them. But it's Kisley bringing up the speed. It was Peters that initiated that change of speed. Kisley responded immediately.
And Jenna as well, and Jenna is choosing on the other side of the pontoon, as it seems. Wise decision, probably.
Sam-Maurice Clark suffering a little bit there. She's also going to the right of the pontoon. I think Jenna Ward came out of that V too soon, but interestingly it's Peters who's got the most strength coming into this. Peters has basically stuffed up the second Hungarian there, and that was, well, very impressive from Peters. Those 2 Hungarians are not quite sure how that all worked out for them. Reese Clark suffering. She runs well though. She portages well.
Peters portages as well. Really good. She and Wanda now in top. We have seen Wanda doing this many times over the years. She was not in a very good shape in the World Cup in Portugal months ago, in a hard training period for the World Championships. But now she seems to be back fit enough to really dominate it.
So 4 girls through. They look like they're away, to be fair. Saint-Maurice Clark, I said she ran well, but she hasn't made any ground on that portage, and it looks like that's going to be a very big gap to close
Jenna.
for her.
Yeah, a very good portrait from Jenna, and also from Peters, and of course Kisley. Now we'll see if Kisley try to do as her senior teammate Renata Shea used to do after the first portage, just go away on her own.
So Mihalic was the one that suffered there. She's just bringing up the rear of that group of 4. We've got our second cup of coffee of the morning just arrived. Life gets better and better. So it's Kisley from Peters. Peters, very impressive into that portage. Kisley took control of the portage. Jenna Ward, portage very efficiently, very under control. She got the better of Mihalic, who seemed to be the relative newcomer to a portage in there. She didn't look like she was very impressive at all. Saint-Maurice Clark is gone now. She's out of that group. She won't be returning to the front 4. And it's 4 away. So Mihalic going all the way around Jenna Ward. That suits Jenna. Whether Jenna did that on purpose and made her come round by staying on the half V, which is a brutal but perfectly fair thing to do, or whether she just couldn't catch up at that speed, we don't know. But either way, Mihalic had to go round her. She's paid a little price for that, but she's done it well. And that group of 4 is now, doesn't look like Mihalic is suffering too badly, to be fair. She may have paid a bit, but it hasn't stopped her being enthusiastic. So Vanda Kisley having none of it. Peters wanted to come round her. She's making Peters pay. Jenna Ward struggling a little bit to match the speed, but she's going to make it to the side eventually. But if you're a South African fan, you'd want to see that closed in a lot less time than it is taking her to close it. See the difference in technique from the Hungarians versus the South Africans, same as we did this morning. Hungarians so strong, powerful, a lot of downward force. You see the front of their boats lifting through the pool. Jenna Ward, a lot higher stroke rate, and the boat much more, runs much flatter, less power, less dynamism, but equally effective over these sort of distances. Japan there in shot, and Sweden 152, that's Julia Seeger from Sweden, and from Japan, Chisato Okada. But way up the course now, around the 500 metre mark, the leaders, that group of 4, are off and away.
And the first 15 is Kisley, Peters, and Ward, and 1, 2, 3. And then 4th position, Michalik from Hungary. 5th is Reese Clark, 6th, and that is the top group. And then 42 seconds behind is Alvarez from Spain, together with Rosenkilde, Denmark. And then another gap to Lane from Great Britain, and Massages from Spain, together with Sletkø from Norway, Anna Sletkø from Norway. And in that group as well, Van Niekerk from South Africa, and Young from Australia. Then it's another gap to the 13th position, which is Mura from Argentina, and Winter from Denmark, and 15th and 16th, Zagorska and Seeger from Sweden, and then Okada from Japan.
So that's the rundown of the under-23 women, and in shot we see the leaders, a little bit more stress showing now as they come in, 50 metres to go to their first portage. It looks like Apura leading in, from the first of the Hungarians, all four side by side. A little bit of trouble steering from the Hungarians. He's upset Maciel from Portugal as well. All come to the same side of the portage. I think a little bit of gamesmanship from Apura there. He's making everyone do what he wants. So he's out of his boat, foolishly let go of his boat there. He's lucky that boat got pushed back in by the Hungarian. So, 2 Hungarians, 2 Portuguese. It's Apura, first out. Second out from Hungary. We'll get a number and a name for you in just a second. But it looks like Maciel. Now there's a runner for you. So 109. Maciel, clearly the fastest runner on the track. 107, Apura. 106 is Nemeth from Hungary. He was the first Hungarian out with a little ponytail thing going on. And it's Maciel away. Not really doing anything with the lead he gained. And he's being hassled by the Hungarian who's pushing him inside the buoy. So a little bit of tension there between those two. But it's Maciel around. That's an awful lot of running to do if you're not going to capitalise on it when you get back in the boat. So he's run so hard now. He's struggling to paddle. Nemeth on his tail. He's going to hand over the lead to Nemeth. Second Hungarian. Adolf. And we're still waiting to see Apura, who's just a length and a half behind. So maybe Maciel waited because his mate wasn't with him, but now the Hungarians are hassling Maciel. Maciel doesn't want him to come up on the inside of him there. But there wasn't much he could do about it by the look of it. So 2 Hungarians appear to be in control on the water, at least. And into shot now comes Marco Apura in that 4th position. A few people on the live feed noticing that the portage is quite long. Believe me, when you're sat right above it like this, it is incredibly long. If you went from the far end of the portage to the very other far end, that's got to be at least 200 meters. So we can see the front group of the C1s struggling with some washes that are in front of them, and one of the tail enders in the K1. But here at the front, the women's K1. So Hungary, Belgium and South Africa. Jenna Ward now sitting pretty in the V-wash. But even in the V-wash, her stroke rate is higher than Kisley at the front there. Kisley's so efficient and so strong. And for now at least, they're just covering the distance. There's no stress in that group. And very hard to pick who's the strongest in that group. Speed-wise, I think it's Jenna Ward who's going to get caught out if it stays like this. But as the distance goes on, people can get tired and that balance of power can change. So 2,000 meters away from us now. It's very hard to see where this race can be broken up with 4 paddlers of this strength in there. Kisley pretty much in control. She's just turned and told her mate Mihalik that it's her turn to lead. Jenna Ward, it seems to me she's just caught for that little bit of speed to climb over those washes. Peter's happy to sit second wash out. So it's not bad sat where Jenna's sat, but it's not the most comfortable there. Peter's on the far side. You wouldn't see a senior men's group that shape. In the senior men's group, Peters would move up, move Kisley back to the half V where Jenna Ward is, and Jenna Ward would have to come up the right-hand side. But different races, different tactics. I think there's still some learning to be done in these races. The Hungarians looking ominously strong there. And they're making their way back to their second portage. And for all you people who are looking for your athletes on screen, hopefully we'll get shots of them as they come through. Jenna's going up to the right now. Up to the side of Mihalik. And Peters wisely moving into the V. So all done as it should be. Although, no, Jenna didn't make it up to the side. So it does look like the South Africans caught for a little bit of speed. Certainly no question about the endurance. So we just had confirmation from one of our online fans that Peters here is related to Arthur Peters from Belgium, also one of the very good sprinters. I'd really like to hear from one of Jenna's people who knows Jenna well. Did she just stay back on that half V so that Peters couldn't have the V, or did she really fail to make it up to the side? If there's anyone out there who knows her well and knows how she races, that'd be a very valid tactic. If a little harsh. You don't gain many friends in the group that way, and at the early stages in a race like this, maybe it's better to hang on to some friends rather than start making enemies. But they've raced enough, these girls, to know what they want from the race, and they're doing what they know best. So we'll see Hermione Peters' brother Arthur racing in the K2 on Sunday, and they're in one of the boats with an outside chance of doing very well here. Mind you, that men's K2 race is a tough, tough race. But back to the C1 for now. Got information coming in from the South African fan club already, telling me that Jenna is tactically astute. So we're going to say that when she came up to the side, which would have given Peters the V-wash, she saw that happening and decided that she'd rather force Peters into a more uncomfortable wash, and she stayed on the half V. So that's clever racing. Won't win you many friends in the group, but it's not all about friends out here. Meanwhile, back to the C1s. And it's state normal there. Nothing's really changed. I can't see much changing for a few laps there. The junior women are now just a couple of 100 meters from their second portage, as the C1s make their way around the top turn. So about a minute to go until the second portage for the junior women's K1. While the C1 all looking relatively comfortable around that turn. Now, seeing how Maciel ran on his first portage, these guys really don't want to end up coming into the final portage with him. So maybe they're already starting to think about how they can break this group up before the final portage. Or maybe they're confident in their own ability to close him down on that last 1,000-meter lap. But all that will pan out in the next hour or so. But it's all coming into the portage. The junior women's K1 has sped up. Jenna Ward's come out to the right-hand side. If we could see the junior women's K1 now. Here we go. That's Jenna out to the right-hand side. It's Kisley leading. Peters well in control still. In fact, it might be Peters leading on that side. It is, in fact, Peters. She's done this twice now. So she looks to be the stronger of the four. Currently, Kisley didn't really have an answer to that. As Peters going to the right of the landing stage this time. Tactically astute or not, Jenna Ward is definitely the one of these four who's caught for speed. So you just see her in the white boat coming in at the back of your picture, but it's Peters so impressive so far in this race. The Hungarians must be starting to wonder if this is all going to pan out their way after all. So Kisley running slightly better than Peters. Both looking very, very relaxed. Jenna Ward, she's gone through, had her drink changed, and still comes out in front of Mihalik, who suffered on the last portage also. You can see from Mihalik's face, she is just not comfortable on land. So it's three now. Mihalik really does not cover the ground nearly as well as she covers it on the water. So the front three is Kisley, Peters, Jenna Ward, who was last in and out in touch with the group. Brilliant portaging from her. And it's Mihalik, who's got 5-6 lengths to make up. And if she does that every portage, it's 2 from 2 so far, then that's going to cost in the end. So it's Kisley from Peters, from Ward. Peters goes to the front. She's going to pile it on, hopefully make it hard for Mihalik. Jenna Ward tucking in the half V. Seems very happy to be in that half V. Mihalik, if she wants to come back, has got to come all the way up to the side of Peters. Here she comes, very strong on the water, just doesn't run. In shot now, Alex Lane from Great Britain. She's third group. So there's two groups there's the group of four, the group of three about a minute and a half behind. Then Alex Lane from Great Britain, she's coming through with Spain. Massages just behind her. And from Norway is going to be Anna Sletjo. And just behind them, Penelope Young from Australia. She's another member from the Ivanhoe Northcote Canoe Club and from the MLC College in Melbourne, I think Melbourne. So she's doing a good job for her supporters back home. But there's the front group. Very impressed with the way Mihalik closes the distance on the water, but her portaging is so bad. So apologies, apparently many times I've called these girls juniors. Of course they're under 23s. I did know that, honestly. So the turn boys you saw with the under 23 women there was the final turn on the last lap. That's the turn they'll do. It's just 1,000 meters from the finish, or 1,000 meters from the final portage rather. And for now we get a break from any interest while we see some fans in the stand. Beautiful silhouette, Roman nose there. Appreciating whoever's running past him. So like the second Swedish girls rather. That's Anna Zagorska from Sweden. Typical Swedish name, that, Stefan?
She is actually originally from Poland, and she is also a very good cross-country skier. Anna Zagorska, endurance promising paddler and skier, concentrating now more on canoeing than on skiing. From Bengtsfors in Sweden, western part of Sweden.
And into their second portage come the C1. All to the same side of the portage again. I think there's some tension in this group, Stefan.
It is, absolutely.
They're all sort of hassling each other wherever they can. There's no love lost in this group. We saw how fast Maciel ran the first portage. He doesn't look like he's in such a hurry this time. He's going through the drinks lane. Getting his drink replaced in the little pouch on his front, and now he starts running. Look at that, Stefan. He's running like he's stolen something. Straight to the front. The two Hungarians really are struggling on land.
So it's Apura in the lead. Apura from Montemar, the heart of canoeing in the great canoeing country of Portugal.
More hassles getting in. The Hungarians just put his boat in front of Maciel.
It's a tough competition ongoing there now.
There definitely is no love lost in that group. They're giving each other problems wherever they can. So it's Apura first away, then Nemeth, then Maciel,
Nice and easy around the turn there. It's a little bit different in C1 paddling this. If this would have been K1, we would have seen some great efforts there to try to use the gaps. But C1 paddling is a different story. I think they are quite pleased to stay together and help each other. And then in the final portage, we will see it. Everything will happen decisively.
On the final portage with the speedy runs, you'd have to fancy Maciel for getting in first. It's just where they can hold them off for the last 1,000 metres. But he certainly runs better than the other three.
And they are halfway into the race now. A little bit more than halfway, actually. It is C1 Men Junior is doing 19 kilometers, and they have now done 10.5.
I'm taking a lot of flack online for the stroke rate thing, and we're talking about people talking about Tour de France cyclists and cadences and stuff. Kayaking's not cycling, Stefan. Cycling is very simple. It's a fixed movement pattern. The pattern is set for you. In kayaking, efficiency is dictated by how well you hold that water. And the slower stroke rate suggests that you're holding the water a lot better than the faster stroke rate. So I'm going to stick to my guns. I know I'm taking a bit of criticism online, but efficiency is efficiency in kayaking, and the slower stroke rate shows a better efficiency, and I'm sticking to that. What do you say, Stefan?
I think it's two schools now. I know that Jenna Ward and some other South African, and Lee McGregor as well as the trainer uses smaller blades, shorter paddles, and that makes the athletes keep up the frequency a little bit, and argues that that is more efficient and more suitable for their bodies. And I mean, they are doing good results as well, so it's definitely two schools now into this. The traditional way for South Africa have been a higher frequency, and I think that originates from the river racing, actually.
The thing with the river racing is it's shallow. You can't afford to push down because you're going to hit the bottom, and if you do hit the bottom with force, then you end up not in the boat anymore. So I still think that the pure technicality of this, you see Kisley coming round, Jenna Ward there. There is no contest in the speed they can generate. Whether they can generate that speed for longer is open to debate. But these races, to be fair, aren't very long, Stefan.
They aren't anymore, but you can paddle quite effective also with smaller blades and higher frequency if you're used to it. So, do
you think the stroke rate's a feature of the small blades and the short shaft, or do you think it's a feature of how well they hold on to the water and the technique? I mean, you can have long blades and big paddles and still have a high stroke rate.
Exactly so. I've seen paddlers with amazingly small blades and short paddles having a very, very low frequency, low stroke rate, and paddle very effective as well. So it's how you're used to and trained. But
it's a good debate. It's a good debate to have. You know, really appreciate stuff like that coming in online, because those are discussions worth having, and you could discuss them all day. There's no right or wrong. All four girls are in the same place in this race. They're all at the front. So, that's something maybe to discussions to have over a beer in the evening, Stefan, when you can get a little bit more emotional about it. But for now, they're just covering ground again. They're quite a long way from anything of any significance. They're about 500 meters from the next portage. That's the view looking up the course. That second group is way, way back. Jenna Ward just discarding her drink bag into the back of her boat, which is really good to see that. Not chucking it into the water, actually doing something constructive with it. So it's Kisley leading. All the girls are behaving well out there, Stefan. Colostomy bags on the lap or in the boat after they've been finished. And it's good to see that. I know they've had issues with that over the last couple of years. So Peter's just putting her bag in the back of her boat also. And the speed goes up again. Mihalik, always happy it seems to push the speed up. They're kind of in the middle of nowhere at the moment. Still 500 meters to go to the portage, but just keeping the average speeds high. Kisley apparently untroubled. None of them look troubled by that. Jenna Ward now stuck on the second washout. It's the first time she'll be coming into the portage on that side of the group.
Coming into this portage, they have done 14.4 kilometers out of 22.6. So still quite a long way to go in these perfect conditions here this morning.
Meanwhile, there's the C1 race. Portugal, Hungary, Portugal, Hungary. As it is, that's Apura, from Nemeth, from Maciel, from Adolf.
And now the speed is not very high. That's an understatement. They are watching each other now. We know they are very competitive and do what they can to create trouble for each other, and no one dare to do anything specific now. No one want to do the hard job. No one want to set up the speed. More than halfway through the race. In this kind of situation, they are just watching each other and waiting for anyone to do a mistake and try to use it.
To a casual onlooker, it really looks like nothing's happening there. It looks like they're just going along, but in each one of those four heads, there's an awful lot going on.
Yes.
You're just trying to weigh everything up. You're constantly thinking about what you can do, what someone else might do, what you'll do if and when something else happens. There's so much thought process, and that's the beauty of this sort of racing. When you're out there, there's so much to think about, and small mistakes cost you big. So you've got to be ready when things happen. Now we watch them go up towards the top turn. We've got about 300 meters to the portage for the under 23 women. I nearly did it again then. So that's the top turn for the C1s. Meanwhile, the under 23 women coming in. It's the two Hungarians leading. Peters in the half V and Jenna Ward second washout on the left-hand side of the group. There we go. So it's Mihalik leading Here goes Kisley. Jenna Ward straight off the back of Kisley. Every acceleration seems to hurt Jenna Ward just that little bit. She's struggling now over the back. She's come to the right-hand side of the group, which is where she's been every time on these portages. So it could have been a very confident move, or it could have been that she just couldn't cope with the speed. But either way, she's got her own way on the right-hand side of the portage, it looks like.
She won the free way into the portage, and will make a move there.
Peters has gone to the right-hand side of the portage also. She'll get there before Ward. Ward just coming to her wash. So Ward just caught that little bit. She just hasn't quite got the power of the other three. Kisley looking very relaxed there. Her mate hasn't done her many favours by getting out early. But two Hungarians are going to be up and away first. Peters is going to be out, maybe not. Ward's out third. Peters in all sorts of trouble.
Oh.
She's in the water. This could play well for Jenna Ward. Two Hungarians are going to go after this portage. They'll see Peters. Peters is still emptying her boat back at the landing stage. She's struggling to get the water out. The water's all down the front of the boat.
She has
Such a small mistake and such a high price to pay.
She's still emptying her boat.
Still there.
She's losing ground now.
See how much water she
She
got in
lost
there.
more than 30 seconds now. Jenna is struggling a little bit as well. She's running as fast as her legs can carry her to keep up with the two Hungarians. This could be a breakout for the Hungarians now.
I tell you what, there won't be three more relief girls than these three that Peters is out of this group. The Hungarians knew Peters had some strength on the water. Jenna Ward, there was no way, I don't think, that she was going to overtake Peters in a finishing sprint. So now they're the medals. It's two Hungarians and a South African.
It depends now if Jenna can close the gap fast enough there, and then got a free ride on the washes of the Hungarians. Then she might have secured a medal for herself. If she can't close the gap, then it will be a competition again on the bronze medal with Peters. Peters is now finalizing her portage. She's one full turn behind. She's watching them now, getting away, watching behind as well.
On screen, there go the two Hungarians. It's Mihalik taking it on from Kisley. It looks like Mihalik's keen not to have Jenna Ward catch up, but from the commentary box, you can't see it. But Jenna Ward's just 3 lengths behind, and I think closing down on these two.
Yes, Jenna's making the right tactical decision. She's moving out to the far right-hand side, trying to catch the wee wash, and she was successful in that, and she's running now to close the gap.
That's painfully hard work for Jenna Ward, but she knows there's a medal there. If she can close that gap, to be fair, I think there's a medal for her either way. She's going to be strong enough to hold off Peters, who's really not left the portage with any intent. So Jenna Ward just closing these two down slowly but surely. There's still another wave to climb before she's safe. That's very hard work.
Very, very hard work for her now. But she's doing it calmly. No specific rush in what she's doing, avoiding too much lactic acid.
On the portage there, Alex Lane running through on her own still chasing down the second group. So it looks like she's closed down a couple of paddlers, the Spaniard and the Norwegian, Slet Joe. So Alex Lane having a decent day of it out there.
So it's Kisley, Mikhailik, Jenna Ward, Hermione Peters, and then Reese Clark on 5th position, 121 behind. 60 Alvarez from Spain, 122, and in that group as well, Rosenkilder from Denmark on 7th position, and Lane from Great Britain on 8th position. Then it's a slight gap to Spain, Massages, and Anna Slettsjö on the 10th position, and then another half a minute to Young from Australia, and Van Niekerk from South Africa on the 11th and 12th positions. That was the top 12 in ladies K1.
Well, Stefan, we saw it there, and we've seen it so many times especially in the women's racing, a small error on the, well, a big error, but a schoolgirl error on the portage has cost Peters. I'm going to be bold and say it cost her a medal. If she'd been with these three girls at the end, she would have got a medal.
Absolutely. It's what we used to say. It's small mistakes in a portrait, you can lose everything. But it's really, really hard to gain anything in a portrait by risking stuff. So it's always a lot better to make the portraits in a safe mode.
You see mistakes like that when people are tired, but she didn't look tired to me. Yeah, she was well in control, or seemed to be at least. And if it was the last lap and she was struggling to hold on to the group, you could put it down to tiredness, but I'm not sure.
Even very experienced paddlers do these kind of mistakes sometimes. It's very easy racing a little bit too early, being a little bit too eager, and then you lose control of the boat. And what happened was that it disappeared a little bit from the pontoon when she still had a foot in it and got a lot of water in it.
There they are in shot. She's still struggling to close that gap, poor Jenna. She's going to close it. She's going to close it, but it's hurting to do it. It really is. The Hungarians aren't letting her have it for free, that's for sure.
They're keeping the speed just enough high to make Jenna struggling a bit and suffering.
Yeah, to me now, she's closed the gap. She's in the group. Yeah. If I was the Hungarians now, I'd just put my paddles down and say, off you go, love.
Yeah.
And make her carry on. She's done it. I mean, why keep the speed high now she's back there?
But she don't really have a very good wash
she's
yet.
Not quite back, is she?
No.
She's still just hanging off the back of those. That's painful racing.
Oh, very painful.
That is painful
in that
racing.
position, she should make the last final tough effort to try to really get there.
Is he? Oh, there goes Kissy as well. That could be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, she's suffering now. Very clever done, very well done for the both Hungarians there, shifting position when they saw that Jenna is suffering.
I don't think Jenna's quite broken yet, but these two really are taking it to her now.
Oh, watch this. Very, very nice technique from both these Hungarians, using the full strength of the body, as you said, very effective in the water with the paddles, using the legs and hips.
Meanwhile, back in the C1 race, all to the same side again. Maybe that's because they're all right-handed, Stefan. We're not getting information coming in from our C1 viewers out there. Are they all coming to that side of the pontoon because it's easier for them on the portage, being right-handed? Please, give us some information.
And staying well together. In top is Apura, Marco Apura from Portugal with his teammate. And then follow the both Hungarians, but Nemeth lost some ground over the portage here. We'll see if we can carry on keeping the group. Good portage there from him.
He got him beautifully well there, Stefan.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
there's a gap to close. The two Portuguese, much better.
And up there, a slight report from the upper turn there. The gap has increased. Jenna is once again searching for the V-wash. She has not given up. She never gives up, Jenna Ward from South Africa, but she has a couple of boat lengths now. And she is really suffering hard from the flying Hungarians in top.
As much as she's suffering, Stefan, she knows third place is hers, I think, from there. So there's a little bit of joy behind the suffering as well, I'm sure. It could be worse. She could be in fourth position and falling off the group. So it's a tough one.
She had a bronze medal already last year, so she really wants a better one this year.
So there go the two Hungarians. It's Kisley from Mihalik. Just the depth is so impressive from Hungary, Stefan. It's going to be 4 from 4.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Watch their technique. It's really, really nice. They do a lot of weightlifting in their training. The Hungarians, quite, as we say, normal kayak training, weightlifting using all the also gymnastics for the entire body. Following their training is very traditional. Lots of paddling and lots of training for the whole entire body. The South Africans are not fond of weightlifting, do quite a lot of paddling instead, and do the strength training in their kayaks. Could explain a little bit the difference in the stroke rate as well. And as you can see here, Jenna is not far off. She has not given up, but it's tough for her there behind.
There's definitely no way back, I think, from there. These two are off and away.
It's a little bit too early for the Hungarians to start to compete each other. We will see that at the final portage, I think. For now, they have everything to gain to keep together.
And with the portages so far, Stefan, Kisley's so clean over the portages, and Mihalik has been fairly chaotic at best. So really, it's hard to bet against Kisley from here.
And we have many times said that Vanda Kisley is probably the Hungarian women that will take over from Renate Che when she decide to not to paddle anymore. And that will come, even if she continue year after year as the queen of marathon paddling. We'll see her later on this weekend, of course, Renata Che.
And we will see Kisley Racer again this weekend.
Yes.
And, at some stage, maybe, we haven't seen Kisley do much in this race, to be fair. No. She hasn't really taken it to them. Maybe the senior race is the race she's concentrating on the most, and this is just a warm-up for her. Or maybe she's just not that much stronger than Mihalik anyway, but to me, we haven't seen the best of Kisley here today. It'll be an interesting weekend.
We saw her winning the Under-23 European Championships, and then saw her finishing 6th in Portugal in the women K1 senior race.
You have to admire South African optimism, Stefan. There's still people online who think she's going to catch up. I think, Zaran, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, we'll see. She never give up.
Without a doubt, she won't be giving up. That's for sure. But to close in from where she is now, that's not going to happen.
If it was a single paddler in front of her, that would have been a better opportunity for her. But these two girls can really work together. We can see how Vanda is looking over her shoulder.
And what's she looking for, Stefan? She just wants to measure the distance.
Yes.
If the distance wasn't great enough, then she would have taken the lead.
Yes.
It's great enough for her. She's happy. She'll just stay on the wash for a bit. Happy to let her mate do the work. If she looked back then and Jenna Ward was 2 lengths behind again, boom, she would have gone and put the nail in the coffin. Kisley did a lot of training in South Africa over this winter.
Absolutely so. She was also in the urban area and did some training, and she did also do some of the marathon races there. Anna Kososkova as well from Czech Republic joined in there. We'll see them race each other later this weekend. Many paddlers go to South Africa now over the winters. Many European paddlers go there and experience a lot of fun, a lot of very good training.
He's got a little break in the proceedings there, a little bit of technical difficulty. Hopefully you can still hear us. Oh, there we go. So Jenna Ward's come right out to the right-hand side. You just can't see her in your shot. You can just see her paddle splashes. So she's still riding the waves of these lead two. Just come out far, far right to pick up those waves still. Peter's in the background. Looks like she's third, but Jenna Ward is out of shot on the left of your screen.
Trying to catch the very, very small washes that might appear out there, and also avoid to get stuck in the back washes of the two Hungarians.
So there she is now. We can see her in shot.
She has, and they have got the graphics of the situation in the C1 men. Just a short glimpse.
It looks in that C1 men like there's been a break. It's the two Portuguese away from, I think that's Adolf. Nemeth didn't make it back from the final or the previous portage.
So it's double Portuguese in the lead.
So that's a big result for Portugal.
It's fantastic.
We spoke to Portuguese team leader Rui Cancio. We got one of the interviews with him earlier, and this was one of the races he was looking forward to. He thought they were in with a good chance in this one, and yeah, we all know Rui. He's a little bit ambitious at best, and possibly this time he was right. They've already got the European champion, and it looks now like they'll have a world champion mixed in with that. And while we watch these two, the under-23 women are headed towards their fourth portage, I think.
Amazing development in Portuguese canoeing. Remember when Rui Cancio was the top athlete, the only one they had, together with José Sousa in C1 back in the 90s. But now Portugal has many, many good athletes who did well in the Olympics and also doing very well in marathon. And actually in Portugal, canoeing was the main sport for television viewers during the Olympics, which is quite amazing. 3 million Portuguese watching the finals when the Portuguese canoeists did the Olympics in Rio. So they have really, really developed a very good canoeing culture in Portugal, showing off here with these guys, these youngsters leading the C1 men junior.
So into the portage come the two Hungarians. The camera falls short on the distance between them and Jenna Ward, which is now about 50-60 meters. There is a chance, I guess, if Mihalik does a terrible portage here, she's not the best runner, that Jenna Ward could gain some ground on her. I think, there we go, Mihalik in for a drink change. She's lost about 15 meters on Kisley. She looks to have everything under control, to be fair. And into shot now, should come at the back of your screen. Jenna Ward should be through. There she is. That gap isn't going to close, I don't think, over this portage.
But we'll see how it is between these two girls now. I think Wanda is doing an effort. One more big lap to go. Only one more big lap to go for these girls now. And it's Wanda Kisley in the lead now out from the portage. We'll see if she set up the speed or if she just wait for her teammate. Good test of her ability. It was, definitely.
She had a little look back there, Stefan, but I don't think she set off with any real intent to break her teammate here. And we've seen how strong Mihalik is on the water. She's caught up after every portage so far.
And it's 29 seconds between Kisley and Jenna. That means it is 25 about to Mikhailik. With one more big lap to go, and we can see they are waiting. Wanda is waiting for a teammate once again here now. She was just doing a little test of her ability and showing off in the portage to create some fear in her fellow competitor there. Useful for the final portage within 15 minutes or so here.
So Kisley actually paddled the doozy with Jenna Ward in double earlier this year. I've just had that information come through from one of the fans online. Thanks for that, I didn't know that. And so they've got a bit of history, bit of friendship, but all bets are off once you get here. So running through the portage here, Great Britain, Sam Rees-Clark, Rosenkild from Denmark, and from Spain, I think that's Alvarez, who was so strong at the start. These three really lost touch with that front group after the first couple of laps, and we're never in with a shout from there.
And Peters is now 1 minute behind Kisley, and that means 32 seconds behind Jenna Ward, with just one more big lap to go. And these girls, Alvarez from Spain and Rosenkilde from Denmark and Rees-Clark from Great Britain is 2 minutes 30 behind the flying Kisley and Mikhailik on 5th, 6th and 7th position.
Portuguese C1's on screen having a bit of a chat there, deciding what to do, I guess, how to go about the rest of the race. But at some stage the chatting will stop and someone will make their move. I'm sure they've paddled many miles together, these two. And there is the Hungarian, he's looking at their backwashes. Not out of touch yet, but
Definitely not out of touch. And if I think he will close that gap. The speed is not that high.
In shot there, you got Alvarez, Spaniard, Sam Rees-Clark. He's just a couple of lengths ahead of Rosenkild, who suffered a little bit on the portage.
But it's some interesting things going on there. I think Herman Peters really clearly see that she's keeping a higher speed than Jenna Ward now, and she's closing the gap stroke by stroke. She's coming closer. She might be able, over these very tough kilometers of the last long lap, being able to close a little bit of that gap. And that into the final portage, that could be decisive if any mistakes is done by Jenna. She's definitely seeing the opportunity now, Herman Peters. Very good race.
Yeah, the mind games on that are so significant. If Jenna knows that she's catching and can't go any faster, then your brain gets fried. You try going faster and you fail and you need another rest, and all the time Peters can see that she's closing the gap. If you're a South African right now, Jenna Ward is in way more danger of coming fourth than she is in hope of coming second, that's for sure. She's on her own in no man's land between the two. The gap's still big back to Peters, but Peters seems to be covering the water an awful lot better.
She does, absolutely, and I'm watching them in my binocular here, and Jenna is tired. She's really suffering out there now. She did what she could to keep up with the Hungarians, maybe a bit too long. Herman Peters is catching on her now, definitely.
Maybe it's that whole long leg where she was trying desperately to close the gap, and in the end she failed. With hindsight, maybe you'd fail sooner and not pay such a high price. But it's so hard to make those decisions when you're out there.
Oh yeah, she is strong-minded and determined to have a better medal than last year and do everything she can to achieve that. Stayed on a little bit longer, too long maybe.
Belgians are getting active on the live feed now. A little bit of support. Peter's coming in. They're sensing that they could still pick up a bronze medal in this. There's gold and silver. We still don't know what order. I fancy Kisley for a win still, especially with a portage between now and the finish.
So relaxed, so effective. Very, very nice. Quite a similar technique, these two girls as well.
I was thinking that, Stefan, it'd be a decent K2. Right there.
Quite powerful strokes.
Yeah. So C1, looks like the Hungarian may have made contact with the two Portuguese again.
And in between there is Julia Seger from Sweden. Both these Swedish girls are also skillful cross-country skiers over the winters. Julia Seger and Anna Zagorska. Julia from Stockholm.
So this is just as they're coming into the portage. The two Portuguese. The first in, Maciel, followed by Apura. Whoa, Maciel's in all sorts of trouble there. He just about managed to hang on to his boat. And he's managed to get out cleanly, but that was a close call for him. If his boat had been further away than the length of his paddle, he would have been in an awful lot of trouble there. This time it's Apura who's running well. Maciel so fast over the first couple of portages, but now Apura taking it to him. Maciel running on the concrete just to give his boat a hard time there. Those two through. And the Hungarian lost a little bit of ground. Hungarian's been slow over the portage every time.
It is the last, the final portage for them. So out from this portage is double Portugal with just 1,000 meters more to go. Having done 17.7 kilometers out of 19. It's just about a kilometer more to go, and it's double Portugal in the lead of this race. And it seems like Adolf from Hungary have given up at the attempt for a better medal than bronze.
Stefan, we saw Maciel and those two early portages run so fast, gain some distance and make nothing of it. Now he's tired at the end of the race. So what was all the about early on? Why didn't he save those portages for the last one? Gain himself 3 or 4 lengths in the last turn and go for it. It's wasted effort in the early stages there.
Youngsters, they will learn over the years. Impressive of Apura in his first international marathon. At least the first World Championships. He did the World Cup back in Portugal earlier this summer. This Portuguese from Montemora, one of the hearts of Portuguese canoeing for the moment.
So there's the leaders. Almost halfway up to the final turn. It's about 750 meters to go for them. Having a quick look back to see where the Hungarians are. And here we are back at the front of the K1 under 23 women. Really the interest in this race
And
Jenna Ward
yes,
Peters.
yes, and it's just 30 meters now. 30 meters or so for Peters. So she, for all experienced canoeists, Jenna is in the middle of the turn when Peters approached the first turning buoy. So this will be a really tough race for both of them.
So there's no doubt then that Jenna Ward will have seen her as she went round that turn.
Absolutely.
She knows that gap's closing, and she's got to make some big readjustments now.
For them, both Peters and Jenna is stopping there, and now they are together, I think. Yes, Jenna Ward and Hermione Peters together, so it will be a great competition here, both for the gold medal and for the bronze.
So the news for the South African fans is that Jenna Ward has been caught now by Peters. Peters looked stronger on the water earlier in the day before she took a little bit of a swim at the portage, and now for those two it's game on. What looked like a secure bronze for South Africa is suddenly looking like a very different story. C1's meanwhile around the final turn. This is a Spaniard not in contention, who's just starting his final lap. That's 1:04. That's Henares from Spain.
And there's a fight for the gold and silver medal ongoing now. It's just 400 meters more to paddle there. If we can have the cameras out to these two guys, would be lovely. Out at the short turn.
So 300 meters left in the C1. Junior men.
250 meters to the finishing line.
We can look back up the course to see them. It would be great.
There
we go.
There
So
we go, yeah.
On the left, we've got Apura, Marco Apura from Portugal. On the right, we've got Maciel, Sergio Maciel, also from Portugal. In the background is Adolf from Hungary. He's secure in his bronze position, but everything to play for these two. It looks to me like Apura looks the more controlled of the two. They come down with 200 meters to go now.
No big effort yet. We know that Marco Apura is a very good 1,000-meter sprinter. He was in the junior final on C1 1,000-meter previously this summer.
Maciel just having to struggle with steering as well as propulsion. He's in trouble there, and he's called it a day. It looks like he knows he can't beat his compatriot.
He's very exhausted as it seems.
He was just struggling on that side to keep propulsion and steering going. Apura knows he's got it.
And the world champion is from Portugal, and it is Marco Apura. Marco Apura, Portugal, becoming the world champion C1 men junior in Brandenburg. Marco Apura, and silver medal also to Portugal by Sergio Maciel. The great canoeing nation of Portugal had both gold and bronze medal. Well together there. And the bronze goes to Hungary by Adolf Balázs. Adolf Balázs, Hungary, bronze medalist, C1 men junior.
Fantastic result for Portugal there to beat Hungarian dominance in canoe paddling.
That's amazing.
It's quite something.
Yeah,
it really is quite something.
Yes.
And to have two guys who can do it is even more impressive. That's absolutely phenomenal from Portugal.
Rui Kansu will be very proud of his athletes. He said this would happen, and he was right. And now the main interest goes to the ladies K1 when they approach their final portage.
Benedict Nemeth just finishing in 4th place in the C1. And the leaders in the under-23 women's are about 150 metres from their final portage.
While Benedikt Nemet from Hungary, fine.
I appreciate the fans clamouring for a bit more viewing of the women's race, but that is the final of the C1 World Championships, and I think we can justify a little bit of coverage for them, even though it's not your interest. But we will be back onto the women's race any moment now. That's fourth place. Here we go. So in come positions 1 and 2. This Kisley leading from Mihalik.
And they have a good 200 meters, 2 to 300 meters to Hermione Peters and Jenna Ward, side by side. And in that second group, it's Jenna who are doing the hard work, trying to keep the initiative into the porters.
And now, here goes Kisley. It's going to be tight into this portage. Mihalik isn't giving it up easy. Kisley's coming in very early.
Now they are competing each other.
It's over. It's official. So, absolutely we're not friends anymore. So it's Kisley from Mihalik. Kisley clearly the better runner. Mihalik suffered on every portage so far. So Kisley going through. She's got a good few meters now.
Oh, watch this. She's running really smooth and fast. This is amazing. Wanda Kisley. I think she's securing her gold medal here. Wanda Kisley is running really fast over this portage. Fast but calm.
Now it would be really great if we could go back to the second group and see Jenna Ward leading in Peters to the start of the portage. Kisley's away and clear. It's job done at the front, I think. Even if Mihalik catches her now, she can't overtake at the end, I'm sure.
The goal is secured. The goal is secured. It will be Wanda Kisley. And now it's a tough competition ongoing on the other side of the portage. So we might have a camera there now when Jenna Ward is approaching in front of Hermione Peters.
So it's Jenna Ward coming into the portage for the viewers back home. She's coming in, she's leading Peters into the portage. Jenna Ward's going to the right of the portage. Peters coming to the left. So they'll both get out cleanly. It's Kisley in shot. She's got this race won. Coming to the portage now. Jenna Ward's at the portage now. Peters now. Ward's out of her boat and up and running well. Peters still yet to get out, but now she's out. Here we go. She's just 3 lengths behind. So it's Jenna Ward from Peters.
It's Jenna Ward, and Jenna Ward is really suffering from her tired body now, but running fast with the boat on her shoulder, the typical South African way to do it. She's running as fast as she can, and so is Hermione Peters, of course. And Jenna in the lead, here down. This will be...
She's not going to break Peters here, Stefan.
No, she's not.
She would have hoped to run away. The South Africans would have hoped she'd run away there, but she hasn't. Peters is going to get back in with Jenna Ward. So it's Peters on the left, Jenna Ward on the right. The C1s are out of the way. They're both in together. Whoa, Peters nearly went in again. She didn't have hold of her paddles, but they're away together. Meanwhile, Kisley has still got about 15 seconds ahead of Mihalik. That race is over, but the race for bronze is going to be a brutal watch for the South African fans.
Jenna is keeping the initiative into the turn here. I think she will try to keep the initiative all the way around. Going very close to the boys there. That's allowed, of course. She's doing the right thing tactically here. Jenna Ward and Hermione Peters. And now back to the gold medalist and silver medalist from Hungary, Wanda Kisley, in the lead.
So there goes Kisley. You only got to look at that, Stefan, to see no one's catching that up.
It's fantastic.
Now, apparently, while we were talking about other races, it seems in the C1 maybe that the winner didn't go through the finish boys and had to paddle back. The second guy could have gone through and win, but still waited. I'm not sure what happened there. We'll try and give you an update on that when we get it. Meanwhile, Group 3 coming through the portage. It's Alvarez from Spain, Sam Clark from Great Britain, and Rosenkild from Denmark. Alvarez running very hard. Kisley, meanwhile, around the top turn already.
These girls in the portage is on around 10 to 15th position now.
Jenna Ward leading from Peters. Peters happy to sit on the wave there and leave it to the final 100 meters, I would suspect. 151, Anna Slet-Jo from Norway just coming in for her final portage.
So Valikishli has just gone round that
With Alex Lane from Great Britain,
boys and is coming down.
who's going to run past her easily there. She's going to get in well before her, and Massages from Spain. But here's the winner, head-on shot. So powerful. I don't know why she's looking over her shoulder. She's got this race won very, very comfortably.
Very good shape for this event, Wanda Kisley. It will be tremendously interesting watching her also doing the senior races later on this weekend. Wanda Kisley. If Renate Shea is the queen of marathon, this is the princess. Wanda Kisley, still young, born 1993. She won this category in Geo last year.
Great shot from the side there, Stefan. You can see how efficient that is. You see the leg drive, how the boat dips to the side. She's paddling on. All the pressure comes through the leg, through the backside, it pushes down into the boat.
It's amazing. And you can see from the boat, the movement of the boat as well. It's just moving forward, nothing side by side and upwards. So the gold medalist, the world champion, K1 women under 23, Wanda Kisley from Hungary. And she's so happy, her second gold medal in this category. Wanda Kisley, Hungary.
At the top turn, Peters has overtaken Jenna Ward. She's going to lead down the final 500.
And the silver medalist, we also have Sara Mikhailik from Hungary, having her first medal in an international marathon. Sara Mikhailik, Hungary.
And now the real pain for the South Africans is that Peters is leading Jenna Ward. Jenna Ward's on her wash for now, but you'd have to suspect Peters is the stronger finisher. It's going to be heartbreak for the South Africans who sat through so much this afternoon.
Peters is a good sprinter. She's a good 500-meter paddler. She was heading for the Olympics previously this year, so she's fit and trained for 500 meters. When she missed the qualification, she was heading for this. A good sprinter, but Jenna is still on the wash. If we can have the cameras there now, can we have the cameras up there to the in-spirit of the bronze medalists? It would be lovely.
Just to the left of where we see Argentina getting out of the portage, there's the two girls. There's Peters leading from Ward. Peters looking strong still. Ward's not going to give this up easy, I'm sure.
It's just 200 meters more to go now.
To the right slightly, and here she goes. She's going to give it whatever she's got now. Peters moving across to her. The right thing to do. And it's going to be very hard, I think, for Ward. She's getting sucked back into that wash. Peters is too strong for her. There's no way past for Ward there. It's going to be heartbreak for the South Africans.
But the bronze medal to Belgium, the first medal for Belgium for many, many years now. And it's Hermione Peters, Belgium bronze medalist in K1 women under 23. A great day for Belgium. The former great marathon nation is back. is backed by Herman Peters, having a bronze medal, women under 23. And Jenna Ward, suffering a lot and doing a great job trying to close the gap for the Flying Hungarians, and finishing fourth.
Great job from Jenna Ward there. She toughed it out on her own for so long. But Peters, you've got to hand it to her. From a bit of misfortune in the middle of the race when she ended up in the water, she stuck at her task and did amazingly well to hold on and eventually close down Jenna Ward and take the bronze medal. In shot now, we're looking at 5th, 6th and 7th place. Sam Rees-Clark in the yellow boat, Rosenkilt from Denmark in the white, and Alvarez from Spain on the left of your picture. It looks like Rees-Clark has it from here. She's leading. Alvarez turned up the speed again now. So it's Alvarez taking on Sam Rees-Clark. Rosenkilt looks like she hasn't got anything left. She's just hanging on to the yellow boat of Sam Rees-Clark. Let's pick a winner for Rosenkilt. She needs to get on the wash that's going to win this, and it's going to be a very difficult choice. Rees-Clark has to come across to the Spaniard. It's Alvarez now taking it on. Rosenkilt needs to get to Alvarez. She's going to run out of room. So it's Alvarez from, Rees-Clark just holding her position there. Rosenkilt very nearly made it. But great finish from those three girls. Very impressive from Alvarez there. Just holding on to 5th position from Sam Rees-Clark in 6th, Rosenkilt 7th. And that was a great race. Stefan's just left the commentary box and he will try and get an interview. In shot now, Alex Lane from Anasletio. It looks like Alex Lane's got this one tied up. Alex Lane, only a second big, international, relatively new to this level of event. Done very, very well. 8th place from Norway in 9th. And behind them, quite a big scalp for these two. Carolina Massages, who's been racing at high level for quite a while now. She's had a disappointing day. She would have hoped to be up there with the front group, but not her day. Into the portage there for a final portage. Julia Seger.
Carolina Massage from Spain is finishing.
So we saw it all today. It was a great session of racing there. Portuguese outgunned the Hungarians in the C1. That has to be commended. It's a great effort from them as a nation, and particularly from the two boys concerned. And then normal service resumed in the women's under 23. South Africans toughed it out. It took a brutal 4th behind behind Peters, who did so well to stick to the task after a misfortune in the early stages. Just finishing now, 165, Penelope Young. About 11th place.
From Australia finishing.
Behind her, South African
Van Niekerk in 12th position.
159 there. Florencia Mura from Argentina. Paddling very nicely. Done a decent job on the day. Meanwhile, into the portage. Comes Murray, I think, from Australia. Argentina there, looking strong for a finish.
13th position for Mura from Argentina.
Florentina Mura from Argentina.
153, Denmark. That's Anne-Sophie Winter.
She finished 14th. Anne-Sophie Winter from Silkeborg in Denmark. She was third in bronze medalist actually in K2 juniors last year in Gö. Now for the first time up here in the under 23 category. Anne-Sophie Winter from Silkeborg, Denmark.
So we're in anti-climax now. It's all calming down after some really good racing. 166 coming in there.
Sanja Zagorska from Bengtsfors, Sweden. Finishing 15th.
We've got one more session of racing left today, which will be the men's under 23 K1 and the men's under 23 C1.
And they will start 14:45, and we will start broadcasting 14:30, half past 2 actually, with some interviews and pep talks before these races. But in the meantime, it will be a prize giving ceremony for the morning races. It will appear soon here at the podium.
Japan looking a little bit weary coming through her final portage.
And that is Shisato Okada, who we saw in the interview before this race. Shisato Okada from Japan, telling us that she was here to learn and will do the best she can, doing most of her training alone in Japan, but likes to train in a group as well. Heading for to be in good shape for the Tokyo Olympics. Using marathon as a very good training for that. That's also allowed, of course, and a good way to develop herself.
You see from those shots how much the rudder suffers when they drag the boat. I think at this stage she doesn't really care much about her rudder or anything else. But it'd be a shame now if she knocked it off and couldn't do the final lap. But carefully into the boat. She's got 1,000 metres to go to finish her first World Championships.
So just like in Portuguese for the last time.
We'll start to move on soon.
So the doctor from Japan.
I think someone will bring us more of those biscuits, Stefan, if we ask, because I'm starving. (152) Julia Seeger is going to be the next to finish.
Also a youngster from Sweden, from Stockholm area, Sweden. Sanja, she is also doing cross-country skiing, which is quite common for paddlers in Sweden, using the long winters for good training. Finishing 16th, Julia Seger. Still on the water is Murray from Australia and Okada from Japan. Youngsters here to learn, and that's what is under 23 category are for, actually. Helping youngsters to have a smoother way from the junior category to the seniors.
I think the first year under 23 was introduced, I thought it detracted from the senior race. The numbers were shared, it almost looked between the two, but now, after a few years of having it, the numbers are big in both events, and the quality is high in both events as well. There is some overlap. Van der Kisely, for one, will race in both the senior and the under 23, and as will some of the men's under 23s, but it's certainly become a race that stands alone in quality and quantity now.
Absolutely so. Some countries also use under 21, additional to under 23.
.157 there, Montana Murray from Australia. One of just a couple of athletes left out on the course.
The medal presentation will be 1:45 within 7 minutes. There will be a medal presentation for this morning's races, so stay tuned to that while we are watching Australia finalizing this race. Murray from Australia.
Just leaves one athlete out there from Japan, Shizato Okada. And then we'll move on to the presentation from this morning's events, and then on to the men's under 23 K1 and the men's under 23 C1.
Quite nice that these morning races included all the continents, as it should in the World Championship. We have people from South America, Argentina specifically. We had Asia by Japan, and Africa by South Africa and Australia. And of course, quite a lot of Europeans. We have seen good quality racing in all categories, and it's, what really amazes me is how fast the development is in the C1 ladies for marathon. But they had their first championships last year, and now it's already improving a lot.
Yeah, I'm not sure the total numbers, Stefan, but it looked like the quantity had doubled almost this year, and the quality is definitely coming. I mean, there's still big gaps, there's still places that will fill later on in its progression and its evolution, but it's definitely filling up out there.
Who won medals, could they come immediately please to the
No Canadian
Demonstration will begin
C1
in
women
5
here.
minutes. Thank
As
you.
soon as they were the first country to do
And they,
C1 paddling for women,
exactly.
maybe that's a little bit disappointing. So if
Yeah.
you're Canadian and watching out there, sort that out.
Should be here for next year. Next year's World Championships in South Africa. Peter Marisburg, close to Durban, South Africa. Okada, Japan, finishing her first marathon. She was here to have fun and to learn. I think she really...
She's a tidy paddler though, Stefan, technically. That's pretty good, I'd say.
It's good. It's good. Good training there. And she appreciates this race. Having been here, seen, learned, and the technique is good, so it's just a lot of training that she needs, and she knows that. Chisato Okada from Japan.
So that's that race over. Move on to a medal presentation, and then, of course, the final session of the day. 2 more races to come. Both high quality.
And that is K1 men under 23 and the C1 men under 23. Coming up, race starts at 14:30, but we will start broadcast 14:15 with some interviews and small talks from our little studio here in the tower of the Regatta Stadium, Brandenburg, in Germany, offering perfect conditions for marathon paddling here today. Within a couple of minutes, prize giving ceremony.
I suspect from the lack of people in that stand there, Stefan, that it might be lunchtime for the athletes and people now. So lunch is served in the marquees out the back of the stands, and I'd say that most people are probably tucking into a bit of lunch just before these presentations. We're reduced to eating the crumbs from the biscuit tin in the commentary box here. Being deprived of food keeps us sharp, apparently.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation is going to be beginning 3 minutes, so please come and congratulate the athletes on their performances this morning by coming to the grandstand immediately. Thank you very much indeed.
Used to have it right here.
Our audience, Brian, is primarily kayak based. There's very few people. They need to be educated, but not at the expense of the excitement.
Prize giving ceremony is coming up within a couple of minutes. Preparing now.
We can't. That's because we can't see. I can't see it.
Well, that was on screen.
Yeah.
The road swap.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, it was like the girl was the bronze medal this morning. The girl in the C1 race missed the finish line. In trying to go back round, she fell out of her boat. And the girl in fourth had it through the bronze medal. But it's like, it was very difficult for team leaders meeting. You have to go through the red doors. You learn the lesson in the very hard way.
And we are awaiting the prize giving ceremony for K1 Women Junior. And the medals will be presented by Istvan Vaskutin, first president of the International Canoe Federation. Also Hungarian. And what could be more appropriate for him to present 2 medals to Hungary, gold and silver, and the bronze to South Africa.
for the junior women K1 will begin.
Meine Damen und Herren, ich rufe auf zur Siegerehrung im Kajak einer der Damen-Junioren im Rahmen der Weltmeisterschaft im Kanu-Marathon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the junior women K1.
Meine Damen und Herren, die Siegerehrung im K1 der Damen-Juniorinnen im Rahmen des Kanu-Marathon.
The bronze medal for South Africa.
Die Bronzemedaille für Kika Purchase Republik Südafrika. Die Ehrung nimmt vor, Herr Istvan Vaskuti, Vizepräsident der ICF. Er wird unterstützt von Herrn Kama Hüttner, dem Teamleader der Ungarn.
The silver medal for Hungary.
Die Silbermedaille für China, Ungarn.
And the gold medal and world champion from Hungary.
Der erste Platz, die Goldmedaille, Weltmeisterin 2015, Ungarn.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand for the national anthem of Hungary?
Meine Damen und Herren, bitte erheben Sie sich zu Ehren der Nationalhymne von Ungarn.
Congratulations, ladies, and thank you very much.
Meine Damen und Herren, Applaus für die Weltmeisterin 2016 und die
Remy Pop, Victoria Nagy and Kieta Purchase. The medalists K1 Women Junior here today. Next prize giving ceremony is for C1 women coming up soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the C1 women will begin.
Meine Damen und Herren, ich rufe auf zur Siegerehrung im Kanadier einer der Damen.
And this is the medal presentation for C1 woman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the women's
Sonnet
C1.
Lakatos from Hungary,
Meine Damen und Herren,
gold,
die Siegerehrung
Julie
im
Karavat
Kanadier der
from France,
Damen.
silver, and Lyudmila Babak,
The bronze
Ukraine,
medal for
bronze.
Ukraine, Lumina Badak.
Die Bronzemedaille für
Larissa
Lydia
Pesant
Babak,
bei
Ukraine,
Baskuti.
Ehrung vorgenommen von Herrn Islam Baskuti, erster Vizepräsident der ICF. Er wird unterstützt von Herrn Hübner, dem Teamleader der Ungarn.
The silver medal for France, Julia Kalexi.
Die Silbermedaille für Julie Galerix, Frankreich.
And the gold medal and world champion from Hungary, Zenit Lektus.
Weltmeisterin 2016, Sanet Lakat aus Ungarn.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand for the national anthem of Hungary?
Meine Damen und Herren, bitte erheben sich zu Ehren der Nationalhymne von Ungarn.
Congratulations, ladies. Thank you very much.
Meine Damen und Herren, Applaus für die Weltmeisterin 2016 und für die Platzierten.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Junior Women's C1 will begin.
Meine Damen und Herren, ich rufe auf zur Siegerehrung im Kanadier einer der Damen Juniorinnen.
Just walking out now for the medal presentation for the C1 Women's Junior. Final race for the first session.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Junior Women's C1.
Meine Damen und Herren, die Siegerehrung im Kanadier einer der Damen Juniorinnen. Die Ehrung nimmt vor Herr Jens Karlwitz, Director of the Board of the ICF, und er wird unterstützt von Herrn Hübner, Teamleader der Ungarn.
The bronze medal for Hungary.
Third place for the bronze medal, Cengi Molnar from Hungary. Hungarian team leader there giving out prizes. He's going to be giving out quite a few prizes this weekend, I think.
The silver medal for France.
In second place from France, the silver medal, Eugenie Dorange.
And the gold medal and world champion from
In first
Hungary,
place with the gold medal, world champion, Giada Bogate from Hungary. We stand and listen to the Hungarian national anthem for the third time this morning. There will be many more, I'm sure.
Meine Damen und Herren, bitte erheben Sie sich zur Ehrung der Nationalhymne von Ungarn.
Congratulations, ladies, and thank you very much.
Meine Damen und Herren, Applaus für die Weltmeisterin 2016 aus Ungarn und den Platzierten. So, meine Damen und Herren, jetzt ist eine kleine Mittagspause. Es geht weiter 14:45 Uhr mit dem K1 U23.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just got the half an hour break now, and the men's K1 under 23s will begin at 2:45, 30 minutes.
semi-final.
Okay. Okay, yeah, very good. Please go ahead.
Camera? But I do rather this also can leave it. Alright, so half and half two.
There's 7 in the World Championships.
Okay.
Across all the disciplines and all the juniors and the 23s and stuff, it's so hard.
Did you hack it?
And that's why Salty is third in the same race. After Peters is racing tomorrow. Mind you, you've got to look at those results, Stefan, to see which side of the course you want to go. I mean, 5-1 and 7, 8, 7, 9, 8, 6, 1, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, then we have 3 interviews, so then we need to be a little bit quicker.
So you had to be first in the Stroke by stroke, he's going past him, and he's gone past him like he's standing still.
What a race! What a race!
Be calm, Genghis, be calm, be calm, be calm. The Hungarians are away.
South Africans are away, side by side.
Hungary going on, there's stress going on. It's a bad view, and you feel rough.
This is fantastic! It will be Hungary! It will be Hungary! It will be winning this! Hungary's coming back!
Hungary! It's Hungary all the way! Oh my word!
Wow!
Oh my word!
What a
I
race!
cannot believe that!
Oh.
Every moment of this. Look at that. That's going to be tears. It's going to be laughing. As we talk about that time, Reece Clark running.
Gold medalist Hank McGregor, South Africa!
It's in your hands. You can make it better, same as we can make it better. Love your sport, stick to what you know, and do what you love doing.
Welcome back to the 2016 Canoe Marathon World Championships from Brandenburg, Germany. This afternoon session we will experience K1 men under 23 and C1 men under 23. And Ivan, you have been looking into the start list.
Yep, it's quite an extensive start list. There's a lot of competitors in the men's under 23, and there's an awful lot of quality in there. You've got European champions, second place in European Championship as well. Second from last year's World Championship, Christian Mate, although he had a nightmare at the Europeans earlier this year, so we don't know what sort of form he's in. We've got Ziggy Chamil from Great Britain, who's second in the Junior Worlds last year. He's moved up. Then we've got two new Spaniards. Of course, Cobos Sanchez won it last year for Spain. So I think it's a really open race and it's really high quality.
Indeed so, and South Africans, not to forget, Louis Hatting. We have seen him a lot around the courses over the years. He's doing sprint as well. He's South African from Pietermaritzburg, next year's organizer of the World Championships. And we have a quite straightforward course, Ivan. So, and it's not a difficult one, but it's a quite long portage.
The course is now, I mean, this is the most sterile I've seen a course, just a regatta course, up and down 2,000 metres. Lots of portages depending how many laps. We've got 7 laps for the under-23 men's with 6 portages, and in the C1 men we've got 6 laps and 5 portages. Course map coming up now on your screens, straight up to the 2,000 metre mark, past the island at halfway there. Continuing on up, round the top turns, normal sprint course turn, the old 10Ks and 5Ks. No portage on the first lap. Second lap, same, except at the end of it, you have a portage. And you have that for either 6 times for the men's K1 or 5 for the men's C1. And then once you're through there, it takes some time sometimes getting through there. And once you're through that portage, 5 or 6 times, depending which race you're in, it's one short lap of just 1,000 metres to the finish, which will be a very significant 1,000 metres, I think, especially in the men's under-23 K1. That final portage is going to be crucial. Shows you going up to 1K there, but it's only 500. We go up 1K total after that final turn.
And the first portage will also be quite decisive when 30 K1s is approaching it a little bit later today. In the portages, the paddlers are getting fed and served by their team leaders. And we have met one of them. You have met one of them, the Danish team leader, Thomas Christiansen.
Of course, who we used to race against back in the day. He's still involved, as so many of the old athletes are. And he really thinks he's got a good chance in this race with Mads Petersen. He had a tough time last year in Jura where he was sick. But this year he's on form apparently. And I think we can hear from Thomas now.
So let's move to
My name is Thomas and I'm the team leader of the Danish team. And our best medal chance will be in the women's junior K1 and also in K2. And then we will have a fair chance in men's K1 under 23. The athlete in men's is Mads Petersen, and he won a few medals at the Europeans, and he has been doing really well the years prior. And he was world champion in under 18 in Oklahoma.
Yes, encouraging words from the Danish team leader in Denmark that continue to be one of the top nations of international marathon paddlers. Another top nation is South Africa. We have seen them doing well this morning, and they will do even better in the coming races for sure. At least they are hoping so. One of them participating here this afternoon you have also met, and that is Nicholas Naughton, the under-23 K1 South African paddler.
I'm Nicholas Naughton. I'm from South Africa. I'm racing the under-23 race. This is my second time going to a World Champs. I went as a junior in Copenhagen. From what I've established from the course, it looks like it might be a little bit windy, but that's hopefully going to be in my favour. I'm used to paddling in the wind. I haven't raced at this level for a while, so we'll have to see how it goes. But I'm hoping to just have a good start and then a couple of good portages, and hopefully it goes my way.
Yes, in K1 under 23 it will be a very, very tough race, and I think we will experience quite a lot of fun watching this.
I'd hope for a big group in the early stages and a good finish as well from that.
And we also have the C1 men under 23 on the course at the same time, and it's 13 boats. That will provide quite a good race as well, and of course all the big guys are there.
Yeah, we got the first 2 from the World Championships last year. Avanti Bala, Hungary, no surprise there. Patrick Gluza from Poland. We've also got from the European Championships this year, Mateusz Borgil from Poland, who was 3rd, and Ben Story from Hungary again, who won that one. So another sort of Hungary show this afternoon, but it could be upset by a couple of Polish athletes, and there's others in there as well, obviously.
And Hungary used to be the top country in marathon paddling, especially in the Canadian style. Now challenged a bit of Portugal, which is really good. And Germany used also to be good in the Canadian style. We saw that at the sprint races this year, and also at the Olympics. And Germany have Sven Tosch here on the start line. So it's a lot about medals, but it's also people that are here to learn and be encouraged. And one of them is Koki Tatjara from Japan, who is doing his first international marathon in C1. Let's see what he has to say.
I'm Koki Tatara from Japan. So C1 single man under 23. Marathon training is tough, but I have put out all into training, and so do my best game. I'm here to test myself.
He will do his best, and he is looking forward to the Olympics in Tokyo in Japan in 4 years, and we hope to see him back on many marathon races in the coming years as well.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8 minutes.
So we've got a few minutes now until the start of the men's under 23 K1. They're all out warming up. You can see them to our right. Always nervous moments to warm up. Who do you fancy for this one, Stefan? That's putting you on the spot a bit. It's quite an open race, I know that. But
it is quite an open race, but I think the Hungarians, both Mathieu and Adam Petro, will be among the top, really going for it. But also Denmark will be there, I'm sure.
Your second Hungarian, Christian Mate, I mean, he was second in the World Championships last year, but absolute nightmare in Pontevedra early this year in the European Championships. He did both races, under 23 and senior, and did pretty poorly in both.
But as we have seen, also for Vanda Kisley, they had a very tough training period at the time of the World Cup months ago. So I think they are in much better shape this weekend than they were in Portugal.
The other one who had a nightmare in Pontevedra was Great Britain's Ziggy Chamil as well. He swam at the start, clawed his way back to a very creditable 10th place.
Yeah,
but maybe
good
without the swimming, that life could be a lot easier. So I'm going to have him up there. He was second in the Junior World Championships last year. I'm going to put him in the mix because I know the quality he's got. He's got a great training group up at Nottingham with Norman Mason, and I'm going to put a vote in for him for a medal.
And also Mats Brandt Petersen. We have seen him doing some very amazing races.
We saw him in Boheen. In Boheen in the senior race, he was the star of that whole event, I think. And
we also saw the same in Pontevedra at the European Championships, actually, where he fell off and came back and got a silver medal. So never, ever, whatever happens, never stop counting on this Danish Viking, Mats Brandt Petersen.
We haven't spoken much about Louis Hatting. We mentioned him earlier, but yeah, he's a finalist at the Sprint World Championships under 23, 7th place there. He's got a history of marathon racing with junior medals in the past. Can't rule him out either.
Absolutely not. And he's one of these South Africans that do a lot of endurance paddling, surf ski, river racing, and also this. And now it's time to stop within a couple of minutes, so we'll move to our commentary position and let the footage, the cameramen tell the story of this afternoon racing. Thanks.
Perfect. So. So a quick look through the start list. The K1 men's under 23. 266, Louis Hatting, he's going to be in the mix there somewhere. Adam Petro, 263, definitely a contender in this. There's so much quality in this field. It's going to be a really exciting race, I think. Plenty of people in the mix. Mads Bram Pettersson down there, 277. Christian Mate, 279. They're going to start on the far side of the course. It's going to confuse things a bit as they come across to join the other fast guys. Ziggy Jamil, 272. He's caught between the two fast groups, but that could suit him well as he gets collected into the V-washes. Starting side by side with Nicholas Naughton. And there's the final two on the far side. No real form from those two, but you can never tell. So as they come up to the start line, they'll be keen to get straight into numerical order. Stefan, it must be very tempting without the number holders at the back to go next to the fastest guy and hope no one notices.
The officials will check that accordingly, and I think it will work. And last year we had a Swedish paddler, Joachim Lindberg, finishing fourth in Györ. He was hoping for a medal here, but he's sick. We have some other good Swedish guys on the start line, Emil Torstensson and his clubmate Emil Svensson, both from Råviken Canoe Club in Sweden.
So the athletes allowed to spread out a little bit on these start lines. When the boats were held at the rear, you only had, I think, only a metre between each of you. Very nerve-wracking, not feeling like you had a lot of space for your paddle, but now you're pretty much free.
The two paddlers has to switch position just because the reason is set.
Yeah. Numeracy is not the strong point of many paddlers. They're not paid to think. They're getting in line. Sure, it's an honest mistake rather than trying to gain an advantage. Motorboats out the way.
Now it's really
everyone's on the line. Except 254. 254? Yeah, he's still struggling with his numbers, 254. It's not easy seeing a sequence in numbers always. There's still a couple of people. Looks like Nicholas Naughton on the far side also struggling. The one thing with numbers is there's a fairly standard pattern. Sometimes it takes more than 23 years, it seems, to learn that pattern. And away they go. First away from Norway in the middle there. Edvin Vold in the red hat. To his left is Belgium. It could be Dean Cox, or Dan Cox rather. There's Vold in the red hat. Then to his right now, Christian Mate, that looks like. 253 this side is Ryan Nash from Canada, leading a group on this side. He's going to need to move across fairly soon, otherwise he's going to miss the train to the front.
And we saw there off the start that
for the moment it's Christian Mate leading the main group on the right, just out of your shot. This side is the Canadian Ryan Nash leading, and I think, there they go, they're going across to the right now. going to be a long way across. And when they get there, I think they will have missed that train. So it's Hungary, Eric Petro sitting on the wash of Christian Mate. There you can see they came across too late. Ziggy Chamil up there in third place. And 2:54, Andrea Del Bianco from Italy making a really good job of moving into the front of this race. Eric Petro seeing the danger. He doesn't want to get squeezed out at this early stage. So he's making a move. Christian Mate, Ziggy Chamil will have to come around Christian Mate as well, which I think he's trying to do now. It's going to be a long way around him.
Both Hungarians and Italy. We have seen Italy doing a very good start many times.
And we've got Australia going to fall beautifully into the front V. I'll get a name on him soon, but it's going to be Logan Dutton, I think.
Is Adam Petro in the lead now?
So it's Adam Petro, Christian Mate, and Andrea Del Bianco. Those front three positions. The nose of Ziggy Chamil's boat on the far side there. And Australia, 261 is Logan Dutton from Australia. Maybe a surprise up there at this stage. I know he's got sprint history as well. They fancied his chances last year and he really didn't come good for them. But he's looking good this year. And up goes Christian Mate. That'll suit Ziggy Chamil. He's going to have to hold off Denmark. 277. That's Mads Pedersen. So Hungary, Great Britain, Italy, Australia being challenged for his wash. It's going to get tight in there, but it's Norway who held. Oh, it is tight on the paddles there, and in comes Spain. Australia paid the price for a little bit of inexperience there. Edwin Vold bullied his way into that wash. And as we leave that race, we come back for the men's under-23 C1.
C1 mirror underway as well now.
At the top of your picture, bottom of your picture rather, closest to us, world champion Levanti Balla. He's the main contender. On the far side, Italy, Carlo Ticini starting well, and in the middle, Ukraine. That's Denis Davidov. This race will unfold fairly slowly, I think. On the far side, Italy taking it to them. K1s look like a huge group still going up to the top turn. But for now, it's Levanti Balla, 201, 205 is Denis Davidov. 203 there, the other Hungarian, Bence Dory, with a little ponytail. A lot of the main contenders on this side. Matthias Bourgil from Poland, right on the far side of the course. But here come the under-23. It's been a bit of a shake-up. We've got Argentina now, also in the mix. 268, Franco Balboa. He's moved up to the front. The two Hungarians still there, fighting off 262. That's Miguel Lorenz from Spain, the Spanish already world champion from last year with Cobos. He's not here this year. But this is a fast and fairly aggressive race so far. Ziggy Chamil's been pushed back down the field slightly by the Argentinian coming up. But Christian Mate looking way better than he did at the Europeans. He did lead the first lap there and then faded badly towards the end. We've got Mads Pedersen in the V-wash there. Perfect place to be, especially when you're travelling at this sort of speed. So it's Hungary, Argentina, Denmark, Spain. Well, that's not the end of that group. The group's still hanging in there. You can see how fast they're going. The two on either side of Christian Mate there, way back on the wash. There's almost clear water, which shows you how fast they're going.
Pushing the group into that first bottom turn. The 2,000 metre mark.
Trees, sky. Back to the race. So we've got Hungary, Argentina, Denmark. If we pan back, we should have Norway. We should have Great Britain somewhere.
It's a very high speed.
Spain as well are in there.
Still a very high speed.
Spain, Norway, 254. We haven't mentioned yet. Oh yeah, it's Del Bianco still. He's still hanging in there. Ziggy Chamil, Great Britain. Another Spaniard, German, another Argentinian back there. But it's these five maybe with a slight gap now. Hungary from Hungary, Argentina, maybe the surprise in there. Mads Pedersen tucked neatly in the V. The Spaniard, 262, Miguel Laurens trying to follow up his compatriot who won this race a year ago. Edwin Vold still hanging in there, nose of the black boat just to the back of your picture. But these speeds, being outside this front four, will take its toll.
Boys are very used to that, so it's still Christian Mate who is in control of the race at the moment.
And there goes Adam Petro. He's taking his turn at the front. Get a bit of encouragement from Christian Mate. He wants the speed high.
Seems like both Hungarians are setting the speed, and they are really trying hard to split up this big group. Mats Pedersen is following quite nicely there as well.
It's good to see what Pedersen can do in a race where he doesn't get dropped and have to catch up. We've seen him get dropped and catch up so many times, which is really impressive, but it's hard work doing it that way.
Franco Balbora.
Pedersen already drinking, preparing for the rest of the race. Ziggy Chamil, you can see the nose of his boat on the outside there.
And also there in the fourth place,
he's done well to stay in touch.
The lead is Mads Pedersen from Denmark.
Looks nice and comfortably, but the speed is still high, and we know that these three guys are quite pleased to be there on top. It's nice, and it is as it looks, quite nice and comfortable there, even if the speed is high. It's much worse further down in this big group.
There you got the Argentinian.
Ziggy Chamil was there as well.
And away he goes, Christian Mate. He's the one who likes the speed the highest. Argentinian straight onto his side. That should open the V for Ziggy Chamil. No, the Argentinian's decided he wants it still, so he's going to wait for the German to go round him. Ziggy's holding on to the second V. Fairly well organised in the K1 race. And here, I think this is the front.
Marcel Puffler from Germany, who managed to be there as well.
I think this is the front of the C1 race. So we've got the Italians still up there.
Italy, Carlo Taccini, yes.
2:11. We've got Jakub Brezina from Czech Republic. We've got 2:05. Davidov from the Ukraine. 2:01. World champion Levanti Bala. And to his left, his Hungarian teammate, Bence Dory, the European champion. Clinging on to them, Poland, probably Matthias Bourgil, I'm thinking, 2:08. No, that's Patrick Gluser, silver medalist last year at the World Championships. There goes Bala. He wants to take the speed up. Maybe he's fed up with trying to steer on the washes, or maybe he just wants to close out the Czech Republic paddler and get onto the front wash. Czech Republic forced back into the V. We mentioned earlier how they often look uncomfortable there. Right before the turn, it was a good move from Balla. But Ticini took it from the start, still leading at the first turn. And these three now. It was Gluser that suffered through that. Both Polish athletes suffering through that. It's Matthias Bourgil at the back of the shot. You've got Gluser and Bourgil. Maybe they'll work together to close these gaps. Brezina also suffered around that turn. But it's Italy, Hungary, and Ukraine all looking reasonably comfortable in the front of that race.
Coming up to this top turn to finish lap 1.
Brezina is also there.
This group as it comes up to here.
The two Polish guys. After them, it's Calvo Moya from Spain. Spain that is very used to have good paddlers in this category.
Okay, one group is coming down towards us, about 300 meters away, and it is officially massive. So everyone's back in that.
Very interesting first turn down here in a couple of minutes. Still 300 meters to go there. No portage this first lap.
So 2 Hungarians, 2 Argentinians, German, Norwegian, Denmark, Italy, Spain, Portugal. I think that's all of them in there. 11 or 12 guys. Both Argentinians still in there. They've been out training with the Spanish, I think, Stefan, over the last few weeks. Seems like their training camp's done them some good. But it's Christian Mate going to take it around this first turn. Not everyone's going to be happy with their position for this first turn. We might see a little bit of action here.
We've seen Christian Mate doing exactly this many times. He really likes the high speed and he's able to paddle, setting the speed and go on in front of the group. He's a kind of paddler that likes to be first and pull the big group.
Edwin Vold from Norway in the black boat. He looks like he's suffering a little bit. He's dropped from the half V that he should have been on there. And he's just going to struggle around the outside of this turn maybe. And on the inside, at the back, is the Italian.
And Mats Pedersen on the inside there. Got a little bit squeezed from Adam Petro there, but we managed to get around quite well anyway.
Front 4 look comfortable. Peterson, a little bit of gap back to him.
Very, very nice tackle.
Off goes Adam Petro. Peterson's going to have to work hard to close the gap. He should take with him the Spaniard Ziggy Chamil and Edwin Vold from Norway. At the moment it's 2 groups of 4 separated just by a small margin. But Adam Petro keen to break it if he can.
And it is Ivan Balboa from Argentina who is on the inside now. And they form a diamond there. And Mats Petersen was off. Marcel Poffler from Germany found a good way there on the diamond wash. And they are shifting once again. And Christian Mate is setting the speed.
Balboa was very slow to drop back for that V. Almost gave it up to Peterson. The 2 groups remain distinct for now.
Peterson needs to work hard now to get on and fight for a position within the diamond there.
So, we dropped a few there. The second Argentinian got dropped from that group. We've got no South Africans up there. Ticini in the C1. Still keen to lead, it seems. from Davidov on his right, Dory on his left, Bala just behind him, Patrick Gluser on the far side in the white hat, and Czech Republic,
Just trying to get on the back of the
there's
first
Brzezina
one.
at the back of the picture.
From here, your third group are just dropping off that side wash at the moment.
From here it looks like the K1 front group of 8 is back together.
They won't want more than 8 in that group.
Not quite settled, but definitely in contact.
Germany, Marcel Puffler, that took on the hard work in top, and the speed decreased slightly, making it possible for Mats Pedersen and also Spain to come back there. Lorenz Miguel, I think it was, who managed to get on to the top group once again. Quite a big group in this C1 men race as well. And they approach 500 meter, the 500 meter mark in the regatta course. 500 meters to their first turn.
Oh, we got a swimmer in the men's C1. I think it's Poland. I think.
It looks it's a white and red boat, so that's quite likely.
Not sure exactly what happened there. No, we've still got 2 Polish athletes upright. So Ukraine's still there. The 2 Hungarians are still there.
The canoe is down to 6.
Jakub Brzezina seems to be the one who's missing from Czech Republic.
Havel capsized back into his boat.
So it looks like it was him that took the swim. So a bit of bad luck for him.
6 in the C1 race.
At least 6 in the front group. See how some of them are struggling to keep their direction on the washes.
Racing is much closer than it used to be.
And here's Dory, that is in the lead now. Dory, Hungary.
There's been some drama in the men's K1 as well. Someone's lost their paddles right at the front of the men's K1 race. You can see him in the white hat paddling backwards. That could be Peterson. How you manage to lose your paddles and stay upright in a group like that, I don't know. But I think that's Peterson.
Once again, a bad luck for Petersen. It was, I think it was him. He's got his paddle in his hands again and has started the work to close the gap.
Fairly brutal tactics from the Hungarians in the C1 there, pushing the 2 athletes to his right up against that small boat on the finish line. I'm not sure to what degree you're allowed to do that, Stefan, before you get a 15-second penalty. But it's fairly blatant and right in front of the penalty box itself. We'll see, maybe they'll call him in after the first lap. But drama in the men's K1. Mats Pedersen, we were only just saying it'd be great to see him do a race without having to catch up. But it seems bad luck follows some athletes around.
Still young.
Go round, it's the 2 Hungarian boats.
But he's definitely working hard now, trying to get in contact. We think it was him. We'll see better when we have the camera there after the C1 men have done their first turn. Following the top group of the C1 men, it is still both Hungarian, Bala and Dory in top, and they are together with Ukraine, Denis Davidov.
It looks like those 3 might be clear. Ticini, after leading the first lap, he's struggling to get back to them. as are the two Poles, Bourgil and Gluser. Ticini working hard, just out of shot for you guys. Just to the right of this group of three. It's possible he could close down, but he's making hard work of it at the moment. The nose of the boat you see there is the Polish. He's not as close as it looks on screen.
It's Klusa, Patrick Klusa, and now back to men K1. It's still both Hungarians there in top.
Edwin Vold from Norway, he's made the break into those front four. Still 268, looking really good up there. Franco Balboa, Ivan Franco Balboa. Then Spaniard, 262. That's Miguel Laurent from Spain. And whatever incident happened really exploded that group. It was such a big group. There's always danger in a group that size, as well as washes to hide on and keep safe on.
And Marcel Puffler is still there, and now Spain as well. It should be Miguel Lorenz from Spain. Now it will be very interesting to see how far behind Mats Petersen is.
If it was Peterson who lost his paddles, he's a long way behind. But where's Ziggy Chamil from Great Britain? Here's a chasing group. You've got
Ziggy Chamil was there.
The Portuguese maybe was there. Mads Pedersen not in shot even now. Two South Africans and Mads Pedersen, there he is. If you're going to be in a group that's catching up, two South Africans are great company to have.
Yes, absolutely so. Both Louis Hatting and the other South African will not.
Adam Petro churning it up. Edwin Vold should be in that V by now, but he's going to give that up to Paufler. He's going to try and cut Christian Mate in, but I don't think Christian Mate will have any of that. We don't see Christian Mate giving up his washes for free. And no, he's held on to that. So Edwin Vold missed a beautiful opportunity to get a rest there. That's a mistake on his part. You have to preempt those changes. You could see the lead was changing. He didn't make a move, and by the time he realised the move had been made, his wash was taken by Paufler. Oh, Tosh even. Sven Tosh, I think that is.
Yeah, it is. It is?
I think so. 207. No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong start sheet. It is Paufler, 267. 267, not 207. So Petro keeping the speed high. So the non-European in here, the Argentinian is the only real unknown quantity for these guys. Paufler performing above his previous form. So it's great to see him in there, local favourite, Argentinian, just chucking his drinks bag into the water. Now we've got a change. Paufler needs to move up. The Argentinian got caught napping there, doing his drinks bag. Paufler's struggling to get over this wave though. And still the Argentinian got it. I cannot believe that Paufler didn't make that wash. He had every opportunity and handed it to the Argentinian on a plate there.
The Argentinian are Balboa is confident enough to fight them off, probably. It has a lot to do with self-confidence as well, to stay in these positions.
Spaniard looking good, Lawrence, at the back of that group.
He's having a good ride there. good teamwork there from the Hungarians, staying in top of the whole race round. They have really developed that. They are not used to see this kind of team racing previously. They are doing it very well. And we saw that also among the under 23 ladies.
Yeah, I think you've got two guys here who like to have a high speed as well. Then neither of them like to leave it to the last bit, so both prepared to put in the work. I think it's the Argentinian who's reaping the rewards the most so far. We haven't seen him doing any leading, and we've also never seen him outside the front four.
So nice to see Eivind Wold being back on marathon courses. We have seen him as a junior and many times before. Having done sprint a couple of years now, back in marathon and doing well.
So round goes the Spaniard. He's decided to take on Adam Petro, I think, for his wash. It's too early to position for the turn, so he's obviously unhappy with where he was. He's decided to make the move up to the side. You'd think he was on a better wash on V behind Vold. Maybe he's just a little bit uncomfortable there. Maybe he feels strong enough to take on Adam Petro in a moment for his side wash.
When Christian Mate has the lead, the speed increases every time. It's quite clear that he's the one that is heading fastest now, and he wants to do it. Christian Mate.
He did do that for the first 2 laps of the European Championship, and then faded very, very badly. Seagulls at 500 metres.
Approaching their first
there you can see in the background Pedersen in the white hat.
Yeah.
Clearly keen to close. There's the second group to the left of your shot. Second Argentinian, Ziggy Chamil.
Watch the speed he's setting, Pedersen. He's really going for it together with the South Africans, as said. The South Africans that lost a little bit of ground in the very high speed in the start, but it's a long race, so and they are endurant. I think, as you said, they will work together now, South Africa and Norway, to close this gap.
It's a much bigger gap to close than it looks like on screen at the moment. It looks like about 40 seconds, but this big group comes into the first portage. For the first time, Petro and the Spaniard going to the left, as is the Argentinian now. And to the right, Christian Mate, Edwin Vold. The Argentinian came to the left, changed his mind at the last minute. Paufler struggling, he's going to be out last. But it's Christian Mate first, Edwin Vold second.
Very confident portaging from Mate. Running comfortable, fast but comfortable. And Argentina is really doing what he can to get in first.
Argentinian running very strongly at Petro. And
Balboa.
Mate.
Eivind Wold.
First 2 away. Balboa third away. Then Edwin Vold. Spaniard suffered big time through that, as did Paufler. They've lost touch with those front 4. If those front 4 get together,
Christian
could
Mate
be tough.
Christian Mate set up quite high speed, not a big effort, but a very high speed. Adam Petro is following, so is Balboa and Eivind Wold, and the gap increases now tremendously much. Paufler struggles.
So it looks like these 4 you just saw on screen, they were away. In the meantime, 2.78 on screen. That's Bold Kums from Belgium. 2.57 there from Sweden, Emil Torstensson. Second Belgian, Darren Cox. The 2 Belgians together. And the second Spaniard also back there. And they're closely followed by the Canadian, who shot off at the start. Maybe a little ambitious, perhaps.
We have the top 10 now. Balboa, who was first over the portage, followed by Matti and David Wold and Petro. These four are together. 7 seconds behind is Lorenz and Pofler. And then 25 seconds to Sigismil, Argentina, Perkoven, Rodriguez from Portugal. These three together, and then follows Hatting, Notten, and Peterson, and then they have 50 seconds up to the guys in front. So it's 50 seconds.
But Pofler's done the hard work to close. He just missed out on getting the V-wash. You saw it there on screen. He's just beaten to that by Edwin Vold. The Spaniard has been brought back with Pofler's effort. Pofler's done all the work, and now finds himself picking the last bits out of that group. Just getting whatever rest he can, but it's not going to be easy for him. It's the Spaniard who benefited from Pofler's effort there, and he's going to follow him up that far side to get a little bit of a V-wash from him and Edwin Vold.
And the 12th position now, 57 seconds behind is Peterson. 13th Dalbianco, a little bit more than a minute. Then 14th Bacchi from Italy. 15th Coombs from Belgium. 16th Cox also from Belgium. And 17th Emil Torstensson from Sweden. 1 minute 25 seconds behind. Followed by Plaza from Spain, also in that group. And then the next group, position number 19 is Canada, Robson, Australia, Dutton, and 21st position, Emil Svensson from Sweden, 2 minutes behind.
At the front there, you just saw Pofler make a good move as the lead changed from Petro to Christian Mate. Pofler was on the case straight away. He took out Edwin Vold from his wash, and now I think he's going to let Edwin Vold go around the outside of him and squeeze him into the V. And finally, Pofler reaps the rewards of his catching up, and he's found himself in the V wash at the front of that under 23 men's K1. He deserves that break. Worked hard for it. And in the meantime, while they move up to the top turn, we're on to the C1s. Nothing's changed there. 2 Hungarians, Poland, Italy made it back after all, and the Ukraine all still in with a shout at this stage. They're coming down for their first portage. They've got about 300-400 meters to go until then. You see the K1s going down the other side, all 6 still there. Group changing shape yet again. Looks like a constant turnaround in that under 23 men's K1 race, and that makes life very hard if you're the weakest in the group. But for now, in the C1, it's Bence Dory leading from Levanti Balla on his left, Carlo Ticini to his right, Czech Republic, Brezina, not the Czech Republic, sorry, Ukraine, Denis Davidov this side, and on the far side, Poland, I think is Gluza, could be Borgil. We should get a number check in a minute. One more pull, 208 is Gluza.
500 metres to the portage now for the leading group in the C1. Still the same. The Hungarians, Italy.
So a tough break for the Danes again in the men's under 23.
That group of 5 have really pulled away now from the one Polish boat, which is stranded between 2 groups, and another group of 4 about another 50, 100 metres behind. So the leading group effectively have got a 200 metre lead.
The C1s come down for their first portage. The men's K1 makes its way up to the top turn. You see them on the right of your picture. Still 6 boats in that group. Argentinian, still tucked in the V-wash. He's had a great race so far. Really well organised. See one group separates about 100 metres from the portage. Italian and Ukraine going to the right of the landing stage, the Hungarians and the Pole coming to the left. And they're chased down by another group of 5 with the 2 Spaniards, second Pole, second Ukraine, possibly France in there to share. In they come. Last minute change of plan from Ticini. He's coming to the left hand side of the portage. That'll upset the Hungarians. That's forced the Pole to go on the other side. He's dropped round the back of the group. And out they come. The Hungarians first up and away. Ticini also out well.
Very good from them. So it's Carlo Tacchini from Italy who is...
But it's Ukraine running fast. Davidov.
Ukraine has suddenly started a real good spurt there and they will second place now.
It's Ukraine from Italy. Good shot of the crowd there. Stands are filling up for this afternoon's racing. 2 Hungarians close on the heels. And it's Poland, Gluza, that suffered on the first portage. Ukraine away, followed by Hungary, Italy. Quick out the portage, but not so quick back in. So Davidov taking it out from the first portage. They go around the turn. The second group runs underneath us. 2 Spaniards, the French, Souchere, tagging on the back of that second group. 213. Prikodko, also from Ukraine in that second group, but his teammate leads out. Davidov taking on the might of the Hungarians in the under-23 men's C1.
So France next with Tanguay.
Meanwhile, the K1s have gone round the top turn and they're headed back our way.
And the Ukraine second boat, Mikhail Malkovkov in that next group.
So Ukraine, Hungary, and just as on the previous portage, the other 2, Poland and Italy, struggling to regain contact. They're about 4 lengths behind, just out of shot. It looks like these 3 might be away. Poland closing them down. Patrick Gluza, second in Duel last year. I think he did that on the second half of the race last year. I think he was very strong in the second half. So here he comes, Gluza into shot. He's closed him down. Ticini still got some work to do, just out of shot. But Gluza closed that gap.
Quite
seemingly pretty comfortably.
Yes, very. Ticini as well. So the effort made by the Ukrainian over the portage didn't pay off much. Testing his fellow competitors, but also using a lot of energy himself.
Tashini still not quite back in contact, but here we are again, front of the under-23 men's. Hungarians 1 and 2, as they have been throughout, and as he has been throughout. Ivan Lorenz from Argentina, tucked very, very tidily in the back of that group.
Petro in the lead. Eivind Wold has a very good journey there. On the right-hand side, as has Christian Matte on the left-hand side. And Hoffler still there. Lost some ground over the portage.
There goes Petro again. Let's see who picks up what washes. Argentinian straight onto that V. Maybe not. He's not following it up there. Here he goes now. He's making the move across. But Edwin Vold has gone round. Petro squeezed him back.
Perfect.
And the Argentinian's going to have to fight Havel probably. Argentinian maybe will try and come around Paufler. There's the bow of his boat. He'll come around Paufler and cut out Petro, who's going to have to come round again and take out Vold from Norway. So here you see, you're going to find out who the weaker ones are now. Petro will come round, Edwin Vold, Paufler will have to do something, and sooner or later the weak ones will pay. You know, roundabout like this. Petro's gone right to the front, which is unusual. So that's changed the rotation somewhat. Edwin Vold was the beneficiary from that, as was Lorenz from Argentina, and it's Paufler and the Spaniard who are paying big time while this group rotates and rotates. Slightly unconventional there from Petro, but I think he just had enough. He didn't want to get involved anymore. He just said, no, I'm going to settle this down. And he did so quite impressively. Vold, a real beneficiary from that, but the biggest beneficiary from that was the Argentinian Balboa. Sorry, I was calling him Lorenz. It's the Spanish guy who's Lorenz. So the Argentinian there, 268, Ivan Balboa.
You can see how Adam Petro is adjusting himself in the boat accordingly. I've seen that once before on this course, but that turned out that the Hungarian, in that case, lost his seat in one of the porches and tried to finalize the race without the seat. And that was an effort word admiration.
That takes some doing.
I don't think that's the case here, but he's adjusting himself accordingly in the boat, Adam Petro.
So you see the two chasing groups, one out to the left and then one behind with the two South Africans and Mads Pedersen. But starting to churn it up into the portage. There's still good 150 metres to go. Argentinian suffered through that, the two Hungarians, but the Argentinian just tucks himself neatly in the V again. I really like the way he's racing.
Yeah, I think
very, very confident.
Quite a high speed over these portages. I think some of them are quite fed up with all this rotating. They want to get down to 4 now, if they can. Christian Matte top.
Paufler and Lorenz from Spain must be feeling this a bit. They haven't had the best of it. The Argentinian's the one who's impressing me with the way he's racing. Petro and Matte have been dominant throughout. So 5 are going to the right of the pontoon. Petro, the only one coming to the left. It's going to be Paufler and Lorenz who suffer from this. They're going to have last pickings on that right-hand side.
Very good, very good. Well done of
Edwin Vold, beautifully out of his boat. Really, really nice exit from his boat.
The same with for Petro.
So
3 of them.
Hungary, Norway, Argentina. Hungary also in 4th. Spain going through the drinks run. That's Lorenz from Spain. Paufler from Germany trying to hold the Spaniard out. He moved across deliberately. Stopped the Spaniard's progress there. So 4 to the right, 1 to the left. 5 to the right, 1 to the left. Oh, the Argentinians decided last minute, bad decision I'd say, to change sides. He could have been out third, instead he's out fourth. It's the first mistake we've seen from him.
Very a good watch there on Petro, if he manage. But Christian Mate is very impressive, the way he is doing this.
The two guys at the front of that were the two cleanest out at the front of the portage. Petro and Vold, really tidy.
Look strong and confident, both of them. Adam Petro has to use some energy now to close this gap. But they will be together, I think. Maybe Hoffler has to fight a little bit to get on the gap.
So Paufler, he's found himself with a lot of work to do, and there goes Vold for the first time. I think he's going to try and stop this rotation. If he can break this down to 4 people, Petro really struggling to close that gap.
And we
Petro
got
not making much impression.
Mats Pedersen passing the time measurement point here, and it's 1 minute. He doesn't gain anything.
Balboa looking very relaxed. He's waiting for Petro to do the work. Very calm from Balboa. You see the nose of his boat there. He's just going to wait for Petro to do the work to close. He doesn't need to do it. If someone else will do it for you.
Eivind Vold is now seeing that he has an opportunity to split the group. So that's what he's trying to do.
It looks like it's over for Paufler as we see some of the tail enders coming through the portage. That front group could be down to 4. The Spaniard Lorenz is really struggling as well, just coming off the back of the group. Trouble for the Swede at the end of the pontoon there. Bit of a mess he made of that.
So
Christian Mate taking the lead. Edwin Vold, Argentinian, beautifully placed again. It's definitely the second Hungarian there is struggling. Adam Petro, he's gone out to the right. The Spaniards followed him. Paufler in trouble on his own at the back.
And after these guys, we have Sigge Schmil on 7th position at the portage, 41 seconds behind. 8 is Argentina Vergoven, 43 seconds behind. 9 is Rodriguez Portugal, 45 seconds behind. 10th is Petersen, 1 minute exactly. And then follows Hatting on 11th position and Notten on 12th position, about a minute behind also them. And then a gap on close to 1 minute to Belgium Cox and Coombs. They are together there on 13th and 14th position. Followed by 15th Plaza, 16th Dal Bianco, 17th Bacchi from Italy, Dal Bianco also from Italy, and then Sweden Emil Torstensson on 18th position, and Emil Svensson on 19th position. Emil Torstensson 2 minutes 11 seconds behind, and Emil Svensson 31 seconds behind. And then Richter from Germany, Rob's
group of the C1. Ticini still out to the side, but he's pretty much level pegging with the others. So Mads Pedersen, he's lost, I think it's Nicholas Notten from his group of 3, and the 2 of them, that's Mads Pedersen and Louis Hatting, are closing down the chase group, which had Ziggy Shamil leading that chase group, but they're being closed down by Pedersen and Hatting. So Hungary, Ukraine and Poland, somewhere close to them is Ticini from Italy also. So as the two races cross paths at the 1,000-metre mark, the C1s 1,000 metres back to us, the K1s 1,000 metres away from us, going up to the top turn.
Very nice study of the technique.
There's the chase group. Pedersen and Hatting are back with the second group, which was the second Argentinian and Ziggy Shamil and one other.
And now Taccini is soon together with them again. But exactly as we saw this morning, no one is using the backwash, and we still wonder why. If anyone out there, sea paddler specialist, can tell us why, we would appreciate.
I'm going to offer a reason why. With the Ukrainian in his position, when he does his sweep strokes to steer, that's going to be exactly where the bow of the V-wash boat would be.
There's probably
so
something like that.
Maybe that doesn't help.
Very nice shot here, studying their technique.
So Paufler back in that front group again.
Amazing.
Absolutely amazing race from him. He's put in the miles up there, he really has. And to now be leading it, he is on the best form he's been in, I think, that we've ever seen him in. Petro and Mate still trading leads. Paufler's been held off again. He obviously tried to come round Petro there. Petro closed the door on him.
And Balboa doesn't do much work in front. I haven't seen him in front
Balboa's done
at all.
Nothing.
Looking confident.
With a name like Balboa, you're always in with a chance, I'm figuring.
I don't think the others recognize him at the early stages in the race. They've been hiding back in Argentina for a while and then training in Spain. Not doing any races in Europe this year. Might have an advantage from that. But as long over the distance here,
yeah, he's done nothing wrong so far, Stefan. Nothing. Just the exit from the last portage. He lost a couple of lengths, and that's the only thing he's done wrong. Every wash he's been on has been the wash he's chosen. He's not been handed anything, and that's really impressive.
Yes.
If you compare that to Paufler, who's been given the washes that are left over all the time, he's done so much work.
Eivind Wold is also
done really well. Yeah,
very confident. He's a confident person, so, and today he seems to have the strength to keep up with his mindset as well.
A change of sides by Adam Petro, probably designed to upset the Argentinian, or it might just be that he wants to be on that side for the portage later on, and that's the easiest time to swap sides. You can see Balboa so unrushed. That swap happened. He's just going to wait now for Edwin Wold to come around his right-hand side. In the meantime, lead group of 5 from the C1s heading down to their next portage.
Really pushed it round those boys.
Very nice shot, side by side into the portage.
So it could be back to 4 and 2, and just as they're doing that down the bottom end of the course.
And so far, it's been the 2 Hungarians and the Ukrainian who've dominated the portaging. It's been the Pole and the Italian. The Italian's just hit the back of the Ukrainian boat, not deliberate, but it's just upset the flow of the Ukrainian coming into this portage. Italian really looks like he's suffering there. He's coming in to the right-hand side of the portage. 2 Hungarians in the pole to the left. So, first out will be Dory. But he's already been overtaken by Bala. Bala, world champion.
Having done 14.1 kilometers, and they pass here.
Those three running well again, and again it's the Italian and the Pole who are suffering. So it's Bala from Dory.
Poland and Italy.
From Davidov. Italy and Poland are going to be playing catch-up again. Gluza is caught up very comfortably every time. But each time they have to catch up, it costs a little bit more. This time he's closer. Ticini, slightly further back on this portage.
Halfway through the race now. Going down 10.5 kilometers, these C1 paddlers.
And Italy struggling a bit back in 5th place there. Poland's going to get back.
The top 10 is Davidov, Ukraine, Bala from Hungary, Dory from Hungary, Gluza from Poland, Taccini from Italy. And then follows Bochiel, Poland, Souchier, France, Gonzalez Quintans from Spain, and Calvo Moya from Spain.
So that's the best portage we've seen from Gluza so far. Ticini, not so. But that group's slowed down dramatically now. They'll give Ticini a little opportunity. It's Dory, 203. Deciding it wasn't his turn to be leading. So they still can't decide who's going to be leading. And this great opportunity for Ticini, if he can close the gap while they're doing really nothing at the front of that race now. Meanwhile, about 200-300 meters, here we go. It's still Christian Mate, Adam Petro, Edwin Vold, Laurence from Spain, Balboa from Argentina, and Paufler just out of shot from Germany. They've got about 200 meters to the next portage. There goes Adam Petro. Quick change of group. Argentinian. Move up to his left. There he goes. And somebody needs to get in that V-wash. It should have been Edwin Vold. Should have been dropping back. But Paufler has got it instead. Edwin Vold's going to come around Christian Mate now. Christian Mate does not like that. Now, Christian Mate, we've seen him hold that wash so many times. The guy should learn that. Don't take him on that. You should have dropped round the back before that happened. Christian Mate, have you ever seen him be pushed back into the V?
Never.
No.
Never.
So don't take on somebody who says no every time.
Yes.
So Paufler finally has got the bit of rest that he deserves. It was good to see Balboa put his drinks bag in his boat that time. He threw the Oh, there we go. He's just done it. Put his drinks bag in the water. That is bad form. And it can't be long before we issue penalties for that.
It will be for next year. New rule will be implied.
Yeah, he'd even put it on his lap before he did that. And then he took it off his lap and put it in the water. It's just unacceptable to do that. So it's Petro, Balboa and Mate. Paufler's tucked in the V, Lawrence next to him, and on the far side, Edwin Vold. He looks like he's struggling a little bit there. Looks a little bit uncomfortable.
The second group is now headed by Mats Pedersen.
Just let that lead go, I think.
The heading.
But it's Petro. Argentinian looking a little bit more tired than we've seen him. He's puffing a little bit out there.
This time 3-1 side.
Christian Mate looking good. Coming into this side of the portage. Petro on the far side. Argentinian paddling round him. Edwin Vold beautifully out again. So clean out the portage, Edwin Vold. So 2 Hungarians, the Norwegian. Spaniard Lawrence did really well on that portage also. He's pushed his way into the front 4. So it's Paufler again who's going to suffer from the... How many times can he catch up?
He's a good runner, so he will catch up slightly now on the far end of the portage. All well together.
Balboa running well. He's on the left. It's Christian Mate who's not done so well on this one. He's going to have to wait for those other 2. That's going to serve Paufler well because he's got Christian Mate to pull him back to the group. Paufler, if he can get there, that's his ticket home. I think that was a blessing for Paufler there.
So Christian Mate was not in control of that run. Slipped back into 5th position.
It's Petro from Vold, from Balboa.
Adam Petro is watching where his teammates is. Not setting that high speed, but it's not slow either. Now Christian Mate has to go very hard to really get on to Adam Petro.
Christian Mate does not look impressive there, Stefan.
No.
It's Lawrence from Spain who's closing the gap, not Mate. This is Lawrence from Spain, the white boat. He's finally got himself into the front 4. That's the first time we've seen him there. Christian Mate, pretty ineffective on that catch-up.
Yeah, but he used the wash perfectly well there.
Finds himself on the 5th wash. It's Paufler again on his own, struggling on the outside there.
And the distance to the second group is still 1 minute, 1 second, exactly the same as the previous lap. So Hatting, Sigersmiel, Vergoven and Petersen and Rodriguez doesn't gain anything. It's exactly the same distance behind.
Well, I think Petersen and Hatting have closed the gap because they weren't with this second group at the last one. So they've done well. Ziggy Jamil's leading that group now. Pedersen and Hatting with him. Pedersen looks tired. You can see him just struggling to get connection with those front 2. He was lucky there. Jamil put his paddles down. And through the portage, the 2 Belgians. Sweden, 2 Swedes, I think. And a Spaniard.
And this group is 14th to 19th position. These ones over the portage now. Svensson, Kums, Plaza, Torstensson, Dal Bianco.
So a little bit of downtime now. C1s. Looks like that's down to 4. Looks like the Italian has finally cracked. So 2 Hungarians, Poland and Ukraine. 500 meters from the top turn.
Leading group to K1 have reformed into 6 again. C1's just down at the bottom turn.
We could see just the bow of the Italian boat in shot there, actually.
They're just over halfway.
Something, yep, he's still there. Tashini is trailed round with that group the whole way, just as Paufler has in the men's K1. is not giving this race up.
Still anything could happen.
Got retirement, that looks like Canada up on the top. Retirement from the men's K1.
These guys have done 12.6 kilometers when they do this turn out of 21. So it's still a little bit less than 10 kilometers to go for them. And the intermediate result list for the C1 men is Davida Balladori, Glusa and Taccini to top 5. We'll see them well together. And then follows Bogiel from Poland on 6th position, Souchier from France on 7th, González Quintas from Spain on 8th positions, 9th is Calvo Moya from Spain, 10th is Prikodko from Ukraine, 11th is Tosh from Germany, Sven Tosh from Germany, and 12th is Tatara from Japan. And on the men K1, we had a first 17 previously. 18th is Dal Bianco from Italy. 19 is Bacchi from Italy. 20 is Richter from Germany. 21st is Robson from Canada. 22nd Button from Australia. And 23rd Bratash from Ukraine. Felix Richter on 20th position is certainly quite disappointed with today's race. He did very well in the World Cup in Portugal previously this year. And the Germans had good hope for him on this race.
The top of his shot, you just saw the chasing group in the men's K1 heading up to the top turn as we watch the C1s make their way back towards us, towards the portage.
Very nice camera shot of the C1s, used as an instruction movie for technique, for C1 paddling.
Back to the K1, Christian Mate back at the front where he's happiest. Haufler has made his way back into the group.
Amazing.
And still Balboa tucked in the V-wash, doing as little as possible. Lawrence from Spain.
Racing comfortably. Yeah, done a very comfortable race for himself, Davey involved.
Yeah, he's missed a couple of the washes on the changes, but he's always made his way back to the front four.
Yeah.
For me, I'm loving the Argentinian, the way he's raced today. Whatever his result, he's certainly made the easiest of his journey around the course. He's made the best of the opportunities available to him.
About 1,200 metres now to the
Haufler, no, he's off the back of the group again.
The K1 go around their bottom turn, so they're only on the water about
Surely
800 metres
he
behind.
can't catch up again. I think now it's just 5 boats left in this group. Lawrence from Spain, the weakest of the 5. He won't be getting any of the good washes. Especially sat on that side of the group. If the leader changes, it will probably be Adam Petro. No, he's going to wait for Vold. This is the time when Lawrence can come round. It is going to be Adam Petro. It was always the way, and Lawrence just should have finished the job there. Get round Vold and take the front V. That allowed Paufler to catch up yet again. And Christian Mate, for the first time I think ever, we've seen him in the V-wash.
Ukraine and Poland.
There goes the Spaniard. He's going to take on Edwin Vold for his side wash. And Edwin Vold moves right out on him. Maybe a little bit too aggressively for my liking. There's a limit as to how much you can deviate from your course to inconvenience someone else. But the Spaniard has learned that that wash is not available. So if he's going to try and get into the front 4, he needs to try a different route. That door will be closed on him again and again.
Leading group of 4 in the C1 at 800 metres. The group of 3 about 100 metres behind.
C1's about 200 metres now from the turn, from the portage rather. Down to 4, Ticini has fallen back and indeed has been closed down by what looks like Souchere. And the second Polish paddler, which will be Bourgil. So here's the front 4 for the second group in the C1. I think is closing this group down.
Perfect conditions here this
Meanwhile, at the back of the back with the K1s,
4 coming into the portage.
Adam Petro leading, Edwin Vold from Ivan Balboa, Christian Mate, you see the nose of his boat there, and the last 2 in this group is Paufler from Germany and Lawrence from Spain. You see Paufler's bow just in shot there. And in come the C1s, and this is going to close. It could close to a 7-boat group fairly shortly in the C1. First out, Ben Story. Followed by Davidov, followed by Levanti Bala. So Dory getting a quick shower. Davidov running through without a drink change. And as they run past the crowd, the second chasing group of 3 is not far behind. So it's Dory from Davidov, from Bala, from Gluza, and as they leave, any minute now, I think we'll see the second group arriving on that pontoon. Second group is Bourgil from Poland, Souchere from France, and Ticini, who's fallen back to that group. So it's Souchere and Bourgil that are making their way through. But Bourgil has then filled his boat up with water. He's had a nightmare at that portage. After all the work he's done, he's lost a load of ground on Souchere. who looks to be
This race is
heading for at least closing down 4th place,
100 metres of
which is Gluser, who was in the front group and now trails them by about 6 or 7 lengths.
C1.
Meanwhile, about 200 metres from the portage is the top group in the men's K1. All the same contenders still there. Adam Petro in charge. Christian Mate forcing his way out. He doesn't want to be in the V, it seems, at the portage. And Edwin Vold somehow allowed him through. A little bit naive there. So it's Petro leading in from Mate, Edwin Vold on the right. Paufler making his way to the V, but he was beaten there by Laurens from Spain. Now the second group looks to be much, much closer now. And it's Portugal doing the work in that second group. It's going to be Rodriguez from Portugal. So Rodriguez, Chamil, Peterson and Hatting rather, in that second group. And this first group disintegrating just before the portage. Petro first to get hold of his boat. Mate pushed his boat away and failed to get hold of it.
Very, very nice portrait of Eivind Vold.
Been tidy throughout. Balboa also tidy throughout.
The way Eivind managed to get out of his boat was much faster than anyone else. So he managed his slight disadvantage into the portage by moving very fast up from his boat.
So Lauren's done very well on this portage. Paufler again is going to be the one who suffers.
And Christian
Mate not looking too good at the back of that group.
There's some water in his boat, and so his bow was pointing down. It hampered him a bit.
Paufler could get with Mate again. He has done. And there's his lift back to the front yet again. But here's the second group. Pedersen right on their tail now. Pedersen is within touch. Hatting with him.
It's fantastic. Once
Rodriguez
again.
with him.
Wow.
I cannot believe that Pedersen has made such a hard job of a race he should be in control of at this stage. But he is going to close up that front group.
Yeah, it's just 15 seconds now. He gained 45 seconds on this previous lap.
It looked like it was Rodriguez that was doing a lot of the work to close that group. But now it's each man to his own. Christian Mate looks dead in the water to me. He's not going to close the group. He's with Paufler, but he's not going to close down the front four. It's going to be Pedersen who closes the front four before Mate does.
Yeah, and Pedersen is doing very, very fine now. As we have seen so many times before, he gained strength in the far end of the race, and now he's working on it. He's really haven't given up his ambitions for a medal today. They are down now 17.7 kilometers out of 26.2. So it's still close to 10 kilometers to go, and he's going for it now. Mats Pedersen from Denmark.
Paufler still trying to close that gap.
It's
Every
amazing.
lap he's done
Fantastic.
it. Pedersen hunting them down now. The front four led by Edwin Vold, still in the V-Wash Balboa. Petro taking it on. He wants this to be the break that's decisive. Laurens, after everything, he's been trailing at the back of the group for so long and now finds himself in the front four. Pedersen only seconds away now from closing those chasing two. And it's Petro taking it on as we go back to the C1s. And Simon over for now. We'll get you back to that K1 race as soon as we can. But for the moment, at least, it looks like the front four are away. Christian Mate's little lease of life He's trying to close now. He's overtaken Paufler. He's making the run in back to that group. Pedersen still struggling just to stay in touch with those two.
Christian Madde taking over there now, and I think he will manage to close the gap, and Peterson is the one suffering from it.
In at the portage there. The South Africans had high hopes for him, but it hasn't been the day for Nicholas Naughton. He's leading out the group, but there's some 3 minutes down probably on the sharp end. The sharp end is all coming together again now. It's going to be what looks like Paufler and Mate have got back to that group. Pedersen is about 3 or 4 lengths down on it.
Paufler and Mate is back there, and I think Pedersen will manage to do that as well. He's far out on the right-hand side now, catching the V-wash and following it thoroughly to the top. Yes, now he's within the group. Mats Pedersen is back in the top group.
There it is, Rodriguez and Hatting out to the left of his shot. They're not too far adrift from that group. But that front group, amazingly, is up to 7 now. And probably the most amazing is Pedersen. We've seen him do it before, but what a tough way to race.
It's his third time, actually. He did it in Bohemia, he did the same in Pontevedra, far behind and finished second. This very endurant paddler from Denmark. It will be really interesting to watch both him and Eivind Wold. Eivind Wold is a sprint paddler. I mean, he has been in the finals in the under 23 category in sprint 1,000 meters, both in K1 and K2s several times. A very promising, talented sprint paddler from Norway, also used to cross-country skiing and long-distance canoeing. And then we have Mats Pedersen, that is a perfect marathon paddler, very endurant, and he managed to have good speed also in the in-sprint. We have seen that before. It will be really interesting to see these two guys contesting the Hungarians here. And also Balboa, very unexpectedly.
Balboa's still there, still taking his pick of the washes. Pedersen we just saw in the last shot, just trying to come around the outside of Balboa, who I think will let him do that and go into the V. He seems very comfortable in the V. Does Balboa. He's been there for a lot of the race. That group now up to 7 though, things get slightly more complicated. But it's been a very fascinating race to watch it unfold. C1's now down to 3. Looks like we've lost Gluza from Poland. So Hungary and Ukraine. I'm not sure how many laps we've got left.
They were done 17.7 kilometers when they were here at the portage out of 26.
So here we are.
So it's still 2 more portages to do for these guys.
Front through goes Christian Mate, taking the lead from Adam Petro. Edwin Wold not coming round Petro. Paufler still looking there. He's still there, still comfortable. Who's in the V-wash still? It's still Balboa. Lawrence trying to come around the outside, but Petro's not having any of that. So it's Petro, Mate,
and Paufler.
Paufler, unbelievable.
And there is Mats Pedersen. Fantastic.
The C1s just at the bottom turn.
He's getting up there
Pedersen
now.
looks like he could take Edwin Wold off the side. I don't think Petro will let him take him off the side. No, there goes Petro. He's just holding it, doing enough to hold off Pedersen. He's getting tight in the back, but again, Balboa straight in there. Edwin
very
Vold paid the price.
confident.
He's strong, he's confident, he knows what wash he wants, and he's just taken every single wash he wants throughout.
Just like you, Ivan.
Wow, same name, same job, Stefan. I tell you, I couldn't be more proud of him if I'd coached him myself. He's been there the whole race. And statistically, Stefan, this is a little known fact. There are more world champions in the men's K1 called Ivan than any other name. So statistically, he's on a winner in this race. C1, slightly irritating, I imagine, for the group there. But he's moved far enough to the left to let them through. Edwin Vold paid the price for that move that started by Mads Pedersen. Pedersen just needs to force his way into that front four. Really, the weak link in that front four is on the far side with Paufler. He's the one they could take on.
And behind these guys, we have Hatting from South Africa on the 9th position. 10th is Sigge Schmil. 11th is Vergauwen from Argentina. 12th is Notten from South Africa. 13th is Emil Torstensson, Sweden, managed to gain some positions. 14th is Svensson from Sweden. 15th Bacchi from Italy. 16th Plaza from Spain. 17th comes from Belgium. 18th Dal Bianco from Italy. 19th Cox from Belgium. 20 Robson from Canada. 21 Dutton, Australia, and 22 Bratash from Ukraine.
And as we saw there, it's Rodriguez from Portugal and Hatting making their way to be in contact with this front group. There's still everything to play for. The white boat on this side, it's Lorenz coming up to take Paufler. If you want to get in the front four, it's Paufler you take on at this stage, I think. Lorenz could come up the outside of him. Oh, come on, Balboa. It's another drinks bag in the water from Balboa. It's 3 we've seen from him now. But Rodriguez and Hatting are in there. And there goes Lorenz. He's taking on Paufler. And I'm surprised that Paufler made that. But he has. Petro's not going to have any of that, though. He's going to take Mate back into the V. And, oh, look at Balboa. He's pushed up. He's going to allow Lorenz to take him out. And he's held onto the V from the V. And that takes some doing. That is proper, serious marathon tactics there. That is as good as it gets. To be on the V, see a change in group shape, and to stay on the V, he absolutely bossed that move. But Paufler now leading a race where we've written him off 5 times already.
It's amazing. A very strong mind of this young German.
Christian Mate, you see the bow of his boat. He's going to come and he's going to want to take on Lorenz. And when he takes on Lorenz, it's going to be very interesting to see what Balboa does.
Just coming up to about 1100 from the 40s now. That's the second group in the canoes.
So Christian Mate will move up gradually to start with. When he gets within striking distance, he'll want to take on Lorenz, I think, for that wash. Just sitting it out for now. Maybe he's either confident or not got quite enough to take it on. It's on the far side there, Pedersen. Hatting now. Rodriguez from Portugal. Vold. Another drinks bag from Christian Mate there.
Amazingly done of Hatting as well. He was also written off.
So great racing here in the under-23s.
The Hungarians that paddle so confident in the early stages of
And
the
there
race.
goes
It's now-
Petro. This will change the shape again. Lawrence wants to go round Palfler, but he can't make it. Straight into the V.
That's Peterson perfectly positioned there.
And there goes Lawrence round Palfler. Palfler falls back to Balboa, who has to let him have it this time. And Vold has blocked Balboa from going around the outside, but Balboa's forced him out again. Oh, a little bit of a coming together there. Balboa was at fault. There was a gap he went through that wasn't really there. And is not impressed by that.
No.
A little bit of a shake of the head from Vold there.
Shouldn't try that on Eivind Vold. He's also strong-minded.
But here goes Balboa. Let's see what he's got.
Self-confidence.
Can he take out both Vold and Pedersen?
Yeah, he will take on them both.
Pedersen's going to try and hold him. It's going to be tight.
He does.
Pedersen looks good. Balboa wants that wash. He does want it, and he's
not giving up on it. Petro sees that, and
Balboa
increases
is
the speed.
still going for it. He's still going. He's going to squeeze Pedersen out.
He does.
Oh
He's
my
successful.
word! Balboa is a revelation to me.
This is amazing.
This is how you
marathon
race.
Tactics. Yeah, very good. Skillful paddlers, all of them.
If any kids rewind this race and watch it and play back, just watch Balboa from start to finish. He's made one error on one portage. Apart from that, absolutely textbook.
Confident.
He might not win the race, but for me, absolutely, he's done the best race out there today. Whatever happens from here, Christian Mate taking on Lawrence from Spain. Lawrence is having none of that, nor is Petro. Petro wants the speed high. They're only 200 metres from the portage, and Petro wants to lead in. A little bit of confusion at the back. Palfler went for a wash that didn't materialise.
And watch Hatting. Hatting is also doing a comfortable race now.
And this is going to be a nightmare at the portage. They are going to get there at the same time as the second group of C1s. It's going to be close. So this is the front group of C1s. They're going to be away and clear, but the K1s are going to be coming into this portage very, very close to the C1s. It's all going to come together probably at the get-in from this portage. So through the portage goes Brent Story. He's leading the C1. But let's go back to the start of the portage to watch the K1s come through. There's the three leaders in the C1. Let's go back to the K1 if we can. Let's have the camera back at the start of the portage. So the big group split to come into the portage. It's on this side of the portage, it's Adam Petro. On the other side, it's Lawrence. Petro, Lawrence, Edwin Vold. He's at the front again, getting out well, but not as well as he has done. At the back, it's Lawrence and Hatting. At the front, here we go. It's Balboa through the drinks. It's Edwin Vold through the drinks. Mads Pedersen, he's leading.
Mads
Adam
Pedersen in the
Petro,
lead
but it's
now.
Pedersen leading.
He's running really fast, Mads Pedersen. And it's Adam Petro, it's Mads Pedersen and Adam Petro and Lawrence and Bilbao. Balboa, Pedersen, Petro, Lawrence, Eivind Vold.
Rushing a little bit. He's not doing too well. Christian Mate also back at the tail end of this. It's all going on now. 2-3 away. It's Balboa, it's Petro, and it's Pedersen.
It's Pedersen. It's
After everything
Pedersen
he's
that's
been
going
through,
for
Pedersen
it now.
is taking this to them
Amazing,
now.
yeah, really amazing. This guy, we know he's loving high speed and long distance pull of high speed. It's Petro, and it's Petro that is hanging on. It's Balboa, but it's Mads Pedersen in the lead. Mads Pedersen in the lead, followed by Petro and Balboa. What a development of this race. And now it's Eivind Vold that is starting the hunt to close the gap. And it's Hatting and it's Christian Mate.
But those three are away. Pedersen is not going to let this close up, I don't think. Petro's going with him. Balboa, as he has been throughout, he's still with the front group. Edwin Vold, he's got a long gap to close on his own. He needs to be thinking about the others behind him. Christian Mate looking like he's struggling. One of the stronger ones at the moment looks like Louis Hatting. He's pulling well. Rodriguez is still pulling well. Kaufler, unbelievably at the back of the group yet again. He's making hard work of this.
But the gap increases. The gap increases still. It's only Eivind Vold that is gaining, and I think Mats Pedersen is now seeing the big chance for himself, the big opportunity for himself, and he's really going for it. Who could imagine that a couple of laps ago? He was off with 1 minute.
Unbelievable.
Now he's there once again. And we have said it before, unbelievable is the word for Mats Pedersen. We saw that in Pontevedra, we saw that last year in Bohin, and now once again, unbelievable. Mats Pedersen is pulling now, and is breaking up this big group all by himself, followed by Petro and Balbao, and Eivind Vold is close to gap.
Balboa is struggling at these speeds. He's coming around this side. Edwin Vold is the only one who's going to make that gap. Second group now is some 50, 60 metres behind. Balboa, if I were him, I'd wait on that half V for Vold to come round, but he's not. He's come up the side. But unbelievable from Pedersen. He has no right to be in this group from where he came from. He's made such a hard job of the races. If the one day we see him get it right, he has to be unbeatable, right?
And what you said before on Balbao and his tactics, the same goes for me. My heart burns for Mats Pedersen, having done exactly the same so many times. It's possible, and it's possible also on these little bit shorter distances of marathon to do a race like this. And Mats Pedersen is the proof of it.
Nicholas Naughton there for South Africa coming through with...
Emil Torstensson from Sweden and Naughton from South Africa.
Naughton outrunning him. But these guys are some 4 minutes back now. Maybe even more on the lead group. But it's all excitement up that front end. It looks like Edwin Vold is back in that front group. So Pedersen leading, I think. It's hard to see from here, but it looks like Pedersen leading. Unbelievable racing out here this afternoon from the under-23s. So many lessons to be learned here. From Pedersen you can learn that anything's possible. Don't give up when things go wrong for you. He is a prime example of that. He's done it time and time again. From Balboa, you can learn to race these races so efficiently. He hasn't put a foot wrong from the start. One poor portage was all we've seen from him. He's my favourite racer. Stefan's heart goes with Pedersen. And there's Pedersen, there's Balboa. There are two favourites, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. These endurance guys that could do anything on the long distances, just keep going for it. That's also marathon. And we have some other guys that are doing it tremendously well in the far end of the race. We have the Swede Emil Torstensson, who managed to go from 18th position to 11th now. So after these guys, Hofer is on 7th position, and then follow Sigurd Schmiel, 1 minute 31 seconds behind on 8th. Vergoven, Sigurd Schmiel is quite alone there. Vergoven from Argentina is 9th, 3 minutes after. 10th is Naughton from South Africa, together with Emil Torstensson from Sweden, 3.5 minutes behind. 12th is Emil Svensson, clubmate to Emil Torstensson from Bråviken, Sweden, in the same group. And then follows on 13th position Dal Bianco, Italy, another half minute behind, together with Bacchi, Italy. And then 15th is Combs, Belgium, 16th Plazas, Spain, and 17th Cox, Belgium.
You missed some more classic racing up the front there. Pedersen handed over the lead to what he thought was going to be Balboa. Balboa wasn't having any of it. Hungarian came through and Balboa waited for Vold to take up the side so he can yet again sit in the V. Balboa looked, to be fair, to be struggling on Pedersen's wash. You saw him drift back, then come up, drift back and then come up. That's the sign of someone who's fighting it a little bit, but he's got his rest again.
And the speed has decreased slightly now when Pedersen is not in the lead anymore.
Vold also, you have to give it to him. He's done a fantastic, well, all four of these guys. Petro's been up there from the beginning. He's been setting the pace from the beginning. Vold's been sitting comfortably in the first four for most of the race. Balboa's not put a foot wrong. And Pedersen is just truly inspirational.
The second group is now 60 meters behind. And it's Herting that is leading that group together with Christian Mate. Pofler is there as well, and Lawrence. But it turned out to be 60 meters now, or a little bit more actually.
It's, from this group, Stefan, you can't pick a winner. Can you pick?
No, not at all.
You got Petro, he's used to winning. That stands for something. Mads Pedersen has to be tired at least a little bit. Edwin Vold,
the sprinter Eivind Vold.
Edwin Vold's got the best sprint on him,
Yeah.
probably, but has looked a little bit tired. Balboa, to me, has had the easiest ride round, but he's looking tired on the washes now. So really nothing to choose. There's 3 medals, there's 4 people, and I think they've all got an equal chance. They've just overtaken the leader in the under-23 C1, which is Bent Story. We saw them earlier overtake Levanti Bala and Davidov. But it's Dory out in front. European champion, and it looks like he may well be world champion very soon. And as this race, men's K1 goes around the corner, you can see Balboa's not quite as comfortable as he has been. He's going to have to wait for that V to reform after the turn. Edwin Vold will go up the left of Petro, and Balboa will tuck into the tail again.
And we now from the European
And
Championship.
Pedersen takes it. Pedersen again.
We now
Look at
from-
Balboa waiting. He's waiting for Petro to go around the back, and he's going to tuck into the V. He'll come up with Petro. He'll use Petro's wash to close him, but Pedersen is piling on the power again.
In the Europeans, it was Petro at 3 seconds before Mats Pedersen in an in-sprint. But then, back then, Mats Pedersen was back in the top group just a couple of kilometers before the finish. Here, he has one full lap prior to this to be there and saving strength wash riding. When he's not setting the speed, of course, that he does currently.
If you're in the second group, the last person you want to see leading this front group now is Mats Pedersen. There's no way you're going to be closing him down if you're in the second group. He's piling on here. You can see how fast he's going by how far back the 2 on the wash are. There's clear water between him and them. They're right at the tail end of his boat. That's how far back the wash is. When they slow up,
That is a proof good enough on the speed. It's really high speed now. You can see how Adam Petri is grimacing a bit, suffering a bit there. Eivind Vold looks strong.
But Edwin Vold looks like he's dropping back.
Yeah, he's dropping
The
back.
nose of his boat's coming up out of the water just a little.
Yes.
And he's going to have to move forward.
There he does.
There he goes. He's making the effort to move forward, but he's still struggling just to stay on that side wash.
It doesn't look fast when Mats Pedersen is paddling like this, but it is. And now he's increasing speed
He's
even more.
speeding up again and again. Edwin Vold is suffering during this. He's not comfortable now.
So is Petro.
Petro, just those few centimetres further forward, just has a little bit better of it. And there, tucked in the back, low shoulders, low hands. Balboa.
Resting. That's the most comfortable position to be currently, especially when the speed is that high.
And Pedersen puts down. It's Petro goes up. Balboa goes with him. Vold. Will Pedersen let him round? No, he won't. So Pedersen saying no to Vold.
Why do they do this?
Why? It's so costly. Petro doesn't mind that. He's happy to sit in the V. The V's not going to form, so Balboa's got to come round Pedersen now. Pedersen can't hold off two people, one after the other, so he has to go to the back softly. Ultimately, Stefan, Pedersen could have been in the V without all of that. He could have been in the V on the first change, but he's not. He doesn't want it even now. He wants to come round. So Petro's going up the other side. Balboa, I think, will take on. He's got to take on Vold now. He has to take on Vold. Vold's going. So Balboa will drop back tamely now. Balboa's got what he wants. Pedersen's got what he wants. And this is really hard racing now. Really hard.
The only one gaining anything on this was Balboa.
Balboa, each time this happens.
But he's not happy there.
He's not comfortable still, no.
Why? They are still a long way to the portage.
Pedersen takes it on again. Petro coming round Vold. Vold doesn't want to drop into the V. You have to drop into the V when Pedersen's leading. It can be the only comfortable position.
Yeah.
I think Petro's dropping back out a shot and he's going to come up into the V.
But they are now struggling for position, fighting for position to the final portage that is coming up within 400 meters now, the final decisive portage. So I think Mats Pedersen really want to use his skill, his very good portage technique. We saw him do that in Buchin last year. Very, very good portage there, never forget that. And he wanted to use that technique by holding the initiative into the portage here.
Well, we've got Vold, who's very quick out of his boat. We've got Balboa, who's very quick at running. We've got Petro, who's a very fast runner. And they change side. Balboa is dictating again to Vold. Balboa wants to be on the left coming into the portage. Edwin Vold gets what's left. Petro's stuck on the tail of Pedersen.
It is still 200 meters to the portage actually. They are really starting this race very early. And
Balboa changing sides again.
That will be challenging in the portage. They will be exhausted coming to the portage. The risk of mistakes increases, and the pressure on them running over these 150 meters will be tremendous. Very tough race.
Not sure why Balboa changed sides twice there. I assume that Vold overtook him, squeezed him out, pushed him to the other side.
Petro has a good position there. You see, looking into his face, he seems to suffer a bit, having done so much work in the beginning of the race.
Vold also looks like he's fighting it now. Yeah. Vold moving right because of the portage. Petro going with Vold. Pedersen and Balboa going to the right.
Into the final portage.
It's Petro, looks like he's suffering. Peterson out first and away. Vold so quickly out of his boat on all the other portages. Same again this time. He's out second. Balboa third. Petro fourth. Pedersen running through the final portage.
And Balboa is following. It's Pedersen, and now he's gaining strength and he's running the fastest can now. And it's Balboa is doing it very, very fine now. He looks, look at this.
It's Vold who's suffering. Petro moved up into third. He's going to be first in on the left though. So probably come out of the portage second. Peterson will come out maybe third, but it's Balboa first in. Balboa for the first time at the front of this race. After everything Balboa's done right, he's now out of the final portage first. He's uncomfortable. Something's wrong.
No, he jumped into his boat without using the hands, and he just was a little bit on the left side on the seat, I think. But now he's going for it again. I don't think anything happened, but he's not going fast.
But he's first out of the last portage, Stefan. He's made no mistakes so far. If he does everything right now, he should control this race from the front, just not let anyone past. But he's going to let Pedersen come through.
He's letting Pedersen through. Maybe something happened to him there. It was a little bit strange to do this strong effort over the portage and then just letting go for it. Pedersen is perfectly positioned now. That's exactly what he wanted here. Exactly what he wanted.
Pedersen has the best of this. Balboa's chosen his left-hand side. Balboa looks still to be strong. Petro looks like he's struggling to close that gap.
You can see that in the turn as well. Even if the speed wasn't very high in the turn, Eivind and Petro was struggling a bit.
Second group in at the portage. Paufler, it's Hatting, it's Christian Mate. But at the front, it's Pedersen, Balboa and Petro. Vold just struggling to maintain contact with these three. He's just out of shot. He could still get back. But Pedersen taking it to them. I desperately want Balboa to win this race now, Stefan. You desperately want Pedersen to win it.
Absolutely so. Pedersen is the guy in this race, having done more of his catch-up. Loves that kind of racing. Never giving up, just go for it.
We haven't seen Balboa do a sprint into anything yet. No portages, nothing. We don't really know what he's got. He has overtaken on a couple of the wash changes, so he has got a sprint in there. I think for Vold.
Behind these guys, Rodriguez from Portugal have done a marvelous last long lap. He's on the 7th position now. Rodriguez from Portugal. Good, well done also from him. When the top group approach their final turn, just 500 meters before the finish.
Hopefully the camera will just stay with these guys. It'll be so cool to see how this pans out now after everything that's happened. They approach the first turn, boy. It's Pedersen round first, leaving Balboa no space on the inside. Petro third. Vold's out of it now. It's just these three. Balboa squeezing his way through on the inside. The medals are coming from these three now. Pedersen leading this. That's the position he wanted to be in at this stage. Balboa and Petro have got to wait. Somebody will attack Pedersen. And then, if you're the other wash hanger, you attack straight after that and hope to catch him on the second go. Petro, strange move there. Oh no, Petro has squeezed out Balboa. A great move from Petro there.
Yeah, very great move. He saw the gap there and just went for it.
He's cut Balboa off the wash. Balboa's looking back. Balboa's looking back for Vold. It looks like Balboa might be folding here. So it
wasn't over for Eivind.
It's just two now. Pedersen versus Petro. Balboa, he's looking across at Vold. It's going to be a painful 500 metres for him. Vold sees it. He's got a chance again. But it's Pedersen. Pedersen from Petro.
Pedersen and Petro, and it wasn't over for Eivind. Eivind is going for it out there now, trying to catch Balboa. But it's Pedersen and it's Petro. Pedersen versus Petro, and it's just 200 meters more to go now. Pedersen or Petro.
There he goes, Petro. Petro's taking on Pedersen. This is the big one. It's going to be so close. I don't think Pedersen can hold him. It's so close. It's going to be Petro.
It's gonna be Petro. Exactly the same development as in the Europeans. It's gonna be Petro. Another gold medal to Hungary. It's Adam Petro. Exactly like in the Europeans. Adam Petro, Hungary.
Oh my word, what a great race. Adam Petro, European champion, world champion, always in the front four.
And Mats Pedersen have done a marvelous race, once again catching up and bring a silver medal home to Denmark. And Bilbao, Argentina has the bronze medal. And Eivind, Norway, have a good fourth position. What a race.
We saw everything in that race. Petro never put a foot wrong, always in the front four. Controlled a lot of the early stages of the race. Balboa, for me, man of the match. He raced absolutely superb, but Pedersen, you cannot fault what he did. We missed his incident when he lost his paddles early on. We saw it in the distance, but he recovered from that and absolutely stormed the last half of that race. Phenomenal. And here comes Havel. What top quality racing from him, Stefan. He seemed dead in the water so many times. I'm not sure what's happened to Hatting there. He stopped completely. He's got going again now.
Fifth is Poffler. I think he's very pleased of his race here today. Sixth is Hatting. Louis Hatting, that is doing K2 later this weekend as well. K2 seniors on Sunday.
Hatting 7th in the 1,000 metres World Championships, about 7th in this one also, roughly.
And 8th is Christian Matti.
That's if I was right about the 7th. I'm not sure I was, Stefan. I might be.
7th, yes. Christian Matti 7th.
Rodriguez next across the line. He was fantastic also in the second half of the race. He closed the gap up to the front group with Mads Pedersen. And just behind him, in shot there, Ben Story from Hungary. He's going to be world champion, another world champion for Hungary. We're going to know the words to that anthem soon, Stefan. So Hungary take the win in both the men's K1 and C1 under 23.
Ben Story, Hungary. And it's a big fight going on for the silver medal, and that is Ukraine versus Hungary.
Levanti Bala versus
Denis Davidov.
Bala looks to be getting the better of that battle. Bala, world champion last year, silver it looks like this year. Davidov just can't get the power strokes in. He's having to steer too much on the wash, and he's called it a day. Bala takes second, Davidov third.
Denis Davidov from Ukraine, born 1996, bringing home a bronze medal to Ukraine. One of their first bronze medals in this category in marathon.
Fantastic race from him. Patrick Gluser will be the next C1 over the line in 4th place. He was second last year, but no medal for him this year. There he is in shot. Tough race today for him.
Patrick Gluser, Poland.
Well, we've just witnessed, Stefan, one of the great races. You can make an instructional video from that race alone today.
Finishing now is I think it is Levante, Spain, without his number.
He was so good early on, Miguel Lawrence from Spain. So good early on. Mixed it with the front group for 3/4 of the race.
And he finishing 8th, and the Sigersmiel is 9th. I'm counting right here.
Sigersmiel second in the juniors last year. The move up to the under-23s is a big step. He raced well today. Couldn't stick with the front group. Second group came through him at speed with Mads Pedersen, and it was too much for Ziggy today.
And many more are finishing now, and it would be nice to have the cameras on them. We have a Swedish competition now, Emil Svensson and Emil Torstensson, side by side, going for the 9th and 10th position, or 10th or 11th. And it's Emil Torstensson in his black Sonic Elio boat that is finishing, I think, 9th. And Emil Svensson finishing 10th. Swedish clubmates.
Just behind them, Nicholas Naughton. South Africans had high hopes for him. Didn't turn out to be his day. Behind him, 265. Just behind him, Emis Bacchi from Italy. And behind him, 251, second Argentinian, Sebastian Vergoven. He's had a decent day. What a great race. I don't know about you out there in internet land, but I loved watching that from the commentary. That had everything a race should have.
Alan, Andre
254 just finishing there. Andreas Del Bianco, very strong on the first lap. But ultimately, it wasn't to be his day. He'll be followed in by a Spaniard, either in the C1, it's going to be next, and a Spanish K1 following him in. So 204 there, Ignacio Calvo from Spain. He's across the line now. And just behind him is compatriot Alberto Plaza. And he'll be followed home. By the Belgian Board comes. This is happening to a few tail enders coming through the final portage. Next across the line from Spain. Damian Gonzalez. And slowly, the first day of racing at these World Championships in Brandenburg draws to a close. We have seen some great performances today from juniors and under-23s alike, from the men and the women, and from the canoes and the kayaks. From quality across the board, and there's more to come tomorrow. Schedule starts tomorrow at 8:40. Across the line now, 264, Dean Cox Dan Cox rather, from Belgium. So 8:40 tomorrow morning. The little preliminary talks. Then it's K1 men juniors. That's going to be a good race. K2 women juniors. Always good. Middle section tomorrow. We've got the K1 women and the C1 men. And then tomorrow afternoon, of course, on its own, on the course, the K1 men.
And we will try to have an interview from the podium here.
So happy it was you being on the Russian then and not the Argentinian.
Across the line there, 2-1-3. Mikhailo Godko from Ukraine in the C1, and from Canada.
Okay, we have the camera there.
We had Nick Robson in the K1. And then crossing the line. It looks like we're going to hand over to Stefan once we've sorted out the sponsors board. So we've got the Australian just coming in from the portage, while his compatriot Logan Dutton finishes. So Logan Dutton finishes, and Ryan
Two
starts his final lap.
medalists, gold medalist and silver medalist. Adam Petro, congratulations to the gold.
Thank you very much. It was a very hard race.
Yeah, it was a race that had everything in it. You lost the paddle, Matt.
Yeah, I think I got a pretty good start in the single lap was in the diamond rush, and then the Argentinian guy came in the back and tried to get the place, and he just crashed into my paddle and I lost it. So I had a lot of work catching up with the guys, but I managed to catch up in the end, and I'm really happy with that.
You have done that before?
Yeah, it's becoming a habit, but I hope it stops because it's pretty hard catching up again.
So the other your fellow competitors should really fear when you are dropping behind, because then you will get a medal.
Yeah, they should.
Congratulations, it was fantastic race from you.
Thank you so much.
And you, Adam Petro, were in the top all race around.
Yeah, with my Hungarian mate, we try to dominate the group. So we try to be in front at every portage, but it was very exhausting. So it was not easy to be in front all the time.
We saw that you took a lot of initiatives in the first half of the race.
Yeah, I tried to, but in the second half I was too exhausted. So when Matt caught up, I was very tired. So I just let him go in front.
But then in the end, you managed to pass. Did you have an advantage of doing the same in the Europeans earlier this year?
Yeah, maybe. But we all know that the Europeans were unfortunately not realistic, because Mets fall at the last portage. So I was really sorry for that. But this time we could fight a very good race.
Yeah, and you really did. Congratulations, both of you. Adam Petro and Mats Pedersen. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Great interview there from Stefan with two of the big guns from this race. Mads Pedersen acknowledging that he's had way too many incidents on races and he's had to catch up every time. He does it so well, but You saw there, even he would rather not have to do those catch-ups. Adam Petro dominant in these races, so good at that big finish. Shame we didn't get to talk to our Rocky Balboa there, but maybe he doesn't speak English. I would love to catch up with him later and have a chat with him, but absolutely phenomenal racing. Privileged to watch that. Stefan's just coming back into the commentary box after his interview. So even Mads acknowledged that it's about time he stopped racing like that.
Yeah. Oh, what an amazing day! So many good races, and this final race had everything, really everything.
Yeah, I think it's fairly telling, Stefan, that for the whole afternoon session, we've had no complaints on the internet feedback. It's already got better, the coverage. It was just that one session this morning, but the quality of the racing alone this afternoon should have entertained you. Stefan and I did what we could to keep you informed, and it's been, I was just saying, it's been an absolute privilege to be here this afternoon, Stefan, to watch that.
Absolutely so. And tomorrow we are back again at the same time, 8:40, starting the broadcast. And we do have a little pre-talk before each section. And tomorrow we will have 5 races ongoing, finalizing with the K1 men in the afternoon and K1 women in the midday session. It will be a lot of fun and a lot of exciting races here on this amazing Regattastrecke Brandenburg, where so many events have been going on over the years.
And tomorrow, Stefan, we've got an awful lot of the big name legends from this sport racing. It's going to be a great day. I can't see the racing being much more entertaining than today's race, to be fair, but you never know. The big guns can come out with some surprises. And as we've seen, there's people out there that we don't know, like our Rocky Balboa there. He showed them what he'd got this afternoon, and there's more Argentinians to come in the seniors tomorrow. So it's going to be good entertainment. There's going to be bigger crowds tomorrow.
Yeah, it's still Friday and people are working here in this canoeing city of Brandenburg. They have really fostered with so many good athletes here over the years. And now we are awaiting a prize giving ceremony that is coming up within a couple of minutes.
Meanwhile, a couple of the officials taking advantage of their opportunity on the red carpet. A bit of fame and fortune. Heading towards the paparazzi in the bottom corner there.
It's Tom from Australia that have been with us for a long time.
You can't keep him off the red carpet, old Tom. His moment of glory, look, it's being told off. No, she's let him get away with it. He can go right to the end. Milk it, Tom, milk it. Oof, he just fell into the penalty area. Didn't quite make the end of the carpet, but it was close. So, let's have a quick recap of the winners. We had Hungary winning 2 races this afternoon. We had 3 races from Hungary won on the first session, and the middle session today was Hungary again. And in fact, Hungary won everything so far. I'd say Hungary are pretty good at this canoeing business, Stefan.
They are, especially marathon.
They had a pretty torrid time at the Olympics this year, though. It wasn't good for them, especially their men's team and their canoe team were very much underperformed. The women won all 3 events, but each event contained one consistent athlete throughout.
Well,
So-
Germany had a very, very good Olympics.
Yep.
We haven't seen much of German athletes here today. We have Bofler that did very well in this final race today. But we'll see more Germans on the course tomorrow and on Sunday, I suppose. So it's a bit different, the sprint paddling from the marathons.
Certainly in the men's, to go back to the medalist in the men's, do you go all the way back to Schuren Stegman from Copenhagen in 90-something, 92.
Copenhagen was 90.
90. Schuren Stegman maybe third in the K2 there. Have they got any other medals from Germany? There was Jens back